Hi guys, welcome to PCCA. My name is Vignan and I am your law faculty. So this is a summer season for all guys, but for CMA students, this is not summer, but it is marathon season. Yes, guys, in our BCCA channel already two marathons have been uploaded for CMA intermediate level. One is accounts marathon, before 2 weeks back, and and the second marathon is indirect taxation, that also have been launched, and this is the third marathon for CMA intermediate level, that is paper 5 business laws and ethics. Okay, now I just want to give a small description about this video. Before going to that description, I want to thank you guys for giving your valuable suggestion. Some people are asking about the conceptual clarity, and some people are asking about super 50 or super 60 questions from the previous attempts. Please discuss those questions from the exam perspective. That is what most of the people, there is a mixed opinions in the comment list from the Instagram and also from the YouTube channel, from the community, from the student community. And so in this marathon we will be having questions from the examination perspective, and those questions which were picked from the examination perspective, those questions will be given in 100% pure conceptual clarity in this marathon. Okay, did you get my point? So 100% conceptual clarity for the questions which were picked from the previous year's examinations. Are these points clear? So that is a point. So guys, this marathon is for June 2025 attempt. You can 100% rely upon this marathon. There are no doubts about it. Okay. Now you might be asking me a question that, sir, this marathon is going to be launched in how many parts? Guys, this marathon is going to be launched in two parts. That is part number 1 and part number 2. Part number 1 and part number 2. This part number 1, if you just go through this part number 1, you can cover around how many marks? 60% of marks, okay, from this part number 1. Sir, what are the topics which you have discussed in part number 1? If you ask me the same question, then I'll tell you guys, the Companies Act provisions related to directors and the previous year's question papers from other Companies Act concept. Are these points clear? So on an average from the Companies Act you will be facing around 40% of the questions. Okay, so these 40% of marks will be covered just by listening these concepts. Are these points clear? Now the second concept which we have launched in this part 1 is the Contract Act, Indian Contract Act. From this Contract Act you can expect around 25 marks. So on an average from this part 1 you can expect around 60% of coverage of the syllabus. 60% of the coverage of the syllabus. Are these points clear, guys? Yes. Now part 2 is also going to be launched, okay, in future, that for this attempt only, and this part 2 is going to cover around 40%, 30 to 40% of the syllabus. Sir, what are the topics which you are going to discuss in the part 2? One is industrial laws, guys, industrial laws, okay, industrial laws, which is carrying around 20% of the coverage of your syllabus, okay, and the second one is ethics. Ethics is around 14 marks from the descriptive. On an average you will be getting around 16 marks, so we can expect around 30 to 40% of the coverage of marks from these two marathons. Are these points clear, guys? Yes or no? Pakka? Damn sure? No. Now the question is, who can watch this marathon? Who can watch this marathon? And this marathon is beneficial for which type of students? Already if you have gone through with any of the regular classes, whether in BCCA offline or the online, or whether from any other institute, at least once you should have completed your regular class, then this marathon would be sufficient. If you have not gone through with the any of the marathon on any of the regular classes, then also no problem. Please go through with the marathon at least 3 times. That would be sufficient. Okay, that would be sufficient from the examination perspective. Did you get my point? Because EVO batch classes which were recorded for EVO batch classes, those classes only we have provided as a marathon for free for you guys. Okay, so in this examination oriented batch, we have discussed around 100 questions. 100 questions. Out of those questions, in these two parts, I can tell you that around 85 to 90 questions were given in this two parts. Okay, are provided in this two parts. There is no need for you to get worried. See, these questions were picked from the previous year's papers only, from the CMA intermediate past examination papers only. Pakka. So you can rely upon this marathon. There is no need for you to get worried. Okay. Now the question which people get is, sir, what material we have to follow? Guys, it would be beneficial for you to follow BCCA materials, because you will be looking and you will be studying, yes or no. So BCCA materials will be beneficial if you go through with the marathon. So for this BCCA material, for the whole group, if you want to purchase, it costs around 2,999 rupees. It costs around 2,999 rupees. Are these points clear? Yes. Now, if any of the student you want to purchase these regular classes, sir, we have not gone through with your regular classes, we want to purchase your regular classes, then I can give you a suggestion, guys, that this regular classes are also there in our BCCA. You can go and enroll to that app there, and if you want to purchase the whole group, so that is group 1 of CMA intermediate, then you can purchase it for 21,999. 21,999. Then what about the single subject, business law and ethics? Yes, guys, business law and ethics, the price of the business law and ethics subject is 5,999. You may be thinking that, sir, how many hours did this regular classes take? Guys, it took around 110 hours to complete this business law and ethics concept subject. Okay, so you can 100% rely upon these classes, because each and every topic have been discussed. Whatever the concepts which we discussed, whatever the concepts which were there in a material, each and every concepts were there in the classes. So you can rely upon it and you can go to the examination. Okay, these are for the regular batch. These are the regular batch classes update. And I can tell you that there is a summer sale going on in BCCA. The summer sale in BCCA is 20% on all classes. Whatever classes you are going to enroll, in all the classes, 20% offer is being provided from BCCA. So don't miss the chance. Go and enroll the batch as soon as possible. So I think this information is sufficient. So don't delay and let's start the marathon. Have a nice day. Okay, guys. Now we are going to start with the concept called as industrial laws. Okay, industrial laws. See, from examination perspective, question number 4A and 4B will be asked from industrial laws only. Okay, question number 4A and 4B, that is from descriptive portion, 7 plus 7, that is 14 marks will be asked from this concept. 14 marks will be asked from this concept. Okay, now plus at least 2 MCQs are mandatory from this concept. At least 2. Okay, there may be a chances of asking 3 MCQs also. Okay, na? But at least 2 or 3 MCQs are from this concept. So on an average, we can expect 20 marks from this industrial laws concept. Okay, na? We can expect around 20 marks from this industrial laws concept. At least 3 MCQs. 2 to 3 MCQs are mandatory from this concept. Okay, na? So now, I already told you that industrial laws, we have 5 topics in our industrial laws. What are those topics, Amma? One is Gratuity Act, second one is Factories Act, third one is EPF and MP Act, then ESI Act, then Code on Wages. Okay, na? These are the 5 topics which we have discussed in our regular classes. Okay, na? So yeah, we know what is meant by gratuity, what is meant by Factories Act, what is the reason for Factories Act, and what is the reason for introducing EPF Act and ESI Act and Code on Wages. But still, I am giving a small description. Please listen. Okay. So come on, tell me, what is the reason for the lawmakers to introduce this concept called as industrial law? What is the reason? What is the intention of a lawmaker to produce these industrial laws? We know what is mean by law. What is mean by law, guys? Because law means it in a general language. In a general language, not as per the law language, but in a general language, it is a solution for a problem. Yes or no? So in industries there are many problems. In industries there are many problems. Yeah. What are those problems? Come on, tell me. At least or two to three problems. Yes. Yes. During employment. Okay. One is during employment. One is during employment, and another one is after employment. One is during employment, next one is after employment. Okay, na? So during employment, what are the problems which were faced by the employees? Salaries, okay, salaries, facilities, then, huh? What are those? Health, okay, health measures and working conditions, okay, working conditions. And during the course of employment only, there may be a chances of accidents. Yes or no? Yes or no? So safety. So safety. So these are the problems which are faced by the employees during their employment, during their work. Okay. So whose responsibility is that to give all these things? Yes, employer's responsibility is to give what? Salary from time to time. And employer's responsibility is to give proper working hours. Okay, yes or no? Proper working hours. Employer's responsibility is to provide certain facilities to his employees. Yes or no? Then what is the employer's responsibility? To take care of that employees. Yes or no? Whether that employee is doing a safety measure or not. Okay. Yes or no? Those are the responsibilities which employer have to take. Okay. If employer doesn't take, what happens? Employee will be getting affected. Yes or no? If employee is getting affected, because of whose negligence is that? Employer. So guys, that is the reason this industrial laws came into existence. There are two types of problems. One type of problem is during the employment. Second type of problem is after the employment. So during the employment, these are the problems. And after the employment, after the job or after the retirement, there are certain things. What are those things? See, employee will be working during his, when he is capable to work, he will be working in the organization. But after the retirement, he can work. No, he cannot work. He cannot sit, he cannot stand also. Yes or no? Antena, Srinivas? Kurchogalama, ninchogalama? We cannot sit or we cannot stand. Because of what? Age factor. Because of age factor. We cannot do our work. So that is a point. So after his employment, he cannot work properly. See, now you guys have strength. Now you are capable of working. Yes or no? So you will be getting salary. But what happens after your employment? After you retire, what will happen after you retire, Amma? What will happen after you retire? Yes, age factor. Because of your age factor, you cannot work in that organization. Yes or no? Can you work? If you cannot work, can you able to survive? Can you get salary? So then employer will tell, Are Babu, you worked during your employment, now you retired from the organization, how can I give salary for you? That is from the employer's perspective. Because employer did not put any service. Yes or no? Seva Samiti పెట్టాడా? కాదు కదా. అంటే ప్రపంచంలో ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ దగ్గరకు వచ్చి everyone in the society, they will come and work, and after you work and after you retire, I will only take care of your family. No problem. Is that a service? No, right? Is that a service? No, right? So it is his business. So people will be working, and after their work, it is not the responsibility of the employer to give salary. Okay, na? But there are certain situations, it is a responsibility of the employer. To take care of the employees after retirement. What are those? After retirement, in certain situations, it is a responsibility of the employer to take care. Sir, what is that? I have to give salary. No. Don't give salary. But give some assurance. What is that assurance? What is that assurance in the sense? One is gratuity. One is gratuity. The second one is provident fund. The second one is provident fund. Meeku ardhamautunda? Second one is provident fund. These two are the retirement benefits which we have discussed in our CMA inter syllabus. Okay na? So sir, what is meant by gratuity? See, are employer, your employee is working under you. Yes or no? Okay. He did not go out. He worked for 1 year, he worked for 2 years, he worked for 3 years, like that. He continuously worked for more than 5 years. See, in this growth scenario, he is not leaving you and working with you only. He is with you, he is for you. Okay. So in that situation, it is a responsibility of you to give some assurance. Yes or no? Yes, sir. What is that assurance? See, that person is working under your employment for more than 5 years. That means that employee is a loyal employee. Yes or no? If that employee is a loyal employee, not all types of employees, but this type of employees who are loyal, do one favor for those guys. What is that favor? After they become retirement, after they retire, right? After they leave out of the organization, right? Then do one thing, give some benefit. What is that? Some sort of amount. So that is the benefits which the employer have to take care of the employee. Okay. So that is the benefits which the employer have to give it to the employees. Retirement benefits. Okay na? After the employment also, there are certain responsibilities of the employer to take care of employees. Are these points clear? So during the employment, there are certain responsibilities. After the employment also, there are certain responsibilities which will be upon the employer. If employer say, "Arey Babu, why I have to give? I will not give." Then what happens? Legal perspectives will come into existence. Okay na? Yes or no? People will be coming like, Colgate toothpaste ad, active salt. My toothpaste lo uppu unda? Yes or no? Same way. Inspectors will be coming into our organization and they will be asking, my toothpaste lo uppu unda? The same way. They will be coming, breaking these blocks, and they will be coming and they will be asking, interviewing us. What is the reason for you to not give gratuity? What is the reason for you to not give salaries? Or what are those? So if we do not follow legal perspectives, then what happens? Legal actions will follow upon us. Amma ardhamainda? Okay na? So that is a point. That is a point. So now we are not going to discuss in detail of every concept of this industrial laws, because since it is not a regular class, it is an EVO batch. Okay. So what we are going to discuss is previous attempts important questions. Amma. Since 10 attempts questions, okay, what are being asked from different concepts. From Gratuity Act, what are being asked? From Factories Act, from EPF Act, from ESI Act, and from Code on Wages, what are the concepts which were frequently asked? So those concepts we'll be discussing in our session. Okay. Yes or no? Pakka? Damn sure. So first we will be discussing about Gratuity Act. So what is meant by Gratuity Act? I just told you just now. What is that, Amma? What is that? Yes. When an employer, under an employer, employee is working, how many years he have to work, Amma? More than 5 years. If that worker is working under an employer and he is working for how many years? More than 5 years. Then it is a responsibility of the employer to take care of something. What is that something? To take care of that employee. Provided, how can he take care of that employee? By giving certain amount. Okay na? Yes or no? So guys, come on. Gratuity is the amount which is payable to an employee on one event. What is that event? Termination. On the event of termination. So while he is retiring, or while there is a superannuation, or while there is a death or resignation, whatever it may be, the relationship between employer and employee is getting into an end, coming to an end. Then what happens? Employer have to give gratuity to his employee. Sir, right after 5 years, he will, after completion of 5 years, he will give no. on one event. What is that event? Event of termination. That is, after your relationship between employer and employee is getting to an end, at that time, okay, at that time I will give. If you work for how many years? 5 years. That is a promise employer have to give. And that promise, if employer doesn't keep, what happens? Legal perspectives will come into existence. Okay na? Yes or no? Samajh gaye? Pakka? Damn sure? That is a point. So gratuity shall be payable by the employer to his employee on an event. What is that event? Termination. Termination due to what? Retirement, resignation, death, disablement, superannuation, provided he has rendered a continuous service of not less than. समझ गए? पक्का? Okay. Sir, come on tell me, how much this employer have to pay? How much this employer have to pay? Amma, recently on January 1st, 2024, recent amendment, Amma, maximum amount of gratuity is not 20 lakhs, it is 25 lakhs. It is 25 lakhs. Please put this in your mind. If you write 20 lakhs, okay na, you will go to Assam only. Okay na? Maximum amount of payment of gratuity is not 20 lakhs, but it is 25 lakhs. Please mention this point. Okay na? The actually before, it was 10 lakhs. It was 10 lakhs, but it was amended to 20 lakhs. Now, from 20 lakhs, because of the cost of living, what happened is, they increased that limit to 25 lakhs. Samajh gaye? So maximum amount of gratuity which the employer have to pay to his employee is 25 lakhs. Pakka? Damn sure? Now, sir, how to calculate that amount? How to calculate that amount? Yes, this gratuity payable shall be calculated. Gratuity shall be payable on 15 days wages for every completed years of service. For every year of service, at least 15 days salary he have to give. Every 15 days salaries, that is half month salary he have to give. So the what is the formula for that? 15 by 30. 15 by actually 30, but 4 Sundays, we have to deduct 4 Sundays. So 15 by 26 into last drawn salary. Okay na? Last drawn salary into number of completed years of service. So for every completed years of service, 15 days wages will be provided. Okay na? 15 days wages. Sir, that too which wage? Last drawn salary. Sir, in the beginning of the work of the employment, he used to get 10,000. But at the time of retirement, he used to get 1 lakh rupees, or he is getting 80,000 rupees. That 10 rupees will calculate, 80,000 rupees will calculate last drawn salary. Samajh gaye? 15 days wages for every completed years of service or part thereof in excess of 6 months. That means what is that, guys? For example, he worked for 26 years. 6 months, 1 day. 26 years, 6 months, 1 day. How to calculate? 26 years or 27th year? So for every completed years of service or part thereof in excess of 6 months. So in excess of 6 months, we have to treat it as 26 plus 1. Okay na? For example, 26 years, 5 months, 29 days. Then what is that? 26 plus 0, because it is less than 6 months. Less than 6 months, we should not calculate that amount. Okay na? That many days. Okay na? Sirisa? Okay na? Pakka? What is that? Oh, come on, tell me the calculation. Padukoledu. Ante kada? Padukoledu. So 15 by 26 into number of completed years of service or part thereof in excess of 6 months. Okay na? Into last drawn salary. Pakka? Guys, are these points clear? So guys, in a recent attempt, when we go to that gratuity concept, see, they asked like this, December 2024 attempt, they asked like this. Describe the regulations relating to the payment of gratuity. Just certain regulations, if you describe, that is sufficient, they are asking. So what you will do? You will just write this concept. Okay, who shall pay to whom? Okay, what is the condition? That condition is this person have to work for more than 5 years. Second point, okay, completed of 5 years in the event of death or superannuation or retirement or resignation. That is point number 1. You will write that. Then we will write calculation of payment of gratuity. Subject to the maximum of how much, 25 lakhs. Simple. If you write that concept, you will be getting 7 marks easily. But for this, many of the people have written another concept that is called as, they wrote determination for payment of gratuity concept. Are Babu, determination for payment of gratuity concept is different. They are asking regulations relating to payment of gratuity. For whom this gratuity act is applicable. Okay, and what amount? And what amount? Maximum 25 lakhs. Pakka? So payment of gratuity concept is completed. Yes or no? Damn sure. Guys, okay. Next concept. Okay. If you want, I'll give you 2 minutes. Please be quick. Go through with the concept fast. Okay. If you write this concept and amount of payment of gratuity, that is sufficient. Yes or no? If they ask about regulations for payment of gratuity. So here, maximum amount is how much, guys? Not 20, but 25 lakhs. Okay, please note that point. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. Please be quick. Okay, guys, now we are going into the next concept, Amma. Second type of question is, see, yeah, there is a second question. Discuss the procedure for the determination of the amount of gratuity. What is the procedure? They might be asking procedure for payment of gratuity, or they may be asking like application for payment of gratuity. Okay, procedure for payment of gratuity, or determination for payment of gratuity, or application for payment of gratuity. Whatever they may ask, you have to write these concepts only. Okay, what are those concepts? Determination for payment of gratuity concept, that is application for payment of gratuity. Come on, let's discuss about this concept. See, employee when he is retired from the organization, or when he resigned from the organization, or the event of superannuation, he wants gratuity. Yes or no? Because the relationship between employer and employee is coming to an end. Okay, after the employer and employee relationship is coming to an end, employee have to get what? Salary. What is that he have to get? Gratuity from the employer. So first what he will do is, this employee, he will make an application to the employer in form number I. In form number what, Amma? Form number I. Okay, if he is alive only, or if he is alive but he is disabled, or if he is not at all alive, in the event of death or disablement, then his nominee will make an application in form number J. Within how many days? 30 days. Within how many days? 30 days. So if the employee is alive, he will make an application in form number I at the event of retirement, resignation, superannuation. If employee is not available, then his nominee will make an application to the employer in form number J. If nominee also, employee did not apply for nominee, he has not appointed nominee, he has not given the name of a nominee, then who will make an application? Legal heir will make an application in form number K. Within how many days, Amma? Within 1 year. Maximum time is 1 year. Are these points clear? Okay. So what happens is, when employee is making an application, or one nominee is making an application, or when the legal heir is making an application, then the employer's responsibility is to arrange the funds. Yes or no? Advainda? Employer's responsibility is to arrange funds. So he have to arrange the funds. If he is okay with the application, when he accepts, then he have to issue form number L. When he is rejecting, it have to be made in form number M. Okay na? If that amount is not arranged within this many days, that is how many days? Within 30 days, then what happens? He is liable for a simple interest. He is liable for a simple interest for the delayed payment at the rate 10%. Okay na? 10% of simple interest. Simple. Okay? When the employee at the event of retirement or resignation or superannuation, he shall make an application in form number I within 30 days. Okay. If employee is not available, that is employee's death or disablement, a nominee shall make an application to the employer within 30 days in form number J. If nominee has not been appointed by the employee, then his legal heir shall make an application within 1 year. We have 1 year in form number K to the employer, and employer, if he accepts, he shall in which form he have to accept? Form number L, and which form he have to reject? In form number N. Okay. Irrespective of the application, this person have to arrange the funds. Please put this in your mind. Okay. How many days? Within 30 days he have to arrange the funds. If he does not arrange the funds within the prescribed time limit, then he is liable for a penalty he is liable for a simple interest of how much percentage, amma? 10% simple interest per annum. Okay. Sir, this 10% simple interest per annum is not applicable. Sometimes, that is, there is no need for the employer to pay this amount. What are those cases? 2 cases. In 2 cases, there is no requirement for the employer to pay simple interest, amma. Even if he's delaying the payment also. Provided, what are those cases? Point number 1, if he already has taken the permission of controlling authority. Sir, within 30 days I cannot arrange. Please give me another 30 days or another 15 days. So if he is already taking the permission of controlling authority, then there is no need for the employer for paying how much? Gratuity amount plus 10% simple interest is not required. Only gratuity amount is required. When? If he has taken the permission of controlling authority. Okay, for the delayed period. Okay, second point. If he has amount with him, but the employee is not coming and taking, whose responsibility is that? Are Babu, I have money. Okay, I have money, but the employee is not coming. No, what can I do? Yes or no? So the delay is due to the default of the employee. When the delay is due to the default of the employee, then what can the employer do? He cannot do anything. He cannot do anything. So, sir, in these 2 situations, what is the reason for me to pay 10% simple interest? Sir, I will not pay, sir. Okay, can he say so? Yes, he can definitely say so. Pakka? So when in your examination, if they ask like this, what is that? Discuss the procedure for a determination of amount of gratuity, or discuss the procedure for payment of gratuity, or discuss the application procedures for the payment of gratuity. What and all they ask, you have to write these concepts. Okay na? Simple? Simple? Yes or no, guys? Okay. Now next question is, sir, you told me just now that if employee is appointing nominee, then this nominee can make an application in form number J. If employee is not appointing nominee, then who will take care of that responsibility? Who will take that amount? Legal heir will take that amount. Yes or no? Okay. So come on, tell me, sir, when can the employee appoint this nominee? When can employee appoint this nominee? After 5 years, within 5 years, what is the time duration? What is the time limit? For that I'll explain, please listen, Amma. For that I'll explain, please listen. See, what happens now? If this is a company, if this is an establishment, if the employee is working in that establishment and he has rendered a service, if he is rendering a service of 5 years, what is that? If he is rendering a service of 5 years, what happens? After completion of that 5 years, at the event of termination, he will be getting gratuity. Yes or no? Pakka? Now, sir, when can this employee appoint a nominee? When can this employee appoint a nominee? After 5 years, before 5 years, or at the beginning of the work? Not at the beginning of the work, but after completion of 1 year. After he has rendered 1 year of service, no? At that time, after that, he will be given a choice. Are Babu, you worked in our organization for 1 year, no? Okay. Will you appoint a nominee for payment of gratuity? Okay. So at that time, this employee can appoint another person as a nominee. Okay, na? So instead of this person, who will take that amount, Nana? Nominee can take the amount, because employee himself has written the name of nominee. If I die, or if I become disablement, if I am going through a disablement, then what happens? Instead of me, you can pay this amount to my nominee. So this employee is giving a name of a nominee to the company. So to nominee, company can give or not? Yes. But this nominee have to be any person or family member. This nominee have to be a family member. This nominee have to be a family. Sir, family in the sense, enna? Who is called as a family? Jagamanta kutumbo nadi, e kaaki jeevito nada. Sir, yen sir? Huh? So for that, sir, all are my relatives only. Huh? Tata, Nana, Srinivas ఏం చేద్దాం, Srinivas, Lohit, అందరు నా రిలేటివ్స్ అంటే సరిపోతుందా? Can I just listen, Amma, can I give Kumpatla, can I make Kumpatla as a nominee? Kumpatla king as a nominee? Yes or no? For that, what lawmakers is saying, no, you cannot make Kumpatla as your nominee, because Kumpatla is not a family. So first, whose name I have to mention? First, my family member's name I have to mention. For that, let's go to the definition of a family. Who can be a family member? My wife can be a family member. My children can be a family member. Then what? My parents are. See, if I want to write my father's name as a nominee, can I write? Now I cannot write, because he is also an earning person. Okay. When he is dependent upon my salary, okay, when he is dependent upon me, then I can write my father's name also as a nominee. Dependent parents. Sir, what about your vice parents? Dependent parent-in-laws. Okay, na? Dependent parent-in-laws. Spouse parents also I can write, provided if they are dependent. Sir, your brothers and sisters' name you can put as a nominee? No. I cannot mention them as a family. Okay, va? Advainda, Babu, Paspati. Yes or no? Next point, Amma. Who can be a nominee? See, my wife can be a nominee. My children can be a nominee. My dependent parents can be a nominee. My dependent parent-in-laws can be a nominee. Last one. Widow and children of a predeceased son, they can also become a nominee. Sir, who is widow? That means, road lo ever widow unte valandaru kuda naaku family ayipotara. Ala avaru kada. They cannot be family of mine. Yes or no? Who and all are widows? I cannot call them, right? Yes or no? So what happens is, Babu, papist fellows, you should not think like that, Amma. So point, listen. So, Viresh, what, Amma? Baladitya, yeah, he's a widow, na? Papa. Where is your daddy? What, Baladitya? Balamani? So guys, come on, let's listen, Amma. Please listen. So the child, Lilia. Okay. This Lily's father is Abhi. Yes or no? Abhi is Lily's father. Okay. లిల్లీ ఫాదర్ వద్దులే. టిల్లు అండ్ బాలమణి, A+B, బాలమణి. Okay, guys, these two are family members. Okay, Abhi can write Balamani's name. Yes. Abhi can write Tillu's name. Yes, obviously. If Tillu went and married to Lohita, Lohita. So, guys, come on, tell me. Lohita. Okay. Lohita. Okay. So, guys, come on, tell me. Lohita will be relative to Abhi or not? Tell me, Nana. Yes, Tillu, come on, tell me. Tell about your father. Where is your father? He went outside. Okay. So, will your father, guys, come on, tell me. Will Abhi, guys, please listen. Can Abhi become can Abhi write a name of Tillu as a nominee or not? Yes, obviously. But, come on, tell me. If Tillu died, oh, so sad. Oh, so sad. Oh my God. Okay, Lohita, normal ga మీ ఊరు పేరు ఏంటమ్మా? ఎక్కడ నుండి వచ్చావు? Where did you come from? Okay, అటువైపా ఇటువైపా? దట్ వైపు ఓన్లీ, నో? ఓకే, అంటే హనుమాన్ జంక్షన్ లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ కా, హనుమాన్ జంక్షన్ రైట్ సైడ్ కా? అంటే పోతా. So guys, come on, listen. So Lohita is a wife of Tillu. Lohita is a wife of Tillu. Okay. So what happens? Chepnana Lohit, what happens? Your husband died. So sad. So what happened? అరే అత్త కోడలు ఇద్దరు పక్కన కూర్చున్నారు. లోహిత్ బాలమణి ఇద్దరు పక్కన కూర్చున్నారమ్మా మీరు. హౌ? సో గైస్, ప్లీజ్ లిజన్. నౌ బాలమణి and Lohit, these two are relatives of Abhi. Yes or no? So this Lohita is also dependent upon Abhi. Yes or no? Pakka? Now, come on, tell me. So now Lohita became widow, no? Her husband died, no? So sad. Widow. So that widow is also a dependent on Abhi. Can Abhi write Lohita's name as a nominee? Yes, because she is a family member. Sir, what happened is, this Tillu and Lohita, they also got a child. Okay, what about them? Tillu a child. Tillu's child. What about this child? Guys, for Abhi, this child also, he can call him as a nominee, appoint him as a nominee. Okay. Come on, tell me. So, for example, Vignan, I am working in an organization and I worked for more than 1 year. Can I get gratuity? Yes, I can get gratuity. Not now. After I complete 5 years. First, what I can get? Nominee. I can appoint nominee. Okay, na? But as per the law, as per the definition, do I have family? Yes or no? No. Because my parents are not dependent upon me. Point number 1. Okay, I have wife. No. I have children. No. I have children. No. Widow and children of a predecessor I have. No. If I do not have family, as per the law, family definition, if I do not have family, then what I can do is I can appoint any person as a nominee. Pakka? I can appoint any person as a nominee. Can I do so? Pakka? That is a point. Nominee can be a family member. If family member is not in existence, then nominee can be any person. Okay? Any person. If in future I have again kept, I have actually, for example, I have mentioned a name called as, okay, X as a person as a nominee. X as a nominee. Okay, I have mentioned X as a nominee. Now what happened? Now I want to change from X to Y. Okay, now I want to change from X to Y. Can I do so? Yes or no? Okay, yes, I can do so, because this X became X. Okay, na? Yes or no? Now I can write Y's name. Yes. Okay. So guys, come on, tell me Y. Y's name. If I am writing Y's name, okay, who can act as a nominee? Either this or this. Because new person, I got a family member now. I got a family member now. So previous nominee shall be void. Yes or no? Because I got the family member. Amma ardhamainda ardham kaleda? Pakka? Damn sure you want some explanations from you want some examples? Syam Babu? Ardhamainda? Pakka? You want some examples? Balamani? Baladitya, you want some examples? You want live examples? Vadda cheyala vadda? Vadda. So come on, tell me, guys. See, nominee can be a family member. If family does not exist, nominee can be anyone. So any person means I wrote some person's name as a nominee. Now in future I got a family, then previous nomination shall be void. And now this person will become a nominee. Sir, before writing this person name only, I died. Then what happens? Court will decide who is the legal heir. So from X and Y, who is the legal heir? Y only. Y only will be a legal heir. Are these points clear, guys? Come on, well, let's go to that concept called as nomination. Fast. I'll give you 1 minute. Please be quick. Fast. See, guys, nominations of a gratuity. Every employee who has been completed 1 year of continuous service shall make a nomination in which form, Amma? Form number F. Sir, nominee every time have to be a family member. If that employee doesn't have family in the sense, not a physical family, guys. From the legal perspective, law definition perspective, definition of a gratuity act, from that perspective, that family we are discussing. Okay. So if a definition, as per the definition, we do not have family, then what happens? Nominee can be anyone. For example, in the family member definition, are there brothers and sisters? No, brothers and sisters are not there. So actually, as per the family definition, I have to write my wife's name or my dependent parent's name. Okay, now as per the definition, I do not have my wife. Yes or no? So what I am doing? I am writing my brother's name. So is brother under family definition? No. Yes or no? No. But that's why nominee can be anyone. But in future, if wife came, then what can I do? I can take out his name. I can put that wife's name. Yes or no? See, but in future, if the employee acquires a family, then the previous nomination shall become void. Fresh nomination of a family has to be made in case of employee dies without a valid nominee. For example, if that nominee, without giving nominee's name only, that person died, then what happens? Court will decide the legal heir and it will appoint that person. Pakka? Damn sure, Amma ardhamavutunda. So gratuity law, we have discussed 3 points. 3 points. What are those? Regulations relating to the payment of gratuity concept. Next, procedure and determination for payment of gratuity. Next one, Amma, nominations for payment of gratuity. Are these points clear? Pakka? Now what we are going to discuss is forfeiture for payment of gratuity. What is that, Nana? Forfeiture for payment of gratuity. Okay. Now let's go to that concept fast. Forfeiture for payment of gratuity. Okay. See, what is this forfeiture? See, employer have to pay gratuity to his employee. Yes or no? Yes. Employer have to pay gratuity to his employee. Who have to pay gratuity? Employer have to pay gratuity to his employee. So in certain situations, employer can deduct that amount. For example, when he calculated the gratuity, it is around 15 lakhs. Amma. Who have to pay? Employer have to pay. Who have to pay, Nana Srinivas? Employer have to pay. How much amount? 15 lakhs. To whom? Employee. Okay, now. So now what happens is, guys, please listen. Now what happens is, can this employer deduct, actually he calculated that amount. When he calculated how much amount he got? 15 lakhs. Now what he is doing is, he want to deduct a certain amount of gratuity. That is, he want to give 12 lakhs only. Can he do so? Can he do so? Yes or no? Can he do so? Yes, he can do so. That is, how much he deducted? 3 lakhs. He can deduct that amount provided in two situations. Okay, he can deduct that amount of gratuity and pay whatever amount of gratuity he wants, provided in two situations. That concept is called as forfeiture of gratuity. That is, he is forfeiting this amount. What is he forfeiting? He is deducting that amount. How much amount, Anna? 3 lakhs. So in what situations he can deduct? In what situations he can deduct? Okay, point number one situation where due to the employer is facing any loss, or due to the employer is facing any damage of the property. For example, he gave any laptop to that employee, and employee is using that laptop, and due to some frustration, what happened is he broke that laptop. Okay, so that there is a damage of property. For example, that laptop is around 1 lakh or 2 lakhs. Okay, can that employer deduct? Obviously, because this employee had made what? Destruction or damage to the property or loss to the property of the establishment. So that reason he can deduct or not? Yes. Okay, now that reason he can deduct. But how much amount he can deduct? Actually the loss is around 1 lakh, but how much he deducted? 3 lakhs he deducted. Can he do so? No. What is the amount of loss which he incurred? 1 lakh. Only to that amount only. Only to the extent of loss. Extent of loss. ఇప్పటిదాకా ఎక్కడ ఉన్నామమ్మా? సడన్గా మాట్లాడుతున్నావు. So guys, only to the extent of loss. Pakka? So how much he can deduct, amma? To the extent of loss. Pakka? Damn sure. So in this case, employer can deduct that amount, but how much amount he can deduct? To the extent of loss. Second point. Sir, he can deduct to the extent of loss. Okay, no problem. But what happened is, this employee, he is looking very decent. But what he is doing is, he is doing all indecent things only in the organization. Like, he is stealing the property of the establishment, or he is making politics in the organization. Okay, I mean, with his violent behavior, with his arrogant behavior, he is doing all rubbish things. Okay, and doing fraud also in the organization. So employer, he is frustrated with the employee. So what happens is, after the retirement, now he can deduct that amount. But can you measure? Can you measure that loss? Here we can measure that loss. Yes or no? In a previous example we can measure. But now can we measure how much extent of loss he is making to the establishment? Okay, because of his violent behavior, because of his arrogancy, okay, or because of his fraudulent mentality. Can we measure that? We cannot measure. Inta anta an kaadu, enta padite anta. Ada ardhamainda? Okay, we cannot measure 1 lakh or 2 lakhs. If you do this much fraud, I will cut 1 lakh. If you do this much fraud, I will cut 3 lakhs. Can we do so? No. Okay, yes or no? So what can this person do? If he wants 10 lakhs, he can deduct. If he want 1 lakh, he can deduct. If he want 5 lakhs, he can deduct. Whatever amount he wants, whatever amount he wants, he can deduct. Okay na? Yes or no? Whatever amount he wants, he can deduct. Because what the employee is doing, he is doing something disorderly conduct or violent behavior. Because of that we are taking that person out. Okay, we removed that person. We terminated him from the establishment. Due to what? Due to this violent behavior, this disorderly conduct only. Okay, and moral turpitude. So what we are doing, whatever amount that is, if that employer want to deduct partial or full also, sir, 15 lakhs also he can deduct. Yes, he can deduct. Yes, he can deduct. Only in these two situations, employer can deduct. Other than these two situations, employer cannot deduct the gratuity of the employees. Pakka? Let's read that points. So first one, if the employee service is being terminated for what? Any act, negligence, willful omission, or causing a financial loss to the establishment, or destruction of the property to the establishment. In that situation, employer is entitled to forfeit in the sense, deduct how much? Only to the extent of loss. Only to the extent of loss. Hansika. Amma. Hansika. Okay, now, in the next point, Amma, Hansika. Let's go to the second point. See, here also employee services are being terminated. Guys, employee services are being terminated for what? For riotous behavior, violent behavior, disorderly conduct, or anything which is constituting moral turpitude. In that sense, in that case, how much employer can deduct? Whole or partial amount. Whatever employer want to deduct, he can deduct. Whole amount also deduct, he can deduct. Pakka? Now now we'll go to the previous question, examination question. Mr. Gill anta. Mr. Gill, okay. Mr. Gill, okay, sorry. Let's go to third question. Mr. Gill, an employee of Mrs. Sonabil Tea Limited. Sonali Bindre gadra. Okay, Sonabil Tea Limited continued to occupy the quarter of the company for 8 months after superannuation. So after his superannuation also, he continued to occupy 8 months. What did he occupy? Quarters. Okay, he occupied the quarters in the sense organizational quarters, amma, not that quarters. Okay, so guys, for example, 8 months he is not at all leaving that organization's quarters. What happens is, company decided to forfeit the amount of gratuity. Can the company forfeit? Company decided to forfeit, okay, of Mr. Gill. Examine the decision taken by the company to forfeit the amount of gratuity in the light of Payment of Gratuity Act. Can the company forfeit? Full amount it can forfeit. How much amount of gratuity it can forfeit? 8 months. 8 months, whatever it is spending, no, that amount it can forfeit. More than that, it can forfeit. For example, see, this person is Mr. G, right? Instead of this person, Mr. X came into that organization. So this GO is only continuing to occupy that organization's quarter. This person X, where he have to stay? Because of this person staying in that quarters, X is staying outside. X is staying outside. That rent, who is paying? Who is paying? ST Limited is paying. Now who have to pay that amount? Who is incurring that expense? This company is incurring. So that expense, it can recover from G only, no? Because if you go out of that organization only, what can we do? We can make that X to come into our organization. Because of you, we are paying the rent of X outside. Okay? Please leave out of the organization. Okay? If you are not leaving, I will deduct that gratuity. How much it can deduct, Amma? Because what provision you have to write here? First one or second one? First one. What is that first one? Come on, tell me. If the employee services are terminated due to disorderly conduct, willful omission, any act, negligence, willful omission, or causing any damage to the property or destruction of the property of the establishment, then the employer can forfeit only to the extent of loss. Pakka? Yes or no? That concept, if you write here, that is more than enough, guys. Pakka? Advainda? No. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. Please be quick. చదవండి ఫాస్ట్గా. ఏమేం కాన్సెప్ట్ చదవాలి ఇప్పుడు? నామినేషన్ కాన్సెప్ట్ యూ హ్యావ్ రెడ్. ఫర్ ఫీచర్ ఆఫ్ అ గ్రాట్యుటీ ఫాస్ట్. ఫర్ ఫీచర్ ఆఫ్ అ గ్రాట్యుటీ. Okay, next concept amma. Next concept is about continuous service. Okay, next concept is about continuous service. Let's go to the concept of continuous service, which is in definitions. Yes, please go to the continuous service. Okay, when we discuss about continuous service, see, we discuss that employees have to work for more than 5 years of continuous service. Yes or no? They have to render how many years? 5 years of continuous service. What is meant by continuous service? Continuous service in the sense, continuous service is always dependent upon the different types of employees. Different types of employees and different types of employees working in different types of establishments. Okay? When we come to the continuous service, we discuss about different types of employees working under different types of establishments. Okay, so the establishments or the employer or the establishments, you know, that establishments which are below the ground. What is the situation when the establishments are below the ground? What is the situation when the establishments are above the ground? I'll explain, please listen. When the establishments are below the ground, I'll write here only. Okay, please listen guys. It depends upon the establishment, yes or no? Okay. Okay, establishments which are below the ground. Okay na, establishments which are below the ground. For those establishments what is the maximum continuous service for 1 year? How many days that employee have to come? How many days employee have to come? Like below the ground in the sense, example mines. For that mines, okay, maximum number of days which the employee have to come. Sir, continuous means continuously 365 days he have to come. No, in that year, okay, so he have to come to the organization for at least 190 days. How many days guys? For at least 190 days. Pakka? If he come to the organization, that is sufficient. If he come to the organization, that is sufficient. For that, in that case, if he comes to organization for 190 days, then he can be treated as continuous service. He can be treated as a continuous service. Pakka? Part of continuous service. Next one. What is the next one? Above the ground. Above the ground. Like us. Okay. I am teaching class above the ground or below the ground. Underground lo cheptunana. No, I am not taking class underground, right? It is above the ground. Okay. So above the ground na, guys. Above the ground is also categorized into 2 ways. Above the ground is also categorized into 2 ways. One is organization. Okay, I'll just write it like here. Okay, organization whose, you know, working days, number of working days in a week are less than or greater than. I'll tell you. Whose number of working days in a week are less than 6 days. That is, for example, MNC companies whose organizations whose working days are less than 6 days. Okay, for them, if it is yes, then for them also continuous service means how many days, Nana? 190 days they have to come to the organization. 190 days they have to come to the organization. Pakka? So because their organization's number of working days in a week are how many days, Nana? Less than 6. That is 5 days only, no? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Saturday and Sunday are holidays for them. So for them also, what is the continuous service dates? 190 days. What is that? 190 days. Pakka? Okay. Now we will be discussing about, sir, whose number of working days in a week are more than or equal to 6 days. That is no. If it is no, then what, Amma? Then what? 240 days. Okay, na? 240 days. Simple, ah? Simple or not? Simple. 190 days and 240 days. It depends upon the establishments who are below the ground, above the ground. If it is below the ground, number of working days have to be more. I have to be 190 days. Okay. So if we come to the organization for 190 days, he can be called as a coming to the organization for continuous service. Okay. And if it is more than above the ground, then his number of working days in a week are less than 6 days, then also 190 days. In any other cases, it is 240 days. Pakka? Samajh gaye? Yes or no? That is a point. See, employees, it depends upon the employees who are working in an establishment above the ground. If it is above the ground, whose number of working days are less than 6 days a week, or below the ground like mines and everything, for them 190 days. In all other cases, it is 240 days. In all other cases, it is 240 days. Are these points clear? Okay, na? Are these points clear? Now, another question which arises is, sir, what you have discussed is okay, absolutely right. This is for all establishment, seasonal establishments, seasonal establishments, other establishments, other establishments. What is that? Other establishments. Okay, then what about seasonal establishments? Seasonal establishments. Other than seasonal establishments, continuous service will be calculated by this way. How to calculate continuous service? Continuous service of a seasonal establishment. How to calculate? Okay. For example, seasonal establishments, in the sense, those whose working days are less than 6 months. Okay, or not more than 6 months. Okay, or not more than 6 months. Those establishments are called as seasonal establishments. Okay, total number of working days are less than 180 days. Okay, na? Or less than or equal to 180 days. For them, 190 days is not probable, 240 days also is not probable. Then how can you calculate continuous service for these people? Then what lawmaker has interpreted is, okay, no problem. We'll calculate number of days of operation. Number of days of operation. Okay. For example, that employee worked for 5 years. That employee worked for 5 years. In that 5 years, organization was in operation. That is, it opened for 1,000 days. How many days? 1,000 days. Okay, na? Or it opened for 500 days. It was open for 500 days. In this 500 days, this employee have to come at least how much percentage, Amma? That is 350 days is sufficient. Samajh gaye? 350 days is sufficient. Then he can be called as he was in continuous service. Pakka? Damn sure? Ardhamainda? For example, there is a question. When we go through with the question, you can get a better understanding. Deepak is employed in Assam Coffee Estate Limited, a seasonal establishment. Other establishments are seasonal establishment. Seasonal establishment. Seasonal establishment means how to calculate a continuous service? 75% of a number of days of operation. So the factory was in operation for how many days, guys? 4 months. That is, how many days? 30 into 4, 120 days. It was in operation. It was in operation for 120 days. Okay. Now what happens? 4 months only during the financial year 18-19. In financial year 18-19, how many days it was in operation? 120 days. Okay. Deepak was not in a continuous service during this period. However, he worked for only how many days? 60 days. Referring to the provisions of the Payment of Gratuity Act 1972, decide whether Deepak is entitled to gratuity payable under this act. Is entitled or is not entitled? For that, what we'll do? 120 days into 75%. At least how much? 100 days or 90 days? 90 days. So this person came to organization for how many days? So is he in continuous service? No, he cannot be entitled to payment of gratuity. Simple. Now, this is question number 1. This is question number 1. Question number 2. Would your answer be same in case Deepak works for 100 days? 100 days in the sense more than 90. Our answer will change or not? Yes, obviously it will change. Okay, na? He is entitled or not? He is entitled. Meeku ardhamainda? Pakka. Damn sure. Okay, please go through with the concept, Amma. Please go through with the concept. Last concept is pending. That concept also already we have discussed now only. Okay, that is about notice. No problem, I'll explain. Okay, please go through with the concept fast. See, when they ask like these practical questions, you have to give a provision. How to give provision? Same way. I just told you right now. See, it depends upon the employees who are working under different types of establishments. If that establishments below the ground, 190 days, and above the ground, but whose number of working days are less than 6 days, for them also 190, and other than these are 240. Simple. And any other seasonal establishment, then 75% of a number of days of operation. Simple. That is a provision which you have to write. And analysis, conclusion. Conclusion, what you will write? By taking the above provisions into consideration, what you will do? This person is not entitled for gratuity. Second situation, he is entitled for gratuity because it is more than 90 days. Extraordinary, mind-blowing, fantastic. Read Amma, fast. I'll give you 1 minute. Please be quick, fast. So guys, there is a last question, Amma. See, just listen, read this point. Notice for the payment of gratuity. Notice for the payment of gratuity. See, have you ever heard this point, notice for payment of gratuity? So what people think is, are notice for payment of gratuity? What is this concept? I did not hear about this concept. Yes or no? You people, what examiner will do is, they will just twist the questions. Simple. What is meant by notice of payment of gratuity? Simple, ra. Here, employee, what happened? Employee, where is this? See, when employee asks the employer for the gratuity amount, employer, what he will do? He will arrange the funds. Yes or no? Yes or no? And I already told you, in form number L and form number M, form number L and form number M, if he accepts, he will give in form number L. If he rejects, he will mention in form number M. Yes or no? So this person have to tell it to the employee. Are employee, I am accepting your request. I am accepting your application in form number L. That is notice. Okay, na? That is notice. And I am rejecting your application. I am rejecting your application. That is notice. Simple. People, students, they go to the examinations and they read this point and they get confused. Notice of payment of gratuity. What is this concept? In our material, there is no concept called as notice for the payment of gratuity. There is concept called as notice. Okay, na? Simple. What we discussed, that only if you write simple, that's enough. But in an elaborated way. See, when the employee gives an application to the employer, employer have to give his intimation. Sir, we accepted your request. You are eligible for payment of gratuity. No problem. I will give you. Okay, that is notice. You are rejected. Your application is rejected. You are asking for 20 lakhs. No, I will give only 12 lakhs. So that is rejected. Or I don't want to give because of these reasons. So it have to give the reasons when he reject. Yes or no? In form number N. If he accepts, form number L. If he rejects, form number M. Yes or no? That is a point. See? That is a point. Maximum time for him to give how many days, Amma? I told you. What is that time? 30 days. Yes or no? Yeah. Within 15 days of receipt of the application, sir, you said that 30 days, no, but here it is given 15. Ruko zara. सवाल करो, just read that point. Within 15 days of receipt of the application under Rule 7 of the payment of gratuity, employer, what he shall do? He shall, if the claim is found admissible, if he is accepting that form, okay, or that application which is made by the employee, then he will issue which notice? Which notice? He shall issue form number L. To whom? To the applicant, employee, nominee, or okay, what is the maximum time? Not being later than 30th day after the receipt of application. Just now I told. Maximum time. Maximum time for him to send the notice. And maximum time for him. And specifying the amount of gratuity payable and fixing a date. And that date shall be maximum date. What is Amma? Shall not be more than 30 days. Within 30 days he have to arrange that amount. Within 15 days he have to give that notice. That is the difference. Within 15 days he have to give that notice. Within 30 days, okay, within 30 days he have to arrange that amount. Arrange that amount. Simple. That is a point which is given here. See, shall arrange the funds within 30 days, but shall give the notice within how many days? 15 days. Pakka? Now, next point. If the claim of gratuity is not found admissible, he shall issue a notice in form number M. Simple. To whom he will issue? To the employee, nominee, or legal heir. At the same time, he will issue this copy. He will issue this copy to whom, Amma? He will issue this copy to whom? Controlling authority also. Sir, these are the reasons. These are the reasons. That is why I am not accepting this person's application. So I have to tell it to these people, that is applicant or the legal heir or the nominee, or and again I have to tell it to controlling authority. Pakka? Pakka? Yes or no? Yes. So if in case this notice, sir, this notice form number L and M shall be served either by personal service after taking a receipt or by a registered post, whatever it may be. You are intimating, no, by form number L and form number N, that is notice, no. How can I give? I can give by physical mode or by registered post mode also. Are these points clear, Amma? Pakka? Next 2 points. In case of a payment of gratuity due to be made in the employer's office, the date fixed for the purpose of notice is in form number L, shall be refixed by the employer if the written application in this behalf is made by the payee, explaining why it's not been possible for him. Simple. If he is not, he has fixed the date and within that date he cannot pay, then he have to give the reason. Sir, within that date we cannot pay. We want to give an additional date. Within 5th we cannot give. Okay, but we fixed 5th date. No, within 5th we cannot arrange that amount. 8th or 9th we will arrange, and 9th will be fixing that date. So that date I have to mention, and the reasons also. See, I have to explain why it's not possible for him to present in person on that date specified. We will fix some date, no? Maximum how many days? 30 days. Okay, if that date is not, not probable, then what we will do? We will fix another date, but I have to mention that person. Why I am fixing that date? If the claimant or gratuity is a nominee. See here, this person, he is a nominee, yes or no? Other than an employee or legal heir, that is other than an employee. So this person is not in a position whether this nominee is really the relative of this employee, or whether this legal heir is really the relative of employee. Then this person will get confused, yes or no? So what will employer do? He will ask one thing, are there any proof of evidence that you are really the nominee of the employee? Are there any proof of evidence that you are really the legal heir of the employee? So he will ask evidence, that's it. Okay, see that. If the claimant for gratuity is a nominee or a legal heir, the employer may ask for such witness or evidence as may be deemed relevant for establishing his identity or maintaining of his claim. In that case, the time limit specified for issuance of notices shall be operative with effect from date such witnesses or evidence as the case may be called by the employer. Simple. Guys, are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure. I'll give you 1 minute. Within this 1 minute, you have to read this simple concept. Notice for gratuity. Who will pay? Who will issue notice? Employer will issue the notice. Within how many days? 15 days of receipt. He will issue notice specifying the date. If that if that request is permissible, he will issue a notice called as L in form number L. Okay. If that application which he has received is not permissible, then what he will do? He will issue a notice in form number M, that is rejecting. At the same time, that rejection letter will be given to whom? Controlling authority also. Adhavainda? Yes, please go through with the concept Amma first. With this, we can successfully conclude gratuity concept. Okay, na? So what I will do is, please go through with concepts called as, please listen Amma, applicability of payment of gratuity and this recovery of gratuity, because these concepts are important for MCQ perspectives. Please go and read that concepts. Recovery of payment of gratuity and applicability of payment of gratuity and mode of payment also. Okay na? And compulsory insurance also. Okay, for MCQ's perspective, please go through with this concept, and with this we have concluded Gratuity Act. Okay, so guys, till now what we discussed is, we discussed about the concept called as gratuity. Yes or no? Yes or no? Now we are going to discuss about a concept which is called as Factories Act. Concept which is called as Factories Act. Okay, are we going into the entire Factories Act? No. We are going to discuss only most important concepts in the Factories Act which were asked in the previous attempts. Okay, frequently asked in the previous attempts. Okay, now first before going into the Factories Act, I want to ask you one thing. What is that? Is this Factories Act industrial law or not? Yes or no? It is an industrial law. So, okay. It is industrial law only. Sorry. Okay. It is industrial law only. But provided in this Factories Act, can you tell me what is the reason for bringing this Factories Act into force? How to deal with employees? Chepna na Shinchan, try just nekkanundo. Come on, tell me Amma Shinchan. Zor se bol. Employees benefit. So, Vasanta, what is the reason for bringing this act into force, Amma? Etla factory lo vandi? Okay, we will talk about this matter later. Okay, sorry Rasham Babu, sorry. Itvaipu raagudani gurtu chesavu. Sorry. Okay, so come on, tell me Amma. See, this act came into force to promote health, welfare and safety measures of the workers in the factory. Yes or no? This act came into force to promote health, welfare and safety measures of the employees working in the factory. Yes or no? Okay. Sir, what is the reason? See, okay, after retirement, what are the benefits which we discussed in gratuity? But during the employment, it is a responsibility of the employer to promote certain things. What are those? Yes, my worker is working under my custody. Okay, so he is working in my organization. I have to take care about his health. And safety also. Okay, na? Yes or no? So what employer's responsibility is to, while employee is working in your organization, you have to take care of that employee. Sir, how can I take care? I have many responsibilities to take care. Yes or no? I have many responsibility to handle. In that, I have to handle those situations or I have to handle this person's responsibility? Babu, do one thing. Okay. Say, how to take care in the sense, there is no need for you to sit with the employee and talk with the employee. Okay. But what you have to do is just to take some measures. Just to take some measures. That is enough. While giving work, while allotting work, you have to think some, you have to take some precautions. Sir, I did not get you. Okay. If you are giving your work to that employees, you have to train that employees. Simple. If you are allotting work to that employees have to have certain precautions. Okay. He have to have proper training. So that you have to give. Okay. That you have to give. So these are the safety measures, these are the welfare measures, and these are the healthy measures which employer have to take responsibility. Okay, while allotting employees their work, their respective work. Ardhamainda Pasupati? Yes or no, Nana? So it is a responsibility of the employer. No, not just giving the salary is important, but by giving the salary, he should also take care of that employees' responsibilities, employees' health, employees' safety. For that only this act came into force. Okay, na? Okay, na? So, guys, healthy measures, welfare measures, and safety measures. There are 3 measures. Okay. So, to promote these measures only this act came into force. Sir, are we discussing all these 3 measures? No, Amma. I am not going to discuss all these 3 measures because I already told you this is an exam oriented batch and also a fast revision batch. Yes or no? So what will happen is we cannot discuss entire topics, but I already told you major topics that to previous attempts which are frequently asked, that only we are discussing. So let's go to that. See, in the previous attempt, that is December 2019, what question was being asked is welfare measures. What is that, guys? Welfare measures. Come on, tell me now. Yes. Here there are 3 measures: healthy measures, welfare measures, and safety measures. Okay, now. So what are the welfare measures which employer have to take care? Okay, while allotting the work to the employee. Okay, now. What are those welfare measures? Point number one is he have to provide certain first aid appliances. What is that? First aid appliances. Okay, when you are allotting work to your employee, when you are allotting work to your employee, just to provide some first aid appliances. First aid appliances in the sense emergency. When there is a situation where people, life is unpredictable, right? What happens to whom we don't know. Yes, at what position, at what time. Okay, life is unpredictable. Anything may happen. Due to a needle also, some people may die. Pinis kuchkuno sachipoyina rojulu untayi. Okay na, Prashanta? So there may be many situations like that. So proper emergency have to, at the time of emergency, proper first aid have to be provided. So first aid appliances. What? First aid appliances. Ambulance room have to be provided. When the organization consists of more than how many workers, guys? 500 workers. How many workers? 500 workers. When the organization consists of more than 150 workers, then shelters and restrooms have to be provided. What have to be provided? Shelters, restrooms, because they will be working, they will be working and they will be tired sometimes. There may be sometimes, he may not go to his house due to some urgency of work. So at that time, restrooms have to be provided and shelters have to be provided, lunch rooms have to be provided. When the organization consists of more than 150 workers. Okay, when the organization consists of more than 250 workers, canteens have to be provided. So 500 workers or more, what have to be provided, Nana? First aid appliances have to be provided. 150 workers or more, shelters have to be provided. 250 workers or more, what have to be provided? Canteens have to be provided. If the organization consists of more than 30 workers, that too what workers? Women workers. 30 women workers. If organization consists of more than 30 women workers, then it is a responsibility of the employer to maintain what? Crutches. To maintain crutches. Crutches and what is meant by crutches, Amma? Yes. Painting. Yes, taking care of us. For these women workers, they will be working in the organization, and their mind and their thoughts will be at home only. What my son is doing, what my child is doing. Yes or no? So, Amma, there is no need to get worried. Amma, bring your child to the organization. We will provide you a certain room. Okay, put him there, leave him there. Go and do your work. Okay, in between, come and take care of that child, and again go do your work. Again come, same. That is called as crutches. That is called as crutches. Okay na? Ardhamainda? Crutches means kya hai? Pass. What is that, guys? What is that? Crutches. What is that? Crutches means it is a facility of a suitable room. Facility of a suitable room which is provided for the women workers for what? For what? For their children. Provided for the use of a children. Children in the sense 25 years child. Huh? No. Who, mama? Children in the sense under 6 years of such women. Okay, na? Under 6 years. Okay, is Vasant the child? Big child? Yes or no? So, Shambabu a child? Obbo, chala pedda child. Okay, na, guys. So, what are welfare measures? Point number one. Point number one, if 500 workers or more are being working in the employment, then what happens? First aid appliances have to be provided. Point number two, 250 workers or more, canteens have to be provided. 150 workers or more, what have to be provided? Super. 30 or more women workers. Most powerful, weapon in the planet, women. Yes or no? So yes, women. 30 women workers. 30 women workers. Ante kadra Shambabu. Super woman. Super woman. Okay. So guys, next one, guys. Appointment of a woman. Appointment of a woman. Appointment of a welfare officer. Appointment of a welfare officer. Okay, now come on, listen, amma. Appointment of a welfare officer. If an organization consists of more than 500 workers, okay, 500 or more workers, then the organization have to appoint a person called as welfare officer. Sir, why organization should appoint a welfare officer? Because, Are Babu, employer, he cannot take care of every situation. Yes or no? Can he take care of each and every situation? Are Babu, 250 workers or more. Now organization consists of 249 workers. If organization is going to add another person, then what happens? We have to have canteens. This thing employer will take care of. In his busy schedule, there is a chance of forgetting these things. So who have to appoint? We have to appoint a welfare officer, so that welfare officer will see all these things. Okay, in our organization there are 30 or more workers. So our organization should provide what? Crutches. See, our organization consists of 150 or more workers. So we have to provide shelters. It is the responsibility of the welfare officer if that organization consists of 500 or more workers. Okay, so employer have to appoint a person called as welfare officer to take care whether welfare measures are being maintained or not. Okay, na 500 workers or more, first aid appliances plus Habba. What is that? 500 workers or more. What is that? Welfare officer plus first aid appliances. Okay. 150 or more workers, shelters. So next one, 250 or more workers, canteens. 30 or more women workers. Huh? Crutches. Super. Extraordinary. Mind blowing. So additional to these 5 points, there are 3 points, Amma. So organization or employer is responsible to provide another facility, that is washing facilities. What is that? Washing facility. After washing facility, dry clothing facility have to be provided. After dry clothing, they will be they cannot work, no? They will be feeling tired. Then what happens? They have to sit. So sitting facility also you have to provide. Who have to provide? Employer. Who have to provide? Employer. So these are the welfare measures which every factory has to maintain. Come on, tell me, what are the welfare measures? Point number 1, 500 or more plus welfare officer. 250 or more, canteens. 150 or more, shelters. Okay, 30 or more super women workers. Then what? Washing facilities, dry clothing facilities, city buses. Simple. Yes or no, guys? Pakka? Damn sure? Yes. Am Advainda? Now, see, now let's go to the concept. So we have discussed about welfare measure. Are these points clear? So there are healthy measures and there are also safety measures. Please go through with these concepts after this session. Not now. Don't do overactions. Not now. After the session, you have to go and go through with the healthy measure and as well as safety measure also. Okay, now. Okay. Next point. Yes. Let's go to the next concept. Most important concept from Factories Act perspective. I told you that employer, it is a responsibility of the employer. It is a responsibility of the employer. It is a responsibility of the employer. Yes or no? So in our Factories Act, we call that employer as an occupier. Who is that occupier? Occupier is a person called as employer. So these measures, whether healthy measures or welfare measures or safety measures, whatever measures they are, whose responsibility is that? Occupier's responsibility. It is a responsibility of the occupier. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? It is a responsibility of the occupier. So what happens? What this occupier have to do? What this occupier have to do? Come on. Occupier. Who is this occupier and what are his duties? Who is the occupier and what are his duties? Come on, tell me. See, occupier in the sense he is an employer. Yes or no? He is an employer. Okay, now. Employer in the sense, who is called as an employer? One who has ultimate control over the affairs of the business. Ultimate control over affairs of business. Okay. So if this business is a company, who is called as an employer, or this employer in our Factories Act is called as occupier? Yes or no? Yes or no? So come on, who is called as an occupier? The one who has ultimate control over the affairs of the business. So what are those businesses? The business, it may be company, it may be called as partnership firm. Yes or no? Background of the business. I can register it as company, I can register it as partnership, I can register it as LLP, I can call that business. AOP is also called as a business. Yes or no? Okay, now. So come on, tell me, Amma. Come on, tell me. Partnership is a business. Yes or no? Okay. When two or more persons come and do business, that is called as partnership. Yes or no? Now what happens? Now what happens? In this partnership, who will have ultimate control? Each partner, because each partner comes and invests in that partnership firm or not. So each partner in the partnership firm are called as occupiers, because they have ultimate control over the affairs of the business. Sir, if it is company, who is called as an occupier, Amma? Who is called as an occupier? Yeah. So company, I told you that who will maintain the company, who will maintain and who will administer the company? Directors. Okay. Who are called as shareholders? The persons who invest. Okay. The persons who manage, who are called the persons who manage. Who manage the company? Directors manage the company. But here in partnership, who will invest in the partnership? Partner will be investing in the partnership. Yes or no? Who will be managing the partnership? These partners can be, they can also manage the business. So here, who is called as the occupier here? Each and every partner in the partnership can be called as an occupier. But here, investment is made by someone, management is made by someone. In this two, who is called as an occupier? The person who has ultimate control over the affairs of a business is director, because these persons manage the business. But these persons, shareholders, they do not manage the business, but what they'll do? They'll just invest. Okay, na? They will just invest. So in their hands, there is no there is no ultimate control over the affairs. Over the affairs of the business. What and all are, day-to-day affairs. There is no control. Yes or no? They have financial control over the business. But day-to-day transactions control who has? Employer, that is shareholder, that is directors. So occupier in the company is director. Occupier in the partnership is each and every partner. Okay na? Yes or no? Samajh gaye? Sir, then what about association of person? Association of person also same. They will only be investing, right? They will only investing, right? They will only be investing, yes or no? So come on. Association of person also, who has ultimate control? Partners, that means individual members. Okay na, individual members. Yes or no? Yes. Sir, then what about a company or a business which is being controlled by central government or state government? Who will be called as an occupier there? Central government or state government? What happens is, this central government and state government, what they'll do is, they will appoint a person. They will appoint a person, or they will appoint an individual. Okay. And they'll tell that, Are Babu, you control the business. You control the business. So who will tell that? Central government or state government. So come on, tell me, when there is a business and that business is controlled by central government or state government, in that business, who is called as an occupier? The person who is being appointed by the central government or state government. That person can be called as an occupier. Yes or no, guys? Pakka? Amma ardhamautunnaya? Okay. So come on, let's go to Factories Act concept. Factories Act, let's go to occupier and his duties. First, occupier is a person who has ultimate control over the affairs of the business. Point number 2, and that business is nothing but a factory. Okay. Factory, when factory is registered as company, factory is registered as company, who will be called as an occupier? Any one of a director, any one of the directors. If that factory is in legal form registered as partnership firm, then every individual partner. If that is as association of individuals, then individual members. Amma ardhamautunnaya? Simple. Pakka. Association of individuals. Next, a factory which is controlled by central government or state government. In that case, who is called as an occupier? A person who has been appointed to, yes, to manage the affairs by the central government and state government. That person can be called as an occupier. That person can be called as an occupier. Pakka? Damn sure, guys? Yes or no? Okay, see here. Here, when they ask about the responsibilities of an occupier, or they will be asking like duties of an occupier, then first you have to mention about who is called as an occupier and what are his duties. So you got to know about who is called as an occupier. Yes or no? Yes or no? Now what we are going to discuss is what are his roles and what are his responsibilities, what are his duties in the organization, in the factory. Let's start. Okay, now let's start, Amma. What are his duties? Simple. In this organization, employees have to be trained. Yes or no? Before going into the hazardous process, I have to train my employees. Simple. I have to supervise them. Are Babu, you have to work like this. You should work like this. Okay. I have to train my employees. Whose responsibility is that? I just told you. Yes or no? So it is the responsibility of whom, Amma? It is the responsibility of the occupier to instruct, to train, to supervise. To supervise whom? Employees. To supervise workers. So that those are necessary to ensure health and safety of all the workers. Okay na? Pakka, I have to train my employees. I have to train my employees and workers. Pakka. Okay na? So that is my duty. Second duty is, see, I have to check whether plant and systems maintenance are safe or not. Okay na? Simple, Amma. I just told you, to promote health, welfare and safety measures, na? So those responsibilities are whose? Employer. Okay. So I have to see whether plant in the sense plant and machineries in the organizations are safe or not. or whether it may create any danger to the workers or not. I have to check each and everything. Maintenance is properly maintained or not, that plant and machineries are properly serviced, plant and machineries are properly maintained or not. Okay, I have to check it. I have to check it. It is a responsibility of the occupier. Next, what is that occupier's responsibility? The arrangement in a factory for ensuring safety and absence of risks in the health in connection with use, handling, storage, transport of articles. While goods are being transported from one place to another place, substances are being transported from one place to another place. Who have to take care? Occupier have to take care. Ardhamainda, Prasantu? Did you get my point? समझ गए? ఏ టాపిక్ ఇది? ఫ్యాక్టరీస్ యాక్ట్ ఏనా? పక్కా? డ్యామ్ షూర్. ఫ్యాక్టరీస్ యాక్టే కదా? ఫ్యాక్టరీస్ యాక్టా? ఈఎస్ఐ యాక్టా? ఏబిఎఫ్. Okay, come on, tell me 3 points. What are the duties of the occupier? What are the duties of the occupier? Point number 1, it is his responsibility for what? To train the employees, to give proper information, to give proper supervision to the employees. Point number 2, it is his responsibility while goods are being transported from here and there, okay, to check whether everything is properly maintained or not. Okay, proper supervision, proper handling or storage and everything is properly maintained or not while transporting the articles and substances. Okay, na? Point number 3, what is that? Plants and systems are properly maintained from time to time or not. This is the responsibility of the whomama? Occupier. Next responsibility is maintenance of such means of access. Means of access means while coming to the organization and while going from the organization, see if there is any disturbance. Okay, if there is any disturbance or if there is any problem occurring in the organization, okay, he have to check and he have to sort it out as soon as possible. Adhamainda? Pakka? So means of access is properly maintained or not while coming to the organization and while going from the organization. Okay, means of access is properly maintained or not. See, means of access and egress from while coming and from going from the organization to the outside, all such places are safe and without risk or not. I have to check if I am an occupier. So duties of an occupier. Pakka? Who is an occupier? Occupier is a person who has ultimate control over the affairs of the business or the factory. If that factory is registered, if that factory is in a legal form of a company, who is called as an occupier? Director. If that factory is a partnership firm, who is called as an occupier? Every partner. If that factory is a association of individuals, then who is the factory? Then who is the occupier? Every member in that association of individuals. If that factory is controlled by the state governments and central government, who is called as an occupier? The person who has been appointed to manage that affairs, that person by the central government or state government or local authority, that person is called as an occupier. And what are these people's duties? Point number 1, to manage the company, to manage the factory and whether this factory, maintenance is properly maintained while coming to the organization and going from the organization. Point number 2, arrangement in the factory while using storage or handling the goods and substances, okay, or articles, everything is properly maintained or not, and plant and machineries are properly maintained or not. Okay, and I have to give 4th one. What is that, Amma? Proper supervision. Proper training is provided or not. These are the concept. Are these points clear, guys? So responsibilities of an occupier, 2 times it has been asked, Amma. Okay, pakka, guys? Pakka? Damn sure. Okay, next point. So who is the occupier under the factory? So we have discussed who is the occupier, what are his duties also we discussed. Are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure. Now next point what we are going to discuss here is, see, who is, for which establishment this Factories Act is applicable, and for which establishment the Factories Act is not applicable. That point. Applicability and non-applicability of the Factories Act. Okay? Applicability and non-applicability of the Factories Act. Come on, tell me. For which establishments Factories Act should be applicable? First one, there have to be a premises, guys. Premises. There have to be a premises. Okay? Proper building, proper land. Okay? So if there is a premises, that is sufficient. That is not sufficient. What have to be there? Premises have to be there. Along with that premises, what have to be there? People have to be there. Okay? That people, what we call that people? Workers have to be there. Okay, na? Workers have to be there. Building is there, proper establishment and proper place is there. People are also there. What they will do in that? What they will do in that? They have to work. What work? Manufacturing process. What work, amma? Manufacturing process. They have to conduct a manufacturing process. Okay. So these workers, guys, please put this in your mind. These workers, okay, these workers can be 10 or 20. More than 10 or more than 20. Okay. So if it is 10, that then there have to be machines. There have to be machines. What is that? Machines. We call that machines as what? With the aid of power. Power in the sense machines. Okay. One person's work. Okay. 10 machines. I'm sorry. One machine can work 10 people's work. Yes or no? One machine can work. It has a capacity to work which is equal to 10 people. Yes or no? So these people are working, and what work they are working? Manufacturing process. What are they doing? Manufacturing process. Okay. Sir, in that manufacturing process, with the aid of power, with the help of machines, if they are working, no, then 10 or more have to be employed. Then 10 or more have to be employed. Then without the aid of power, that is no power. Without the aid of power, no power, no machines, not electricity, amma, machines. Okay na? Babu, koncha water ivanna. So with the aid of power, without the aid of power. With the aid of power, how many people have to work, amma? Balamani? How many people have to work, amma? 10, 10 or more. Without the aid of power? 20, 12. Me aad age gurinchi cheppatla. Without the aid of power gurinchi cheppna. What? 20 or more. 20 or more. Come on, tell me. So if you want to call some business as a factory, okay, guys, please listen. If you want to call some business as a factory, what have to be there? Premises have to be there. People have to be there. Workers have to be there. What will they do? Manufacturing process. Yes or no? What will they do? Manufacturing process. Manufacturing process with the aid of power, without the aid of power, both. With the aid of power, 10 or more people have to work. Without the aid of power, how many people have to work? 20 or more. Are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure? Okay. Now let's go to the practical question, amma. Let's go to the practical question. ABC Limited is carrying a manufacturing activity, it seems. So one condition is satisfied. So this is company. So if it is company, who is called as an occupier? Director. Who is called as an occupier? Director is called as an occupier. Okay. If it is with the aid of power, with the aid of power means how many have to work, amma? 10 or more have to work. Yes or no? With the aid of power, in the sense 10 or more have to work. But if it is with the aid of power, with how many people are going to work there? With 8 people who are working for last 2 years. In the last 2 years, 8 people are working, it seems. So come on, can you call it as a factory? Can you call it as a factory? Okay, now what happened? So ending on which date? 31st March 2014. 31st March 2014. Now what happened? 3 more workers are appointed on 1/4. Oh, yo. 3 more. Arre. 3 more workers are being appointed on which date, Amma? On which date? 1/4/2014. Super. Now what happened? 8 plus 3. And the 10? Okay. So it is 11. So more than 10, less than 10? Oh, super. So 2 workmen left the company. Please understand this concept. 2 of them left the company on which date? 30th/4/2014. On which date? Okay. So in that year, how many people came into organization? 3. Actually, how many people are there in the organization? 8. 8 plus 3, 11. Okay, na? 8 plus 3, 11. But what happened now? What happened now? 2 went off. So now, what is the total number of people now? 9. At present, there are 9. Thereafter, no workman was employed, nor any workman left. After that, not even one person came into our organization, one person went out of our organization. Okay, na? Now what happened? Mr. B, one of the workmen demanded that Factories Act shall be applicable to this company, but the management denied. One person said, one worker is saying, sir, your establishment, you are applicable to Factories Act. And what management is telling? No. We are not applicable for under Factories Act. How can you say that? Because our total number of people are 9. That is less than? Condition is satisfied or not? Is that management what they are telling is right or not? Right or not? Right or not? Whose contention is right? Employee's contention is right. Employer's contention is right. Employees. As a professional, as a lawman, what is your suggestion? What is your decision? How would you say? As per the Factories Act, you will write applicability. Yes or no? Yes. How will you write? Factories Act shall be applicable on an establishment in which 10 or more people are being employed on any day of a preceding 12 months. Please go through that concept. What is that? What is that applicability concept? 10 or more were being employed on any day of a preceding 12 months. Now what happened? How many people worked in that organization? Actually more than 10. Now it is 11. Yes or no? Out of that 11, these 11 people, how many days they worked? Approximately 30 days they worked. Not even one day. How many days they worked? From 1st to 30th. Yes or no? From 1st to 30th they worked, no? So one day, more than one day. Yes or no? Yes. Of the preceding 12 months, and in any of that part of which manufacturing process is being carried on with the aid of power and is ordinarily carried on. Okay. Now what happens? Is that management contention right or not? You will write the same thing. See, as per the Factories Act 1948, what happened? You will write the provision, applicability provision. 10 or more persons are being employed with the aid of power on any day of a preceding 12 months, then that establishment shall be applicable under Factories Act 1948. Okay, na? Yes or no? And 20 or more if manufacturing process is there, and that too without the aid of power, then 20 or more shall be employed. Okay, na? Okay, na? Now, for which year they are asking, that is in this year 1/4/2014 to 30th/4/2014, around 30 days they worked. Yes or no? What act is saying? One day if you work also, one day if it is more than 10 also, that establishment is applicable for what, Amma? Factories Act. Come on, tell me, this establishment is applicable under Factories Act or not? Yes or no? Yes, that is the point. In the given case, during the period 1/4/2014 to 30th/4/2014, there were 11 workers carrying on manufacturing activities with the aid of power. So the Factories Act 1948 is applicable on what company? ABC Limited. Whose contention is right? Workers' contention is right. But the management contention is right or wrong? Absolutely wrong. Pakka? Simple. Yes or no? Pakka? Damn sure. Ardhamainda? Pakka? Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes. Please try to put your pen on your paper and write the concepts what we discussed just in 5 minutes. Okay, measures, welfare measures. What are the welfare measures? Occupier and his duties. Who is called as an occupier and his duties? Just an outline, 2 minutes I'll give you, just 2 minutes. Write them first. Come on. Just an outline. Now guys, we have discussed about welfare measures. Are these points clear? Pakka? So now we are going into the healthy measures, Amma. Healthy measures. We are not going to discuss about safety measures. Only welfare measures and healthy measures. Okay na? So come on, tell me, what are the healthy measures? What are the healthy measures which occupier is responsible? Which occupier is responsible? Point number 1, he should see he should check whether overcrowding is there or not. What is meant by overcrowding? Overcrowding in the sense, too much packed with people. Too much packed with people. See, there is a distance, and that distance between one person to another person should not be more than 9.9. Should not be more than, should be less than, should be at least, that means it should be more than, should not be. Please put this in your mind. Okay, at least in the sense, a distance between one person to another person should be minimum to minimum at least 9.9 cubic meters if that factory is registered before this 1948. If any factory is registered before 1948, then the distance between one person to another person should be more than 9.9 cubic meters. Okay, 9.9 cubic meters. Sir, if we, what about the factories which are registered after 1948? After 1948, one person to another person distance should be at least, that is more than 14.2 cubic meters. Pakka? Employer is responsible to check, okay, distance between one person to another person. Yes or no, guys? Next, second point, employer have to be responsible to check whether artificial humidification is provided or not, and dust and fumes are under a permissible limits, not more than permissible limits. If it is exceeding permissible limits, he have to reduce that dust and fume to the permissible limit. Whether ventilation and temperature are properly maintained or not, these are the responsibilities of the employer. Come on, tell me, what are the healthy measures which employer have to take care? Point number 1, ventilation and temperature is properly maintained or not. Dust and fumes are permissible, are up to the permissible limit or not. Overcrowding is there or not. Okay, that too. Sir, what is meant by overcrowding? Distance between one person to another person, if that establishment is registered before 1948, for those establishments, distance between one person to another person should be at least 9.9 cubic meters. If the factories are registered after the 1948, for those establishments, what to 14.2 cubic meters. Pakka? Then, and next point is disposal of waste and effluents. Wastage and effluents, proper, every time properly they have to clean and they have to throw all the waste. Sir, they have to throw, okay, just cleaning is sufficient. Not even cleaning, they have to wash. They have to wash with disinfectants. With what, Tama? With disinfectants. Disinfectants in the sense, Thumbs Up, Coca-Cola. Yes or no? They were also disinfectants only, like phenyl, okay, Dettol guys, Lysol, same way, okappudu Thumbs Up, Coca-Cola, they were the disinfectants. If you don't believe, please go and read the precautions which are behind the Thumbs Up. Okay, Thumbs Up or Coca-Cola. Okay, with those we can wash what, germs on the floor. Okay, germs in the floor. So with the disinfectants, at least once in a week, we have to clean. Okay, with the disinfectants. Advainda Babu. ఏం చెప్తున్నాను అర్థం కావట్లేదా అభిరామ్? No problem. Next point. Lighting have to be properly maintained. Lighting have to be properly maintained. Next. Latrines and urinals have to be maintained by the establishment. Lightings and urinals have to be maintained by the establishment. Yes or no? Pakka? Damn sure. So this act came into force in 1948. Yes or no? నిజం నిర్భయంగా చెప్పాలి. Next point, guys. Sufficient places, spit-ons in a convenient places have to be maintained. చెప్పాం కదా spit-ons అంటే ఏంటి? What is mean by spit-ons? Okay, so what we have to maintain? Proper spit-ons. Okay na? Proper spit-ons అంటే తుంబాకు పొగాకు మీరు వాడతారు కదా నాన్న, those అన్నమాట. So wherever see workers, what they'll do is they will spit here and there. Working there in the working environment, they will spit here and there. Are nana, wherever you want to spit, don't spit here and there. There is a convenient place. Okay, in each and convenient places go and spit. Okay, that is the point. So these are the what measures, nana? Healthy measures. These are what measures? Healthy. So yes, that is the point. So nana, don't spit here and there. In some convenient places there are spit-ons. Okay, while working. Okay, eat killi, eat tombaku, pogaku, but spit in that convenient places, not here and there. Oh buska, not here and there. Samajh gaye guys? Come on, what are the healthy measures? Point number one. Yes, cleaning facility have to be provided in once in every week with the disinfectants. Point number 2, temperature and proper ventilation have to be maintained, and the disposal of waste and effluents. Point number 4, lighting have to be maintained. Overcrowding have to be reduced. Point number 6, drinking facility. Abba, super. Drinking facility have to be provided, sir. Drinking what? Drinking cool drinking water, not cool drinks. Cool drinking water. Cool drinking water have to be provided if that organization consists of more than 250 workers. These are the healthy measures, guys. These are the healthy measures. Spit-ons also have to be maintained, and proper urinals also have to be maintained. These are the responsibilities of the employer. These are the responsibilities of the employer to maintain. Okay, till now we discussed about occupier and his responsibilities. Yes or no? His responsibility is also to maintain what? Healthy measures. Simple. Okay na? Yes or no? Yes. Now let's go to these questions. Okay, overcrowding. December 2010 they have asked about overcrowding, amma. Simple. Before commencement of the act, 9.9 cubic meters. After commencement of the act, 14.2 cubic meters. Yes or no? So overcrowding, if there is a proper overcrowding, what happens is there will be a breathing problems to many people. Okay na? So oxygen, they might not receive oxygen, and sometimes they may lose their oxygen also. They may lose their they may get a severe heart problems also. Yes or no, amma Vandana? Pakka? Next point. So overcrowd, if they ask like this, overcrowding or cleaning facility, you can write these points. If they ask about healthy measures also, these points you can write. Are these points clear, amma? Yes or no? Pakka? Okay. Now we have discussed welfare measures and about this. Okay, we have discussed, and the next concept is about manufacturing process, guys. What is that? Manufacturing process. What we have discussed while discussing about applicability. What I told, yes, premises have to be there. In that premises, what have to be there? Manufacturing process have to be there. Yes or no? Manufacturing process with the aid of power, without the aid of power. With the aid of power, without the aid of power. If it is with the aid of power, 10 or more. Without the aid of power, 20 or more. Yes or no? So what is called as a manufacturing process? Manufacturing process, please listen, amma. Manufacturing process means, Okay, something which is converted from raw material into finished good, that is called as a manufacturing process in our day to day life. Okay, just from a layman perspective, what is meant by a manufacturing process means you will tell, are a conversion of a raw material into finished good, that is called as a manufacturing process. Yes or no? But from the exam perspective, from the Factories Act perspective, what factories have, lawmakers have interpreted is, Are Babu, just converting raw material into finished good, that is only not only called as a manufacturing process, but it includes some another things also. Sir, what are some other things? Yes, I will discuss. Let's go to manufacturing process concept. Manufacturing process, whatever you are making, repairing, finishing, processing, oiling, washing, cleaning, breaking up, demolishing, or any other article or substance, for what? Whatever you are doing. Doing for what? For either you are doing for use, or you are doing for sale, or you are doing for transport, or delivery or disposal, with a view for what? Whatever article is there, and that article you are making, repairing, finishing, packing, oiling, washing, cleaning, breaking up, demolishing, whatever you are doing, an article, for what? With the intention to use, or sale, or transport, or delivery, that process is called as manufacturing process. Or pumping of oil, water or sewage, or any other substance, those are also called as manufacturing process. Generating and transmitting and transforming of power, please put this as a point, Amma. If they ask like this, generation, distribution, transmitting and transforming of electricity. Electricity is not a manufacturing process, guys. Electricity is not a manufacturing process, but generation, distribution and transmitting and transforming of a power is a manufacturing process. Electricity is a substation. Okay, na? Is a substation. So when you are transforming and transmitting of electricity, that is called as what? That is not called as manufacturing process, but when power is being transmitted, transforming and generating, then it is called as a manufacturing process. Samajh gaye? Electricity is a substation, sub point. Power is a greater thing. Okay, na? So that is a point. That's why it's given here. See? Where is that? Process undertaking in zonal substations, generating stations, transforming and transmitting of electricity is not treated as manufacturing process. It is not treated as manufacturing process. But generation, distribution, transmitting and transforming of electricity, power is called as a manufacturing process. Pakka. And next point, composing types of printing. Printing, amma. Print listar kada. Printing is also called as manufacturing process. Yes or no? Because in a small piece of paper, something you are adding. Okay, print, you are giving a print. Or printing of letterpress, or lithography. Lithography means this, on some stones. Okay, on some stones art is given. When funeral activities are there, what happens is that person's picture, they will draw it in a, they will provide that art on a stone. Yes or no? So that is called as lithography. Or on a metal, if some art is being made, that is called as photogravure. Photogravure, whatever it is. Sir, what about binding? Binding is also called as manufacturing process. Yes, binding is also called as a manufacturing process as per the Factories Act. Okay, Pakka, any article you are making, okay, with an intention to use or to transport or sale, that is called as manufacturing process. Second, printing, lithography, photogravure or book binding also is called as manufacturing process. Transforming, transmission of electricity is called as manufacturing process. Power is called as manufacturing process. Point number 4. What is point number 4? Pumping of oil, water, sewage, whatever it is, that is also called as manufacturing process. Sir, then what about preserving any article in a cold storage? Yes, any article you are preserving also, that is called as a manufacturing process. Yes, potato, I already told you, yes or no? Yes, you are putting it in a cold storage, that is also called as a manufacturing process. Okay na? Pakka na? Next, what is that? Constructing or reconstructing, repairing, refitting, finishing or breaking up of ships ships and vessels. పెద్ద పెద్ద కంటైనర్లు ఉంటాయి కదా, సో షిప్స్ అండ్ వెజల్స్. ఓకే, సో కన్స్ట్రక్టింగ్, రీకన్స్ట్రక్టింగ్, repairing, refitting, finishing of ships are also considered as manufacturing process. Simple. So when they ask these concepts, what is that? Come on, let's give us a definition of a manufacturing process. Simple concept. Come on, tell me what comes under manufacturing process. First point, what is that? Any articles or substance, any article or any process which consists of any article or substance. What we are doing? Making, fitting, repairing, packing, finishing, whatever you are doing with an intention to what? With an intention to use or sale or transport or deliver or dispose. That process is called as manufacturing process. Generation, distribution, transmitting and transmitting of power is called as a manufacturing process. Water, sewage and this, what is that? Pumping of oil, that is also comes under manufacturing process. Printing, lithography, photography, that also comes under manufacturing process. Next, storage, what is that? Storing something in a cold storage, that is also comes under manufacturing process. Next, binding of books, అది ఇక్కడ చెప్పేసాం కదా ప్రింటింగ్ లో. నెక్స్ట్, demolishing or destructing or reconstructing the ships or vessels, that is also comes under manufacturing. See, when you are preparing the theory concepts, first if you do not overview that answer, okay, it is impossible to interpret and prepare that question. First you have to have some small glimpse of that concept. When you have that small glimpse of that concept, then you can interpret that into a major concepts and major points into your paper. So that is the reason I am telling you to put your pen on your paper. అర్థమైందా? సమజ్ గయే? Yes or no, guys? So now we have discussed about manufacturing process, occupier and his duties, then welfare measures, then about what? Applicability of this concept. Then what are there, what are there in this concept? Applicability, non-applicability, occupier and his duties. Yes, there are working hours. Please go through with the working hours. Just go through with this flowchart material. Okay, while reading working hours, that is more than enough. Okay na? Yes or no? So then there are small minute concepts in the factory sector. Please listen, but there are many, they are most important concepts. First, what concept I want to explain is, first concept is about a inspector and his duties. Inspector and his duties. Till now we discussed about occupier and his duties. Yes or no? Okay, now we are going to discuss about inspector and his duties. Who is called as an inspector? Who is called as an inspector? Inspector is a person who has been appointed by the state government. Okay, so if you have any doubts, do one thing, Nana, go and inspect that company or go and inspect that factory. Okay, they'll give official powers to that inspector. Once that official powers are given to that inspector, he will come to our organization and he has some important powers, some exclusive powers to an inspector. Let's go to that powers of an inspector concept. Powers of an inspector concept. Point number 1, if at all he want to enter into a premises of an organization or a factory, can he come? Yes, he can come to that factory and inspect the factory. He can ask questions to any person in the factory. Okay, if he wants to check the books of accounts, he can directly ask any person. If he wants to ask the accountant, sir, I wanted to inspect your accountant, please give permission. If he asks no, that employer, he have to definitely provide that facility. Yes or no? To inspect that person. If that inspector asks, sir, please provide your books of accounts, then employer's responsibility is to provide all the books of accounts. Okay na? If that inspector asks, sir, I want to inspect all your plant and machineries, okay, can I check? Yes sir, you have to check, you can check, sir. So employer can employer have to Employer have to give permission. Okay, because these are the exclusive powers which are given to inspector. If employer says, "Are who are you to come into our factory? Who gave power to you to inspect this? Are don't act too smart. Please be silent. Tatugo, cheyamaka, cheyi, adi cheyaku, annaranko, aster. Yes or no? Pakka." So that is a point. See, inspectors are those people who are appointed by central government or state government. State government amma, central gadu, state government. Okay, which can prescribe qualification, which can prescribe qualifications for inspector. Based upon their qualifications, what state government will provide, certain powers to that inspector. Sir, what are those powers? He has the power to seize any article in that factory. He has the power to enter any place in the factory. Okay, he has the power to examine and cross-examine any person in the factory. He has the power to examine that premises also, and plant and machineries also. Every equipment also he can check. Okay, now next he has the power to take the sample of any article also. Okay, yes or no? And last one, he can take any photocopies in the organizations. Okay, and any documents, whatever the documents are, those documents, he can take a picture also. You cannot restrict him. Sir, why are you taking photo of our documents? No, sir, you should not do overactions. Samajh gaye? Chupchak baito. So come on, tell me, inspector and his duties. Inspector and his duties. What are the inspectors and his duties and his powers? Come on, tell me, who is called as an inspector? This based upon the qualification, state government will give that that person to inspect. And what are his powers? Point number 1, first power is, yes, to enter into the premises, any place. Okay, he can seize any article or product. Okay, he can inspect any person. He can examine any plant and machinery also. Yes or no? Yes. He can check books of accounts. He can take photocopies. Okay, he can take photocopies also. Am I simpler? So please try to read all these concepts. These concepts are most important concepts. Pakka? Okay na? Next concept is hazardous process. Guys, please listen. Till now, what we discussed is, in this Factories Act, we discussed about applicability concept. Any doubts in that? Second, measures. But measures, there are 3 measures. Since it is a marathon sessions, since these are marathon sessions, we have discussed 2 important measures. Those are safety measures and welfare measures. Okay na? Next we have discussed about occupier and his duties. Next we have discussed about what? About inspector and his duties. Okay? Inspector and his duties. And we have discussed certain definitions. What are those definitions? Manufacturing process, overcrowding, simple. Yes or no? And we have also discussed about occupier also. Now, what we are going to discuss is another definition called as hazardous process. After this hazardous process, guys, we have certain question which was asked from certifying surgeon concept. Who is called as a certifying surgeon and what are his duties? That we will be discussing. Okay. After these 2 concepts, we can conclude this Factories Act. Okay na? After these 2 concepts, we can conclude this Factories Act. First, what is called as a hazardous process? Hazardous process in the sense, what is called as a hazardous process, Amma? Let's go to the definition. Hazardous process. Yes, please listen. Guys, see, hazardous process means that process which the organization is going through. Every organization, it is going through manufacturing process only. But which are dangerous to the employee, which are the process which consists of any dangerous situation to the employee, those are called as hazardous process. Ardhamainda? So now, sir, dangerous in the sense, if you are going through that process, it may create any material impairment. Material impairment in the sense, most important, that is, see, without a leg, can I walk? Without leg, can I walk? ఎలా నడుస్తున్నప్పుడు వసంతలా నడుస్తాను. ఐ విల్ వాక్ లైక్ వసంత్ ఓన్లీ. ఓకే, వసంత్ గడ్. ఓకే, toyen. So without leg, if I walk, no, it will be like Vasant only. Yes or no, Vasant? Pakka? So because because of what reason, amma? Lack of leg. Because of lack of leg. So material impairment. If I do not have leg, no. If I do not have leg, what am I called as? Handicapped person. Yes or no? So that is a point. Please listen. That is a point. Material impairment. If I do not have if I do not have hand, okay, hand, can I work? Can I work? Material impairment. Material impairment. Adhavainda? Material impairment in the sense, see, with proper hands and with proper legs, if I work, I can work. If I cannot work, okay, if I cannot work, does that make any sense? Can I get a full-fledged work? Can I provide my full-fledged service? No. Sir, because of whose negligence is that? I am working. What happened? My small finger gone. No problem. My leg only gone. No problem. If small finger is gone, no problem. If leg or hand gone, what is that? What happens, Amma? What happens? Material impairment. What happens? Material I cannot work only then. As a full-fledged person, I cannot work. Please listen. See, if there is any manufacturing process, and while going through that manufacturing process, if there is any material impairment happens, for example, if at all I am working with the chemicals, okay, with chemicals, and due to some unavoidable reason that chemical fell upon my eyes, impairment or not? Material impairment, yes or no? Because of your process only, my eyes are gone. Yes or no? So that is a point. Material impairment. Entra? Material impairment. What is that, Amma? Material impairment. Sir, if any process, if you are going through any process and it is making you to become a material impairment, that is called as a hazardous process. Or you are going through something, and that process is giving pollution to the environment. Not about one person's health condition, about the society at large health condition. Okay, na? That is called as hazardous process. You are going through the manufacturing process, and because of that manufacturing process, the persons working in your employment, they may go through a material impairment. Then what happens? It is called as a hazard. Or there is a manufacturing process, and because of that manufacturing process, society at large is going through a pollution. You are creating pollution, and when that manufacturing consists of any of these two things, then it is called as a hazardous process. Come on, let's read that. See, manufacturing process, hazardous process means any process or activity in relation to an industry specified in Schedule 1 where unless a special care is taken, raw materials used therein or intermediate or finished products, byproducts, waste, effluents therein would cause a material impairment. If at all I do not take care, that process would lead to material impairment, or it would result to the pollution to the general environment. If that process is like that process is called as a hazardous process. Simple. Okay na? Pakka? Come on, tell me, what is a hazardous process? Either if I do not take absolute care, special care upon that, it would create what? Material impairment to the health of the employees, or to the general environment it would create a pollution. Then it is called as a hazardous process. Are these points clear? అర్థమైందా? Amma ardhavainda? Yes or no? Okay. Last but not least, duties of a certifying surgeon. What are those? Duties of a certifying surgeon. After discussing about duties of certifying surgeon, we can conclude this topic called as Factories Act. So let's go to the duties of a certifying surgeon, guys. Who is a certifying surgeon? Guys, inspector is a person who has been appointed by the state government. Yes or no? Okay, by looking at these qualifications, what happens is state government will appoint some inspector. Are a inspector in this region. In this region, you take control. Whenever you feel any doubts, go to that establishment and go check. I'll give you powers. Who will give you? Who will give powers to them? State government. Same way, what Factories Act has said is, it will appoint a person, and that person is called as a certifying surgeon. Certifying surgeon. Who is that certifying surgeon? Yes, it provides that a state government may provide a qualified medical practitioners. After becoming CMS, you will become if at all you want to do job, you will do job, or you can start a practice by your own. Yes or no? Practice pettukuntaru kada, firm pettukuntaru kada. Yes or no? Same way, doctors also or a medical practitioners in the sense, when the qualified medical people, what they do, when they start a practice, okay, those people are called as qualified medical practitioners. They are called as qualified medical practitioners. So certifying surgeons are those people who are qualified medical practitioners, and these people will be appointed by whom, Amma? Okay, state government. What would these people do? What would these people do? For what purpose these are appointed? For the purpose of what? For these purpose, Amma, to examine young persons. Are young persons? To appoint, to check whether these people are young persons or not. To check whether these people are adult persons or not. To check whether these people are children or not. In an organization also, adolescent people will be working. Yes or no? Adolescent, child, young person, no? Who are those? If a people who are below 14 years, those people are called as child. Okay, from 14 to 18, adolescent. More than 18, adults. Yes or no? So what happens? There may be some organizations, for some factories, which makes child or children or young persons to work in that organization. Okay, this certifying surgeon will certify whether he is capable to do work or not. If these people gives that certificate only, those young people can come to an organization and say that, sir, I am a young person, but still I can work for 9 hours, no problem, sir. If certifying surgeon gives that certificate only, what happens? Factory have to appoint those people. If certifying surgeon will not provide, factory should not accept that person to to work in our factory, okay, for 9 hours. Yes or no? See, what are the purpose of this certifying surgeon? Point number 1, examine the certification of young persons. Young person certification. This person has a power to examine the young person. Second point, these certifying surgeons, what is their duty? Their duty is to examine the person engaged in a factory in such dangerous occupations or processes as may be prescribed. I told you, hazardous process, dangerous process. Now only, no? So in this dangerous process, how they are working? Okay, is it dangerous process or not? Okay, so in this proper measures are being maintained or not? Everything this person can examine. Okay, who can examine? Certifying surgeon. Who can examine, guys? Certifying surgeon. Are these points clear? Point number 1, certifying surgeon is a person who got that power by whom? State government, provided he is a practicing medical qualified person. Okay, na? And what are his duties? First one, he can examine the young persons to do work or not. Point number 2, he can examine the person in the factories. Okay, for what? whether while doing it, their dangerous process, no, whether they are as per the provisions or not. He will look at. Next one, exercising of such medical supervision as may be prescribed for any factory or class of description of factories, whether cases of illness have occurred which is reasonable to believe due to the nature of the manufacturing process carried on, and others. See, he will check that organization, amma. Okay, whether that dangerous process is whether that organization is going through the dangerous process or not. If that organization is going through that dangerous process, because of that organization's process only or that pollution only, these people are going through illness or not, they will check. They will certify that based upon what they check, whatever the information they got. Okay, now next point is, by reason of any change in the manufacturing process carried on, or in any substances used thereon, or by reason of adoption of a new manufacturing process, or any of the new substance for use of manufacturing thereon, there is a likelihood of injury. See, now whatever the manufacturing process which we are going through, we are converting this manufacturing process into a new manufacturing process. Because of this new manufacturing process, old manufacturing process is fine, no problem. Now we are going to a new manufacturing process. Whether that new manufacturing process would create a problem or not, that also this person can check. Simple. Okay, that also this person can check and certify. Are these points clear? Certifying surgeon is a person who has been appointed by the state government. What are his duties? To examine the young persons. What are his duties? Whether to check whether the organization is going through dangerous process or not. If it is going through the dangerous process, he can guide. No. Up to this permissible limit, you can. Okay, more than, suppose if you are going through also, you have to take this many measures. Everything this person can check and intimate. Yes or no? Next one, if that manufacturing process of the factory is being changed to a new manufacturing process, and that new manufacturing process is a dangerous process or not, this person can check. Are these points clear? So these are the duties of a inspector. Please go through these concepts fast. With this, we have completed Factories Act concepts. Okay. So guys, now we are going to start with the concept called as ESI Act. What is that, guys? ESI Act. What is that? ESI. Employees State Insurance Act. What is that? Employees State Insurance Act. Please listen this concept, amma. See, we have discussed Factories Act and Gratuity Act. Yes or no? Factories Act and Gratuity Act. Gratuity Act is a retirement benefit, that is after the retirement, Gratuity Act, employer is responsible for that gratuity because employee has rendered continuous service of 5 years. Yes or no? Here Factories Act, when employee is working when employee is going through the working process, yes or no, that is during his employment, working conditions have to be maintained. Okay, proper safety measures have to be maintained, welfare measures have to be maintained, healthy measures have to be maintained by the employer. Yes or no? Okay. Life is unpredictable. Whatever measures employer is taking, whatever safety measures, whatever healthy measures employer is taking, but still employee, there may be an accidents in the employment, there may be accidents in the factories, there may be accidents in the organization. Yes or no? Even if the organizer, even if the occupier is maintaining the organization with utmost responsibility, taking utmost measures, but still there are situations where employee may fall into accidents, and there are certain situations where employee may die also. Yes or no? In that situation, what would happen? So that is the reason this act came into existence. What is that act? Guys? Employees State Insurance Act. That is the reason both the Factories Act and Employees State Insurance Act both came into existence in the same year. 1948, 1948. During the work, how to handle, how to maintain the measures, how to be safe, how to conduct safety measures, how to conduct welfare measures, that is discussing in the Factories Act. Even if you are safe, even if you are providing safety measures, even if you are providing welfare measures, even if the working conditions are good, but still there might be accidents in the organization. So what is the absolute solution for that? Employees State Insurance Act. Employees State Insurance Act. So what is Employees State Insurance Act is telling is, there are certain benefits under this employment, under this act. There are certain benefits. Sir, what are those benefits? If in the employment, if the employee is going through an employment injury, if the employee is going through the employment injury, then when any accidents happens, then whatever the medical benefit, whatever the medical facility, whatever the medical bill is, okay, we will pay. Who will pay? We will pay. Sir, who are you? Who are you? Yes, now I'll tell. What are you and who are you? Why will you pay? Because, please listen. Employer, what will happen, guys? Employer will tell to the employee, "Arey employee, in future if at all you fall into any accidents during the employment, I cannot provide you salary." Yes or no? I cannot provide you salary, but I'll do one thing. Every month I will pay 3.25% of your salary. Okay, I will pay 3.25% of your salary out of my own pocket to a employee state insurance fund account. I will deposit in that account. Okay, I will deposit in that account. What happens is, every month from my pocket 3.25% I will go and deposit in that account, and from your pocket, from your salary, 0.75% will go into an account called as Employee State Insurance Fund account. And this account is governed by Employee State Insurance Corporation. Okay, so this corporation, what they'll do, they will maintain these funds. Once you get accident, once you go through the accident, then what this Employee State Insurance Fund will do? It will provide you the amount. What amount, sir? Yes, I'll tell you. It will provide certain benefits. What are those, guys? It will provide certain benefits. If you pay every month from my pocket, I will pay 3.25% of your salary, and from your salary, how much percentage? 0.75% of your salary. It will be going to a separate account called as Employee State Insurance, State Insurance Fund account. Okay, Employee State Insurance Fund account, and all the amount which is deposited in that account, when you face any accidents during employment, at that time to pay that hospital fees, whatever, sir, operation. Okay, how much amount of operation? Yes, everything, no cash, but whatever amount you are incurring, that amount they will provide. How much amount, sir? How much amount also? Okay, whatever amount you are facing, whatever amount you have to incur, that amount Employee State Insurance Corporation will pay. Okay, na? Employees State Insurance Corporation, because it is governed by Employee State Insurance Corporation only. Okay, na? Which amount? Employee State Insurance Fund account. Pakka? Meeku ardhamainda? Only because you are paying 0.75% and I am paying 3.25%, this insurance, Employee State Insurance Corporation, what they will do, whenever you face any accidents, they will pay. Pakka? They will pay. Okay. Sir, this facility, what are those facilities? What are the benefits of this act? First benefit, what is that, Amma? Medical benefit. Medical benefit in the sense, whatever you are incurring now, hospital expenditure, your medical expenditure, we will pay. Sir, you will not give us cash, huh? We will not give you cash, but we will pay. Facility. What is that? Medical facility. Second point is sickness benefit. What is that? Sickness benefit. So in your organization, because of your organization smoke and everything, you fell into any sickness. So in that sickness, whatever the hospital is charging, here they will give cash to your hand. How much cash? Whatever your salary is, no. In that salary, 50% they will be giving you for that sickness. For that sickness. Point number one, what is that, Amma? Point number one. Point number one, what is that? Medical benefit. Medical benefit is in the sense no cash facility. Okay? No cash, that is medical benefit they will be providing. Medical facility. Not even single penny they will be giving. Directly they will giving all the amount to the hospital itself. There is no need for you to give. But here, sickness benefit, they will give you amount. How much amount? 50% of your cash. Sorry, of your salary. Okay na? In cash. Okay na? Sir, if my sickness is extended in the sense like cancer or any of the extended sickness, then what happens is, okay, no problem. 70% 70% every month of your salary we will be giving. Sir, how many years, sir? Maximum 2 years. Maximum 2 years we will only give. Only because of what, Nana? Only because of what? Only because of you already paid before, no? How much percentage? 0.75. Your employer paid, no? How much? 3.25%. All that amount, because you paid earlier, we are paying now. Okay na? Simple. Next point. Sir, what is the next benefit? Enhanced sickness benefit. Enhanced sickness benefit in the sense sterilization operations such as family planning operations. So if family planning operations are going on, then what happens is up to a maximum 100% of the wages will be provided. 100% of the wages will be provided. For what? Sterilization expenses. Who will provide cash payments? Yes. 100% of the wages will be provided. Here, medical facility, medical benefit is cash. Medical facility. It is a facility, but here it is cash. Pakka? So there may be women workers in the organization. There may be women workers in the organization. For them, maternity benefit will be provided. What amma? Maternity benefit will be provided. Sir, how much? Periodical cash payments every month they will be providing. Sir, she cannot come to the organization, no. Even if she come or she cannot come, no problem. We will be providing you the maternity benefit because you already paid before, no. Insurance, that is the reason. Sir, next what are the benefits? Next one is dependent benefit and disablement benefit. What are those? Dependent benefits and disablement benefits. Disablement benefits in the sense I told you, disablement are of two types. Partial benefit, partial disability, full disability. Okay, temporary disability, permanent disability. Come on, I'll tell you just a small example. Whatever disability it is. See, my little finger, it is gone. That is partial or full? Partial. If my hand is gone, simple. So, whatever it is, whether it is partial disability or full disability, it is the disablement benefit. Whatever it is, I am incurring hospital expenditure, no? Yes or no? That periodical payments, whatever I am incurring, so that periodical, my salary, okay, those periodical payments have to be given because that person has incurred during the employment injury. During what? Only if you get accident and because of that accident some partially or full. Partial disablement means what? Just a finger. Full means what? Full hand is gone. Sir, I faced an accident near my home. Will they give? Don't do overactions, Amma. In the employment, if you incur any problem, if you are incurring any accident, and due to that accident, whether the disablement is partial or total, whatever it may be, what happens? You will be getting a benefit. That too provided it have to be in a employment injury. Pakka, you will be provided benefit. So come on, how many benefits which we discussed till now? One is medical benefit. Second one is sickness benefit, extended sickness benefit, enhanced sickness benefit. Third one, maternity benefit. Fourth one, Disability benefit. Fifth one, after disablement benefit. Fifth one is dependent benefit. What is that? Dependent benefit. Sir, what is mean by dependent benefits? To our dependents, who and all are dependents, for them periodical payments will be provided. If that person dies, if I die now suddenly, if I die while employment injury, here if I did not die but I am injured during the course of employment, in this disability benefit I am happy because my life is saved, but in dependent benefit I am not at all happy because I died. If I die, who will get that benefit? My relatives, my dependents. They will be getting periodical payments. Sir, what about funeral expenses? Funeral expenses, yes, that funeral expenses also will be provided. Payment will be made to the eldest surviving member of the family. Sir, if that person doesn't have family, okay, who and all have incurred that expenses, that person will be getting that benefit. Funeral expenses. Whatever, Are Babu, whatever expenditure you incurred, na, tell me that expenditure and give me that proof. So these are the expenditures. For flowers, this much amount. For coffin box, this much amount. So everything. Okay, na? So this is the point. Okay, guys, come on, tell me 6 benefits. What are the 6 benefits, Amma? Medical, sickness, maternity, dependent, disablement, dependent benefit, disablement benefit, funeral expenses. Simple. So guys, in your examination, from the examination perspective, from the Employee State Insurance Act, if at all they ask, they will be asking only 2 questions. One question is benefits under ESI Act. Benefits under ESI Act. Is it easy or hard? Easier. So this they will be asking. Second one is, what is the purpose of Employee State Insurance? What is the purpose of Employee State Insurance Fund? Okay, na? So what is the purpose? What is the purpose? See, when I get this amount, no, okay, we can use for what, Amma? It can be used for this benefits. What and all are the benefits? Come on, tell me what and all are the benefits. Point number 1, medical benefit, sickness benefit. In that sickness benefit, normally periodical payments, how much? 50% of the wages. Then extended, enhanced, extended sickness benefit. How, up to how much? Enhanced sickness benefit, 100%. Then maternity benefit, then disablement benefit, then dependent benefit, super, then funeral expenses. So for all these benefits, this ESI fund is used. Okay, na? For all these benefits, ESI fund is used. Pakka? Damn sure. So now we will be discussing most important concept, purpose of ESI. Purpose of ESI. For what purpose this act came into force? Simple. For what purpose this act came into force, or for what purposes this ESI fund is utilized? If we know that this act from the examination perspective will be completed. See here in the previous examinations from ESI Act, in previous examinations from ESI Act, what concepts were being asked is only these 3 things. One is the benefits or 7 purposes of ESI. 7 purpose of ESI fund. So benefits we have discussed, yes or no? Benefits of ESI we have discussed. Next, what is that? Purpose of ESI fund. Purpose of ESI fund. Once we discuss that, this chapter is also completed from the examination perspective. Paka? Guys, please put this in your mind. From this act, only these 2 questions will be asked. Okay, from the previous trends if we analyze. Okay, if at all they give any other new question, that is your daridram. We cannot do anything. That is seriously, Amma. Okay, now. Okay, now let's go to that question, Amma. What is that? Purpose of ESI. Purpose of ESI fund. See, now only I told you, no, for these benefits, for paying of these benefits, this ESI fund came into existence. See, what happened? What happened? Every month, this person both will be investing, both will be depositing into one account. What is that account? ESI fund. All these funds which are collected by the ESI fund, for what purpose it will be used? For the benefits. What are the benefits we discussed? No. So, first one, for benefits, for paying the benefits, this ESI fund is used. For paying of the benefits, this ESI fund is used. Second, payment of fees and allowances to members of corporation and standing committee and medical benefit council. So, for paying of expenses, for whom, members of corporation, standing committee, many people will be coming to that standing committee. They will be discussing many things. From the employer's perspective, some people will come from employees' perspective. Every person will come and discuss, sir, till now it is 3.25%. Shall we add this percentage? Shall we increase this percentage or decrease this percentage? Everything they will be discussing. Okay? And they will be taking a absolute solution. Okay, na? So there are many people, they are most experienced persons. So we have to give them amount also, no? Yes or no? Yes or no? For that standing committee. So all those fees will be utilized from ESI fund only. Will be utilized from ESI fund. Sir, in this employee state insurance corporation, employees will work, no? In that corporation also employees will work, no? Okay, so from which establishment the amount is coming, for whom for whom we have to give everything, incoming and outgoing, it have to be well maintained. For maintenance expenditure will be incurred, no? So all this amount which is utilized, which has been deposited, that amount can be utilized for paying the salaries of employee state insurance corporation employees. Those employees who are working in this corporation, no, for giving them also this amount is utilized. Okay, na? So yes, let's read that point. Payment of salaries, leave and joining time allowances, traveling and compensatory allowances, gratuities, compassionate allowances, pensions, contributions to servant and officers corporation, of whom, of officers and servants of corporations, for giving them what amount we need? Employees state insurance fund. Okay, na? And for establishment and maintenance of hospitals, dispensaries also this this fund is utilized. Then for what? Defraying cost, defraying and deep fry gadu. Defraying cost in the sense auditors fees. Auditors fees, you will be doing cost audit, right? So if you at all you do cost audit for employee state insurance corporation, they will give you amount fees. That is called defraying cost. Defraying cost, that is auditors fees. Okay, auditors expenses, whatever you are incurring for auditing the accounts, of the corporation and valuation of assets and liabilities, all the amount can be utilized from which account, Employee state insurance fund. Simple. Employees state insurance fund. Next, employees insurance code set up under act. Okay, for that defraying cost. Okay, na? Guys, are these points clear? Last one, payment of contribution to any state government, local authority or to a private body or individual towards cost of medical treatment. Cost of medical treatment, for whom we are giving? For any state government or local authority. In these cases, what happens? This employee state insurance fund came into existence. Are these points clear? Yes or no? Simple. This act came into force for two purposes. For two things. One is benefits. For only benefits this act came into force. Okay? Yes or no? Yes. Those benefits we have discussed. From the examination perspective, additional to the benefits, what we discussed? Purpose of ESI fund. What are the purpose of ESI fund? For paying defraying cost, we have to go and look into the employee state insurance fund only. For paying the benefits amount also, we have to go to the employee state insurance fund. For maintaining the dispensaries and hospitals also, we have to go for the employee state insurance fund only. For what? For allowances and salaries of the employees working on corporations, for them also this fund is only used. Fifth point, for the contributions made by the state government or central government, for them also what? This ESI fund only is utilized. Then for what, Amma? What we discussed? Yes, for payment of standing committees or for, members of the corporation, for paying those people, we have to look into what, Amma? Employees, state insurance funds. So there are only 6 purposes, no? If 7th purpose is any other provisions which are given, by the act, then that also can be included. Pakka? Okay, na? Simple. So with this we have successfully completed employee state insurance concepts. Okay? Okay? Remaining concepts we will be discussing in the next session. Take a small break. So guys, in the previous session we have successfully completed Gratuity Act concepts. Yes or no? So are there any doubts regarding Gratuity Act? No? Yes or no? No one at least no approach. Pakka. Damn sure. Okay. Now let's go to the another concept, that is EPF and MPA Act, Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act. Okay. So guys, to give a small glimpse about this topic, this Employees Provident Fund is also a retirement benefit, Amma. Okay. Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act is also a retirement benefit. Okay, na? It is also a retirement benefit. So I already told you that every chapter of industrial laws, okay, every act in industrial laws consists of applicability and non-applicability. See, in Gratuity Act we discussed about applicability, which establishments are mandatory applicable for payment of gratuity, that we discussed. Yes or no? Similarly, every concept in industrial laws, we have to get to know what is which establishments are applicable for the respective acts. Okay, so every act we will be going through a concept called as applicability. On which establishments this act will be applicable, on which establishments this act will not be applicable. Every act, whether it may be Employees Provident Fund or Miscellaneous Provisions Act or Factories Act or Gratuity Act or whatever it may be, every industrial laws consists of a concept called as applicability and non-applicability. So that we will understand. Okay, and next one which we are going to understand is schemes, guys. Schemes. So Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act, right? So I'll tell you, Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act, it consists of 3 concepts. Okay, 3 concepts. What is that? One is Employees Provident Fund. The second one is Miscellaneous Provisions, right? This Miscellaneous Provisions consists of 2 subtopics in it. One is pension and another one is insurance. Okay, another one is insurance. So these are the 2 miscellaneous provisions. So in this whole concept of Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act, we will be learning about these 3 concepts only. What are those 3? One is one is Employees Provident Fund, the second one is pension, third one is insurance. So for the respective concepts, okay, for those respective funds, what happens is respective schemes are provided. See, come on. One is Employees Provident Fund scheme, the second one is Employees Pension scheme, third one is Employees Deposit Linked Insurance scheme. Okay, so if we learn those schemes also, okay, that is, then we can successfully complete this topic. Okay, point number 1, I told you what are the topics which you are going to learn in this Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act. One is Employees Provident Fund applicability, then non-applicability, then schemes. In the schemes there are 3 schemes, right? One is Employees Provident Fund scheme, second one is Employees Pension scheme, third one is insurance scheme. And rather than these things, there are some small miscellaneous topics, and if at all we complete those miscellaneous topics with these schemes and applicability and non-applicability, then our entire concept of Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act will be completed. What are the 4 topics which you are going to study in this concept, in this act? 1 is applicability, 2 is non-applicability, which establishments this act is not applicable, 3 schemes in the sense Provident Fund scheme, pension scheme and insurance scheme, deposit linked insurance scheme. Fourth one is other miscellaneous topics. Pakka? Damn sure. Now let's directly dive into the schemes. So what I want to explain is these schemes, right? we will discuss about applicability and non-applicability later, but first we will directly start with the schemes. Okay, directly start with the schemes. Come on, tell me what are the schemes which are given in this act. One is Employees Provident Fund Scheme. Employees Provident Fund Scheme. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Pakka? So what is that? Employees Provident Fund Scheme. Employees Provident Fund Scheme. Come on, first we will go in, I'll explain this concept. Employees Provident Fund Scheme, I'll just explain it. Please listen, Nana. Please listen. Okay. Okay. See, just listen. I'll explain it. For example, if at all, okay, there are two persons. There are two persons. One is employer and another one is employee. One is employer and the second one is employee. Okay, employer and employee. What's happening is employer, he will be paying salary. Yes or no? He will be paying salary. Guys, yes or no? He will be paying salary. Yes. How much he will pay is, suppose if he is paying 15,000 rupees. Suppose he is paying 15,000 rupees of salary. Okay, so now what happens is, and in that 15,000 rupees, there have to be some amount which employer have to deduct. Employer have to deduct. Sir, why is that amount which employer have to deduct? What is the reason for that? 15,000 directly if he gives to employee, he will only save, no? Yes or no? What is the reason for employee, deducting that amount and putting with himself? So what happens is, he will not put in with himself, but rather he will save that amount. Sir, that saving this employee can only do, no? This employee only can do, no? Yes, this employee can do. But what happens is, guys, actually this employee, right, when this, he's receiving that 15,000, he is not in a position how to use that 15,000. He's not in a position to how to use that 15,000. So what's happening is, what used to happen, employee used to take that salary of 15,000 or wages, that is 15,000, and after taking that 15,000, he used to spend that amount for whatever the reasons that may be. Either it may be household reasons or either it may be any expenses. He will be incurring the expenditure only for the survival of his family and him. But what is happening is, he could not even survive, okay, after he is retiring from the organization. Did you get my point, guys? So now he is okay. He's surviving with the salary. But what about his, lifestyle after the retirement? After the retirement, what will be his lifestyle? So he have to ask anyone, right? He have to again work in any other organization for part time or like that. Yes or no? Because for what? For survival. And when he try to work, will his body support for that? Yes or no? He will be in a situation where he could not work at all. So what happens is, he have to save some sort of amount. But what's happening, he is not able to save that amount. So what is happening is, Arey Babji, do one thing. What lawmaker said is, do one thing. I'll do one point in favor of you only. What is that, sir? That is, I will deduct at least 10% or 12% from your salary. Whatever the amount which you are getting, no, from that I'll take 10 to 12% aside. Okay, and give you the balance amount, and I'll tell the employer to give you the balance amount. Sir, with that 13,200, what I'll do, sir? And where will this that amount of 1,800 go? Wait, ruko zara, sabal karo. What I'm doing, I'll tell you. What I'll do is, I will tell the employer to deduct that amount now. Okay, and this employer, what he will do is, he will deposit this amount in a separate account, and that account is a provident fund account. And every month when employer is giving a salary, he have to cut certain amount, and deducting this amount will be transferred to a separate account called as provident fund account. And 1 month he will be deducting, 2 months he will be deducting, 1 year he will be deducting, 2 years he will be deducting, like that, till you work in that organization, till you retire, that amount will be, accumulated, and it becomes a lump sum amount at the time of your retirement. It is a saving only, no? Yes or no? It will be a lump sum amount in at what stage, Nana? At the time of your retirement. At the time of your retirement. Pakka? So that is a benefit, right? It is a retirement benefit. Okay. So when can enjoy the flavor after getting retired? Yes or no? So what is this provision is point number one, employer while paying the salary to his employee, he will have to deduct a certain amount, and that deduction amount will be transferred to a separate account called as provident fund account. And this provident fund account, every month it will be accumulated and accumulated and accumulated, and at the time of his retirement, employee can withdraw. Employee can withdraw not 1 rupee or 2 rupees, but a lump sum amount. Sir, when he retires from the employment, what is the benefit what is the benefit of that amount? He can use that amount for any other reason, right? For constructing a house, for any other reasons, like conducting a marriage, okay, marriage event of his children, whatever the case may be. But if he do not save that amount now, will he enjoy the fruits later? Can he enjoy the fruits later? So it was a problem. See, employees are working during his employment. He's getting salary. That is okay. But what if after the employment, after he is getting retired, what will be his position? Who will take care of him? Okay, what is his earning capacity? His earning capacity will be zero. Yes or no? So that is the reason this Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act came into existence. Pakka. So now I told you that what is that? What is that? Employees Pension Scheme. Employees Pension Scheme. What is given in there is employer will have to deduct a certain amount, and that amount, he will be, sending that amount to the Employees Provident Fund account. This money is whose money, Nana? Indirectly. This employer is sending that amount to the Provident Fund account. But whose amount is that? Employees, because he is deducting now. So what employee says is, sir, my amount you are deducting and you are depositing into an account, and that only you are giving to me. There is no benefit from you. Yes or no? My amount you are rotating and giving it to me. What is the benefit which you are giving? That is a point of the employee. So what lawmakers said is, yes, that is also a point. There is no benefit from the employer now. So what lawmakers said is, array employer, you are deducting the salary of the employee, straight away, same way, you do one thing. You, out of your own pocket, you also have to contribute certain amount. You also have to contribute certain amount. Please understand the concept first. After understanding the concept, then we will go into the depth of the topic. So did you get my point? Okay, then you can go into the depth of the concept. First point, what is that? Employees contribution. Employees contribution in the sense, while giving the salary itself, deducting that amount, and that amount will be deposited in a separate bank account. Pakka? So what is the benefit in that? What is the benefit in that? There is no respective benefit. Yes or no? So what lawmaker said is, no. Not only from the employee's amount, you out of your own pocket, what you have to do? You have to contribute that amount. From your own pocket, you have to contribute that amount to Provident Fund account. So from the employee's contribution, he will take 1800. From the employer's contribution also, he will take 1800, and he will deposit the both amounts into one account that is called as Employees Provident Fund account. So what will be his total contribution? That is employer plus employee's contribution. Now 3600 will be deposited. Did you get my point? 3600 will be deposited in a separate bank account. Pakka. What is that? Provident Fund account. Pakka. And when you can withdraw this amount at the time of retirement, okay, it will be accumulated and you can utilize that amount for whatever purpose you want. Yes or no? Pakka? Damn sure? Simple? This concept is called as Employees Provident Fund Scheme. Employees Provident Fund Scheme. Pakka? Damn sure? Yes or no? Now what's happening is, see, I'll tell you the entire procedure. After knowing the entire procedure, you can get to know, when you're reading, you can get to know the topic. Okay, the concept, the flavor of the topic. First, we discussed about Employees Provident Fund. Who will be contributing? Two people will be contributing. Who are those two people, Nana? One is employer, the second one is employee. Yes or no? Pakka. So, employee's contribution, he will pay out of his pocket? No. While he is getting the salary itself, employer will deduct that amount and he will contribute in a separate account, that is provident fund account. Pakka? Yes or no? Then what about employer's contribution? He will be contributing out of his own pocket. Out of his own pocket. Yes or no? So now what's happening is employer is contributing 1800, employee is also contributing 1800. Everything will be deposited in a separate account that is called as a provident fund account, and that will be used at the time of retirement. Yes or no? Pakka? Antena? Yes or no? Next. Guys, now what's happening is, sir, what about the pension? What about pension? Pension gurinchi cheppevonna. What about the pension? Provident fund is a retirement benefits. Provident fund is a retirement benefit. Then what about pension? Pension is also a retirement benefit, right? Pension, you heard about a word called as pension, no? In Telugu we call it pension. Telugu we call pension. So pension, you got to know about pension. It is also a retirement benefit. Okay, to old age people they will be providing pension. Yes or no? So what's happening is, see, is it also a retirement benefit? Yes. It is also a retirement benefit. Not only a provident fund, but pension also is a retirement benefit. Sir, how can pension be contributed to us? How can this pension be contributed to us? I'll tell you. Just listen. Please listen. Point number one. Here, employer out of his own pocket he is contributing. Yes or no, Amma? Yes or no? So out of the employer's contribution, guys, not employee's contribution plus employer's contribution. Only employer's contribution, but not employee's contribution. We are discussing only employer's contribution. Out of this employer's contribution, that is 1800, what happens is some percentage is diverted to another fund account called as pension fund account. Pakka? To another fund account called as pension fund account. Pakka? Yes or no? Come on. How much percent, sir? 18.33% of both employees and employer contribution? No, but only, I told you, no? Whose contribution is that? Employer's contribution, but not both of the people, employer and employee's contribution. Pakka? Only out of the employer's contribution, this amount, this 8.33% is diverted and it is deposited in a pension fund account. Pakka? Damn sure? Samajh gaye? Yes or no? Now what's happened is pension will be provided in the event, what is that? Bachelor party? Dancing party? Or fest like that, What events? In the events of superannuation. Superannuation, what does mean by superannuation? We discussed. What does mean by superannuation? I already told you. Yes or no? So superannuation, retirement, at the time of retirement, or that event. Okay. At that event, not wedding event or this one. Okay. At what event, Nana? At what event? Yes, superannuation or retirement or permanent disablement. Guys, not temporary disablement. Please put this in your mind. Okay, not a temporary disablement, but permanent disablement or permanent death. Or the permanent rest in peace. Okay, permanent rest in peace, permanent disablement. Pakka? Damn sure. Are these points clear? Come on, tell me. Employees provident fund will be provided by the employer to his employee. Okay, who will contribute? Both will contribute. How much they will contribute? 10% or 12% they will be contributing, and this amount will be deposited in a separate account which is called as provident fund account. And that for provident fund account, both contributions. Whose contributions? Employers and employees. Okay, out of the whose contribution this provident fund account can be diverted into pension fund? Employers contribute. How much percentage? 8.33%. Pakka? This pension can be utilized when? At the time of retirement, superannuation, death or permanent disablement. Pakka? Are these points clear till now? Yes or no? Damn sure. Now we are going to discuss about a small concept which is called as, guys, see, here you got to know what is meant by provident fund and what is meant by pension fund now. Pakka? So now we will go into the material. Let's open the material. So first of all, I told you about the provident fund scheme. Let's open that provident fund scheme. Schemes and respective rates for different funds under this act. Pani?
Applicability. Factories.
No, not applicability. Schemes and respective rates of different funds under this act.
Schemes and respective rates of different funds under this Act. The following three schemes have been framed under Act
What are the following three schemes?
by the central government.
Ah.
Section 5, Employees Provident Fund Scheme.
Employees Provident Fund Scheme. Second one,
Section 6A, Employees Pension Scheme.
Section 6A, Employees Pension Scheme.
Section 6C, Employees Deposit Linked Insurance Scheme.
Employees Deposit Linked Insurance Scheme. So these are the three schemes which are framed under the act by the central government. Guys, this is a central act but not state act. Please put this in your mind. This is a central act. Okay. So it is framed by which government, Nana? Central government. It is framed by central government. Pakka? I'm sure. Now, are these points clear? Now, let's go to the next point. First, we will be going to the Employees Provident Fund Scheme 1972. 1972. Okay. First, we will discuss about the contribution. First, we will discuss about the contribution of the fund under Section 6. Under Section 6. First, let's go to the contribution. What is the general rate? What is the general rate?
Contribution in the Provident Fund under Section 6. General rate 10% of basic wages plus DNS allowance, including food concession plus retaining allowance.
Okay. 10% of what? Basic wages. Okay. Basic. Okay. Plus DNS allowance. Plus DNS allowance, including food concession. Plus retaining allowance. Okay. Out of this all, 10%. Out of this all, 10% have to be contributed. Okay. Sir, on which amount, sir? On the salary. On salary. Yes or no? 15% of salary. 15%, sorry, not 15%, 10% of salary. Okay. Salary. So, sir, can you tell me what is the maximum salary for receiving this Provident Fund account? Sorry, for receiving this benefit. What is the eligibility? What is the eligibility of the person to receive this benefit? Come on, let's read that above point. At present, the employee getting less than 15,000 per month and wages are covered under this act. On which employees this is eligible? On the employees whose wages are less than 15,000. Less than 15,000 per year, per month, per day. Per month. For those people, this act is applicable. For those people, this act is applicable. So come on, tell me, 10% of what, Nana? 15,000. 15,000. Basic plus DNS plus retaining allowance. Pakka? Retaining allowance. Pakka? Yes or no? So what is the percentage this is a general rate. This is a general rate. For example, employer, I'll tell you, employer and employee are there. Okay. Employer and employees are there. Employer and employer is giving what? He's giving salary. That is expense for the employer. Point number 2, and he's cutting that, he's reducing that employee's contribution. There is no problem in that. Okay. But he's additionally giving his contribution out of his own pocket. No. Yes or no? That is expense. Giving a salary is an expense. Point number 2, additionally providing employee's contribution is also an expense for employer. It is also what for the employer? Expense. So come on, tell me, if the employee want to raise the percentage from 10 to 12%, can the employee do so? Can the employee? If at all, I am an employee. Sir, you are reducing 10%. No. Reduce 12%. No problem. I can survive. Okay. Can I do so? Yes, I can do so. Okay. But can I ask the employer, sir, I am raising my amount from 10, I am contributing from 10% to 12%. No, you also contribute from 10% to 12%. Can you ask like that? Can you ask like that? For that, this provision. Next point. Let's read that point. Increased rate. Central government.
Central government can increase rate of contribution to 12%.
Yes. Central government can increase the rate from 10% to 12%. 10% to 12%. Pakka? If central government says, then the employer also have to definitely pay 12%. Pakka? Damn sure. Guys, are these points clear? Okay. So, but certain establishments, employee, you can pay 10%. If at all you want to pay 12% also you pay. Sir, if at all you want to pay 20% also you pay, no problem. But can the employee ask employer to pay? Because for him 10% is only a expense. And if central government asks no, he have to pay 12%. That is also expense. But if employee is telling, sir, I am paying 20%, no, you also contribute 20%. He can ask like that, no. Maximum amount of employer's contribution will be 10%, or if central government says 12%, but not more than that. If you want to pay high, if you want to contribute, no problem. I'll deduct amount and I'll deposit. But you cannot ask me to contribute higher amount than 10% or 12%. మీకు అర్థమవుతుందా? Yes or no? సమజ్ గయే? పురించా? What I'm telling? Which chapter is this? EPF and MPA Act. Yes or no? పక్కా? అర్థమవుతుందా బాబ్జీ? ఫ్యాక్టరీస్ యాక్టా, గ్రాట్యుటీ యాక్టా? EPF యాక్ట్. పక్కా? సింపులా? ఏంటంట? సరిపోయింది. సరే 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 గైస్, కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్ షాల్ బి మేడ్ బై బోత్ ఆఫ్ దెమ్. ఐ టోల్డ్ యు నో, employer and employee both have to contribute. See, now what I want to tell you is, see here, employer is responsible to pay only 10%, but if employee wants higher, he can raise from 10% to 12%. Okay, if central government says that employer you also have to contribute 12%, then employer have to pay 12%. But remember one thing, there are certain establishments, the maximum amount of what, paying a contribution shall be 10%, restricted to 10%. Okay, so these establishments, they have to maximum contribute 10% only. Okay, do you get my point? So maximum they have to pay 10%. There is no need for them to pay more than 10%. Pakka? Sir, which are the establishments which you are discussing about? What are the establishments that we are going to discuss now? See, except these establishments, every other establishment, if the employer want to pay 12%, or if central government prescribes 12%, then they have to mandatorily pay how much percent, Anna? 12%. But there are certain establishments which have to maximum contribute 10%, but not more than that. So which establishments are those? Here, applicability of certain establishments. Come on. Employer is only responsible to contribute 10% for the following establishments. Which are those establishments? Brick industries. Bricklu. Telsa? Bricks. Itkalu. Yes or no? Brick industry. Or sick industries. Or establishment having accumulated losses equal to the entire paid up share capital. Whatever I am doing, I am incurring only loss. Okay, in 2-3 years I will be gone. Sick industries, and sir, I am giving my 100% effort, but still I am not even getting 1 rupee as a 1 penny as a profit. Okay, so I am still incurring losses only. So establishments having accumulated losses, all the losses are equal to paid up share capital. Whatever I kept the investment, my losses are also same. What a big company. So there is no money in that company. How can you ask a 12% of provident fund to contribute? Yes or no? So for sick industries, no need to contribute more than 10%. For for the establishments whose accumulated losses are equal to paid up share capital, those also there is no need for them to pay more than 10%. For the brick industries also no need to pay more than 10%. For the BD industries means pedodu, you know about the BD industries? బాగా తెలిసి ఉంటుంది కదా, BD industries. Yes or no, Rajnikant? BD. So that BD industries also. Then what? Coir industries, Gorgam industries, establishment in jute industries. Okay, I'll show you the picture. See this one, Gorgam industries. అంటే ఇవిరా గోర్చిక్కుళ్ళు ఇవి ఉంటాయిగా, గోర్చిక్కుళ్ళు అవి Gorgam industries. ఓకేనా? అవేంటి? Those are Gorgam industries. See, these are the things. Okay, Gorgam. With this Gorgam, what they do is pharmaceutical products. See, pharmaceutical products and tobacco, beverages, all this, by these products we can do that. Okay, so Gorgam industries. Okay, then what happens? Then what? BD industry అయిపోయింది, paid up share capital అయిపోయింది, sick industries, jute industries and coir industries. Coir industries means these things amma. See, with peach ఉంటుంది కదా, కొబ్బరి పీచు, with, okay, they try to do these things. Okay, like with coconut, this one, they try to do these things. This is coir. Okay, peeling, yes, peeling of coconut, copper peach rava. Okay, coconut peach and so these are the things. Okay, coir industries. See, doormats will be there. No doormats, like for example, ropes. Okay, peach to jaster. So those things, yes, these are the coir industries. Then what? Then what? Corgum industries, coir industries, and jute industries. Jute in the sense, ఇది గూన్ సంచులు ఉన్నాయిగా గూన్ సంచులు ఇవి. Okay, those are jute industries. Pakka. So these industries, maximum employer contribution only, amma, not employee. Employer can contribute maximum how much percent, Nana? 10% only, but not more than that. Pakka. Please go through with that concept, guys. Applicability on certain establishments. Are these points clear, guys? Okay. So if at all our employer want to contribute more than 10%, he can contribute, but provided it can be made by whom? Central government. The central government can increase the rate of contribution to 12%. Pakka. So there are certain establishments which, if they, if employee want to raise his, contribution, he can raise from 10% to 12%, 12% to 20% also he can raise, but he cannot ask employer to raise the contribution. I am paying, no, you should also raise your contribution. He cannot ask. Okay, that is a point. It is given here. Please, let's read that. Employee can voluntarily contribute higher rate of contribution than 10% or even 12% also. 10% or even 12% also he can contribute the higher percentage, but he cannot ask the employer to contribute more amount than more rate than which is prescribed, because employer shall not be bound to do same as if employee has did. Pakka, has done. Yes or no? Did you get my point? Because employer shall not be bound to do as same as if the employee did. Pakka, damn sure. Samajh gaye? Yes or no? Pakka. Now, see what we discussed till now. Employer will contribute how much percent, Nana? 10% or 12%. But employee can contribute how much percent? 10% or 12% or 15% or even 20% or also 20% also. But he cannot ask employee to pay 15%. Did you get my point? Employer can contribute how much, Nana? 10% or 12%, but not more than that. There are certain establishments, maximum they can contribute how much? 10% only. What are those establishments? Sikh industries, BD industries, brick industries, gorgum industries, then cotton industries, coir industries, then jute industries, then establishments whose accumulated losses are equal to paid up share capital. For those establishments, employer's contribution shall be restricted to the maximum percentage of 10%. Pakka? Any doubts? Simple. Now, let's go to the next point. Sir, employer have to contribute and employee also have to contribute. Employer have to contribute. At the same time, employee have to contribute. This amount shall be taken to a separate account that is called as Provident Fund account. And this depositing of this amount shall be made within what date? Shall be made within what time? Shall be made within what time? There have to be a certain time, to deposit that amount, So that for that reason, they have also given a, clarity. What is that clarity? Okay, employer, you are contributing, employee's contribution at the same time, employer's contribution, both amount have to be deposited in an account called as Provident Fund account, and depositing can be made within how many days? 15th day of the close of the every month. So, for example, 31st March, for example, we'll give an example. Okay, 31st of January, Okay, we have completed the month of January. Okay, and from the end of the month, within how many days, Amma? 15 days. Within 15 days, that is within 15th February, what have to be made? Depositing of the contribution have to be made in the account called as Provident Fund account. Pakka? Damn sure. Within what time? Within 15 days of a completion of a month. Pakka? Damn sure. Pakka. Okay? Okay na? Yes or no? Now, we are going to discuss another concept. Now, sir, whatever we have deposited in the Provident Fund account, no. Whatever we have deposited in the Provident Fund account, no. All will be accumulated, and that I can use at what time? At the time of retirement. At the time of retirement. Now we are going to discuss that, sir, till retirement we have to wait. For example, point number one. If at all I am becoming a peddodu. I am becoming, day by day older. Okay, na? Day by day older. So, I have to have I have to have a house. Yes or no? Everyone's dream is that we need to have an individual house, that to our house. Okay, yes or no? So what we people think is we try to build a house before retirement itself. Before retirement itself, we try to build or construct a house. Yes or no? Or we try to purchase a house. We try to own a house. So what happens is this person, he is contributing his amount. No, each and every penny is going into a account called as Provident Fund account. No, that account, it is accumulated and accumulated and accumulated. If at all I want to purchase a house, I got a great deal, and if at all I want to purchase a house now, okay, I do have around 4 to 5 years of time. 4 to 5 years of time to retire. Can I go and ask for withdrawal of the Provident Fund? Sir, I didn't retire, but there are 4 years. No, please, I want that amount so that I can go and purchase that house. Very absolute, fantastic deal, sir. I have to close that. Can I do so? Can I do so? Or I'm having outside a big loan. So I want to settle all that loan amounts. I want to settle all those liabilities. So to settle all those liabilities, can I go to the company or the establishment? Can I go to the establishment and ask them, or the employer, and ask them, sir, I want to withdraw my Provident Fund account. Please provide me my Provident Fund account so that I can go and settle my liabilities. Or else I can go and purchase a house. Can I do these things? Can I do these things? Can I withdraw that amount? Can I withdraw that amount? Yes, you can withdraw that amount before the retirement itself. Before the retirement itself. But it has to be any of these two situations which I told till now. Okay, that too, that amount of withdrawal shall be made only 1 year. Only 1 year before that person is going to retire. Not 4 to 5 years or 6 to 7 years. Amma ardhamautunda? Did you get my point? It can be made only before the 1 year. I'm going to terminate, not after the termination, but before the termination. 1 year, it have to be 1 year before the termination, and not more than that. That is 2 years. Before 2 years, I can go and ask for withdrawal of Provident Fund. No. Did you get my point, guys? Pakka? That is a concept. Sir, if at all I am withdrawing 1 year, before 1 year, no. Okay, within a span of 1 year, no. But that is before retirement only, no. So how much would I get, sir? Full amount I'll get? No, you will not get the full amount, but you will get 75% of the Provident Fund amount. 75% of the Provident Fund amount. Did you get my point, guys? 75% of the Provident Fund amount. Okay, let's go and see that provision. Okay, let's go and have a look at that provision. Point number 1, withdrawal of a fund. Withdrawal from the fund is allowed for the following purposes. Point number 1, for the purchase of a house or flat, or for construction of the house, including acquisition of a suitable site, or for the repayment of loan in special cases, but provided withdrawal shall be made within 1 year before the retirement, but not 1 year after the retirement. It have to be made 1 year before the retirement. Okay, that too, how much percentage? 75%. Okay, 75% of the balance. Pakka? Yes or no? If not employed from 1 month or more, subject to the approval of Provident Fund Commissioner or any other officer authorized by him. Guys, did you get my point? Withdrawal can be made, that too before the before the retirement, but provided how much percentage you will be getting 75% of the amount, and the balance in the after retirement, balance after the retirement. Then what about if you are getting 75% before the retirement, that is 1 year? Okay, what are the two reasons which you can withdraw that amount? One is purchase or purchase or construct the house, or including the site also, purchasing the site also, or what, constructing the house, or repayment of loan. Okay, so this is the point. Withdrawal from the fund is allowed for the following purposes. Pakka, please go through with the concept guys fast. Withdrawal can be made, but only in these two cases. That too, how much percentage? 75%. So guys, did you get the point? Okay, super nice. So the next concept which we are going to discuss is advances from the fund are paid for the following purposes. Till now we discussed about the withdrawal. Okay, withdrawal of the Provident Fund. If at all I want to withdraw that amount of Provident Fund which I am eligible to receive, that if at all I want to withdraw, how can I withdraw? At what time I can withdraw? Yes, you can withdraw only after retirement or before retirement. You can withdraw before retirement, but provided you will be eligible for only 75%, that too before 1 year, not more than that. Okay, so that too, what purposes? For the construction or acquisition of a property or a house, or for the repayment of loan. Now we are discussing about advances. Advances in the sense, I'll tell you guys, please listen. I'll tell you, see, there will be many disasters, natural disasters. Yes or no? See, like Tamil Nadu flood and Andhra Pradesh flood. Ala floods unnai kada. Okay, if at all there is any natural disasters. Okay, so when the natural disasters, when we face any natural disasters, so at that time, there will be no proper provision. Yes or no? There will be no proper provision to sustain our life. Okay, at that situation, what can we do? What can we do? See, employer have to pay salary, but we cannot work, no, because of disaster. There may be a loss for the employer also. Now what is happening is, due to these natural disasters, can this employee, no, I'm not discussing about the withdrawal, but I'm discussing about the advance. Sir, at the time of retirement, I will be getting a Provident Fund. But now, it is very emergency. It is very emergency. Please provide that emergency. Okay. Can I take it as an advance? Can I take that advance amount? Yes. Okay, I can take this advance. When there is a natural disaster or natural calamities. Okay, natural calamities, point number 1. Point number 2, what happens is, suppose this employee is facing with some severe disease like cancer. Okay, so doctors say that you need to face an operation or something. Okay, so you need to face some therapies or everything. Okay, to get through with that. Okay, then what happened is, so when he got to know about the surgical amount and everything, and what the doctor said is, it is around 6 lakhs. So this person, employee, he went to the employer and he asked that, sir, I have to get Provident Fund. No, please provide that Provident Fund. If at all he says that and ask that, what employer says, no, I cannot give that Provident Fund. I'll give you only after retirement. Before retirement, if I go, who will be responsible? Who will receive that amount? Yes or no? So what happens is, no, I cannot give. If at all I want to give, only you can withdraw at the time of retirement, that to 1 year, that to 75% only, that to only for 2 purposes. What about my situation? If I am not alive, what is the use of that amount? Yes or no? So whenever you have any diseases, you are facing with any diseases, at that time I can go and I can take that amount. What amount? That Provident Fund amount as an advance. Whenever an employee is facing diseases. Employee is facing diseases. Pakka? First point, when there is any natural disasters. Second point, when the employee is facing any severe diseases, then also he can go and take the advance amount of provident fund. Pakka? Damn sure? Yes or no? Pakka. So let's go to that point, guys. Let's go and read that point. See, what are the situations where employee can go and take an advance from the fund? So illness in certain cases, I already told you, not a small illness. Okay, bada illness. Okay, in that case, I can go and take an advance or not? Yes, I can go and take advance. Point number 2, what I said is, when there are any abnormal conditions such as calamity, flood, earthquakes, or riots, in that case, in that situations, I can go and ask for advance or not? Yes, I can go and ask for advance. Pakka? Damn sure? Yes or no? Pakka? Okay. Now, next point is, if at all that employer has children. If at all that that employee has children. If at all that employee has children, can he go and make marriage of these children? It is his responsibility, right? Employee has children, and to make or to make or conduct the marriage of his children, it is his responsibility. Yes or no? So for that marriage, he needs some money. For that marriage, to conduct such marriage, he needs some money. So come on, tell me, to conduct that marriage, he needs some money, and that money he can go and withdraw that amount, or he can go and take an advance. He is eligible for receiving, but marriage is fixed now. After retirement, after retirement, I cannot raise the money, because then it may take 2 or 3 years. But my children's marriage is fixed now. So can I take advance or not? Yes, I can take advance for my children's marriage, not my married amma. Children marriage. మీ పిల్లలు మ్యారేజ్ అన్నప్పుడు తీసుకోవచ్చు. ఓకే, పిల్లలు చిల్డ్రన్ మ్యారేజ్. ఓకే, చిల్డ్రన్ మ్యారేజ్ కరెక్ట్ టైంకి వస్తాయి ఇట్లాంటివి. సో when you want to conduct a marriage of your children, so in that situation, what happens? You can go and take an advance from your employer. Go and take an advance from your employer. Pakka? Damn sure? Yes or no? Sir, only children marriage? Only children marriage? What about my education? అడ్వాన్స్గా తీసుకుంటాం. ఫుల్ అమౌంట్ కాదు, అడ్వాన్స్గా తీసుకుంటాం. అడ్వాన్స్గా అక్కడ ఫిక్స్ చేసి అంత అమౌంట్ ఇస్తారు. ఇంత అమౌంట్ నువ్వు అడ్వాన్స్గా తీసుకొచ్చని ఉంటుంది. సో అది ఇస్తారు. ఓకే, సో did you get my point? Yes or no? So children's marriage you can go and claim. Okay, then second example is you can go and ask for your education. For your education, you want to spend that amount of provident fund for your education. Can you go and ask? For your education? Can you go and ask for your education? Sir, I want to study CMA. Now at the age of 55 or 60. Can I do that? People are there, no? People even at the age of 60 also, they're reading CMA. They're studying CMA, amma, because never giving up of attitude bolte. Okay, so never give up mentality. That is the point. That is the spirit. So at any age you can go and study CMA. Yes or no? Or CA or whatever the studies are. So he at certain age he want to study something. Can he do so by raising that funds, by taking that funds as an advance? See, for that case, if at all you want to spend some money on education, not on your education, but the education of the children, you cannot use that money as, you cannot use that advance money as for what purpose? For education of your studies, but for the education of your children. Okay? That too with what education, sir? Post-matriculation education. So many people think that post-matriculation in the sense post-graduation. Guys, it's not post-graduation. Okay, post-matriculation education in the sense after 10th. Whatever studies you are studying, no? Everything is a post-matriculation education only. Okay? Did you get my point? Yes or no? Pakka? post matriculation education of the children, but not our education. Babu, నీ education కోసం ఖర్చు పెట్టడం కాదు, నీ పిల్లల education కోసం ఖర్చు పెట్టాలి. Okay, for your children. Then you can come and ask for the advance. Yes, obviously. Pakka, damn sure. Guys, damn sure. Simple. And also for the marriages of the children. For marriages of the children also you can go and take the advance of the provident fund. Pakka? అర్థమైందా? పురించా? సమజ్ గయ్? అర్థైతా? గొత్తైతా కాదురా. ఓకే, గొత్తైతా అంటే తెలుసా? నాకు తెలుసు అండి. అర్థైతా అంటే అర్థమైందా అని. Okay. So guys, ఇక్కడ are there any doubts till now? Pakka? Damn sure? Okay. Now, let's go to the next point. When can advances be taken by the employee? When grant of the advance of the members who are physically handicapped. Who are physically handicapped. See, physically handicapped members, for them also we can go and take the advance amount. And for the for the cut in the supply of the electricity, for the members who are affected by the cut in the which one? Supply of electricity. For these cases, advances can be traced. Okay. Rather than these cases, you cannot take advance of provident fund amount. Pakka? Please go through with the concept fast. Fast. Okay, guys, are these points clear? Yes or no? Let's go to the point. Let's go to the section number 5 from the beginning. Let's read that concept. Okay. Till now we have discussed about provident fund, provident fund amount and provident fund scheme. Okay. When can we withdraw and when can we take an advance and how much we can, contribute as an employer. Okay, as an employer, who will, how much he can contribute, and an employee, how much he can contribute, and all those amount can be taken to which account. Everything we have discussed. Now what we are going to discuss is this scheme, the date of applicability of this scheme, from when this scheme came into force. Point number two is who will administer this provident fund. Whatever the amount which is deposited, it will go into a separate account. No? Yes, for which account? Provident fund account. Who will make administration? Okay. How is it this administration made? Okay, who will control everything? And who will contribute when people want withdrawal of the provident fund? What is the procedure? Everything who is controlled by whom? That we are going to learn now. Okay, everything in detail now we are going to learn. Point number 1. Let's read that. Central government. Let's read.
Central government framed Employees Provident Fund Scheme 1952, which came into effect from 2nd September 1952.
Yes, this came into effect. Guys, this date is most important. Amma. They may ask for MCQs. Okay, provident fund scheme and pension scheme and deposit linked insurance scheme also. Dates are most important. Please put this in your mind. Okay, 2nd September 1952. Okay.
Central government has power to frame a scheme to be called the EPF scheme.
Yes. Who has power to frame? Central government has power. Now, this power, who has power to frame the provident fund scheme? Central government. But to administer that, central government has given some responsibility to someone. Okay, to administration. To make a proper administration, central government has given this administration power to someone. Okay, let's read that. Section 5A.
Section 5A. The Provident Fund shall be administered by the central board.
Yes, central board. The provident fund shall be administered by the central board. Pakka? Yes or no? Now, this central board, what it will do is, okay, it will assist someone. Whom it will assist? The executive committee. It will give executive committee the assistance. Okay, so what happens is this central government, it appoints whom to administer central board, and this central board who will appoint, they will assist executive committee. And this executive committee, what happens to assist the central board in the performance of its functions? The appointment of executive committee has been made by central government. Okay, so this executive committee's members also will be appointed by whom, Nana? Central government. Pakka? So to conclude, how I can say, how can I explain is, see here, this provident fund is, who has power upon this provident fund? Totally provident fund scheme is central board or central government. So central government has given power to whom, to administer? Central board. Okay, who will assist this? Central board will assisted by executive committee, and executive committee is appointed by whom? Central government. Pakka. Okay, central board will be prepared for what? For administering the provident fund. And under whose assistance it is there? Executive committee. And this executive committee is appointed by whom? Central government. Pakka. So please read that. So first, central government appoints executive committee, and this executive committee will assist the central board. Simply speaking, how is that? Central government, what does it do? It will appoint executive committee, and this executive committee will assist central board. Simple. To what? To administer the provident fund. Simple. Okay, let's read that concept first. Okay, so are there any doubts, guys? Yes or no? Okay, just read this concept. We'll conclude the session, Amma. So just read this concept. Employees pension scheme. Employees pension scheme. Any place, just read this concept.
Section 6A.
Section 6A.
The Employees Pension Scheme 1995.
1995. So yeah, read.
Only employees contribution compulsory.
Only employer's contribution is compulsory. There is no need for what? Employees contribution. Out of the employer's contribution, how much percent is going to be diverted?
At the rate of
But not from the employees. Please put this into consideration. Okay, please highlight this. At the rate of 8.33% of salary. But it is not separately contributed by the employer. See, out of his own pocket he's not additionally giving 8.33%. See, people what they think is, what they assume is, they will be employers provident fund they will be contributing, and additionally 8.33% employer will be contributed out of his own pocket. So it is a risk for the employer. Yes or no? It is additional cost for the employer. So that is the reason this came into force. What is that? What is that giving is? Yes, there is no need of additional amount out of the amount which is provided which is contributed by the provident fund. From that only this is diverted. It is diverted out of the employer's contribution which is made to the provident fund. Okay. Now next.
pension will be provided in the following events.
Yes. What are the events which pension is provided? Superannuation, permanent total disablement, widow or widower's pension, death. Widow or widower's pension, death. See, beneficiaries in case of death or widow or child orphan. Who will receive that? Beneficiaries in case of death, widow will receive or child orphan will receive. Guys, there is a most important concept which you are going to discuss now. That is this point, and after this point we'll conclude the session. Please read this point. Pension is applicable
only when employee has completed 10 years of his service.
Yes,
and age
pension will be applicable only when he is, he has completed 10 years of service. ఇప్పుడు డిస్కస్ చేసాం కదా 10 years of service. So when he has completed 10 years of service, only when he has completed 10 years of service and he has attained an age of 58, he has crossed the age of 58. Okay, did you get my point? Pakka? Damn sure? Pakka? Damn sure? Yes or no? Pakka? No. Pension is applicable only when the employee has completed 10 years of his service and he has attained the age of 58. Only after he is crossing 58, okay, he will be eligible for receiving pension, provided he has to contribute at least 10 years of service. Gratuity, he is eligible to receive the gratuity only when he has service, rendering a service of 5 years. But pension, if at all you want to receive pension, you have to cross the age of 58 plus 10 years service you have to contribute. Pakka? Damn sure. So additionally there is a small minute point. Okay, there is a small important crux point, and that crux point and the remaining concepts also we will be discussing in a tomorrow's session. Okay, with this we'll conclude the session, Amma. We will discuss the remaining concepts in the next session. Okay, so please go through with the concepts first. Okay, all the best, take care, bye bye, have a nice day. So guys, in the previous session we started with the concept called as employees provident fund. Yes or no? Employees provident fund. In that I discussed that we started with the concept called as employees provident fund scheme. Yes or no? Yes or no? So in that employees provident fund scheme, we have discussed that employee can receive a provident fund at the time of his retirement. Yes or no? In whenever he want to withdraw, he can withdraw. No, at only two cases he can withdraw, and to withdraw that, those two cases are okay for the construction or acquisition of a house or a or a repayment of loan. And whenever he want to take the advance, he can take he can take, provided there are only 4 to 5 situations. Okay now, so and we have discussed that yes sir, we can we can withdraw that amount, we can take an advance of that amount also, but provided first at present we have to pay such some amount. No, we have to contribute. So employer has to contribute and also employee has to contribute certain rate of amount, okay, from the salary of the employee and from the pocket of employer. Yes or no? Out of his own pocket he have to pay. So what is the maximum percentage which the employer can contribute? It is 12%. What is the can employee pay more than 12% contribution? Yes, obviously employee can pay if at all he want, but employer is not bound to pay more than 12%. In some establishments employer can pay only 10%, but not more than that. What are those establishments? Sikh industries, BD industries, brick industries, car industries, gargam industries. Then what? And jute industries, establishments whose paid up share, whose losses are equal to the paid up share capital. So these are the establishments. Okay, in these establishments employer can contribute only maximum to the percent of 10. Pakka. So yes, this contribution which is paid by employer and employee will be deposited in an account called as provident fund account. By what date it have to be deposited? By what date? Every month, after the completion of every month, 15 days after the completion of the every month, this employer have to contribute that amount in a provident fund account. Pakka. Okay, this provident fund account, actually central government what did it do is it created an executive committee. Okay, and by the assistance of executive committee, central board they administer this provident fund. Pakka? Yes or no? Damn sure. Okay, now we also have discussed many things, okay, about provident fund. Are there any doubts? We also have gone to the pension scheme also. Pension scheme. So from the employer contribution, certain percentage is diverted to the employee. Diverted to pension. How much percentage, Amma? 8.33%. 8.33% is diverted. It is diverted or it is additional expenditure to the employer? It is diverted out of the employer's contribution of provident fund. Yes or no? So for whom it can be provided? It can be provided only to who is eligible for the for taking that amount is only to the employee who has completed 10 years of his service and and his age has crossed 58 years. If my age is crossing 58 years, that is you. Okay, if your age is crossing 58 years and you have 10 years of experience, then what happens? Then what happens? You are eligible for pension. Okay, yes or no? You are eligible for pension. Guys, are these points clear? Pakka, I'll tell you another point. See, there is a note point. Please make it a note. That here an employee can receive pension. An employee can receive pension even after attaining the age of 50. But at a diminishing rate of 3% per year. See, what is given here? It is, see, the age has crossed 58 years. If the age is crossing 58 years, okay, if the age is crossing 58 years, then only you are eligible for what? Pension. Yes or no? Now what is happening? Sir, my age is 50. My age is 50. I want pension now. I want pension now. Can I take it? Can I take it? I have some unavoidable situations. So I want such pension. So can you provide it me now? So what is your age? If your age crosses 50 also, you will be eligible for receiving pension, but at a diminishing rate of 3% per year. So can you interpret it? How will the calculation be? Can anyone interpret this? Okay, I'll explain. Please listen, guys. See, what actually, for example, 50 years. Okay, actually gratuity which have to be received is how much, Nana? Is at the age of 58 years and 10 years of experience have to be made. Yes or no? 10 years of service, and he have to contribute 10 years of service, and 58 years of, he have to cross 58 years of age. But when the age is crossing 50 also, you can take pension, not gratuity, pension. Sir, how can I take? You can take it at a diminishing rate, of 3%, at a diminishing rate of 3%. So how is that possible? How is that possible? So try చేయొచ్చు కదా, diminishing rate 3% ఎలా ఉంటుంది? For example, I'll tell you a small example. Okay, suppose gratuity, the pension amount which he have to receive is 10 lakhs, amma, which he have to receive is 10 lakhs. Okay, na? Which he have to receive is 10 lakhs. Now his age is, suppose for example, his age is 53 years. So he's crossing 50 years, no? He has crossed 50 years. So what is the balance, balance age for the receiving the pension? 5 years. Yes or no? What is the difference? 5 years is difference. So 5 years, what happens is, for that 5 years, every year 3%, at what percentage, Nana? 3%. Okay, that amount what he is receiving, no, that amount have to be deducted from that, and you have to give the balance amount. So try to make it. Change and try change, sir. 3% into 10 lakhs. What is the amount? 1,50,000. So 1,50,000. So when at the age of 58 years, you are eligible for receiving how much amount, amma? 10 lakhs. Yes or no? At the age of 58 years, you will be eligible for receiving 10 lakhs. But now at the age of 53, you cannot take 10 lakhs, no? So what happens is, they will deduct that 10 lakhs amount, okay, that the portion of 5 years amount, and give the balance amount. Sir, what is the 5 years amount? 5 years amount is 1,50,000. So out of the 10 lakhs, that 5 years is there, no? 5 years, I'll show you. So out of this 58 years, 5 years, you're taking it at 53rd year. Yes or no? So this 5 years amount is there, no? That amount, they will deduct that amount and give the balance amount. What is the amount which they will deduct is 1.5 lakhs. So today, that is at the age of 53, how much amount you are eligible to receive? 8.5 lakhs. Okay, if at all you are okay with that, you can take 8.5 lakhs. Or if at all you want to wait, you can take this 10 lakhs at the age of 58 years. Okay, you can take that 10 lakhs at the age of 58 years. That is the interpretation. Meeku ardhamainda? Simple. Pakka. So 5 years into 3% into that amount. What is that amount? That amount they will deduct and give the balance amount. What is the amount they will give for this 5 at the age of 53 years? 8.5 lakhs. Pakka? Damn sure. Raskuntara? Okay, raskondi, gurtuntadi manchiga. Try to note this point, Amma, fast. So guys, are these points clear? Yes or no? Purinducha? Start pallama? Let's start. So guys, here there is pension fund, right? This pension fund, about this pension fund we will be discussing later. Okay, pension fund we will be discussing later. But first we will go to employees deposit linked insurance scheme. Employees deposit linked insurance scheme. Come on, let's read this concept. Let's study this. Employees deposit linked insurance scheme. What is this scheme about? Nothing. See, till now what we discussed is employee when they are existing. Okay, then pension they can receive. Yes or no? When they are existing, then they can receive pension. Provident fund also, when they are existence, then they can receive provident fund. Now this is insurance, not about living, but after death anamata. Okay, after death. So at that time, central government made employees deposit linked insurance scheme 1976 with effect from 1/9/1976. Dates are most important. I already told you. Yes or no? So this scheme came into effect from which date, Nana? 1/9/1976. Okay, whose contribution is compulsory? See, Provident Fund scheme, no, Provident Fund scheme, employer's contribution will be there, employee's contribution will be there. But in pension scheme, whose contribution will be there? Employer's contribution only will be there, but not additional amount, but it is diverted from the Provident Fund. How much percentage? 8.33 percentage. But now this is employees deposit linked insurance scheme is only employer's contribution, and it cannot exceed 1% of salary. Okay, it cannot exceed 1% of salary. Pakka. Sir, along with 1% Nana, there is certain amount of, for administration expenses, to meet all the administration expenses, everything, 1.1 by 4th of the contribution, whatever contribution you are making, no, on that contribution, 1/4 of the contribution is for what? For meeting all the administration expenses, that is 0.25. Pakka? Damn sure? Did you get my point? So on that contribution, 1% of salary, and on that contribution, 0.25% is for what? For meeting all the administration expenses other than expenses towards cost of any benefits. Pakka? Sir, what is the contribution? How much amount we can contribute? If see, we are contributing 1% of a salary plus 0.5% as an administration expenses for meeting all the administration expenses. Okay. This scheme, what is this scheme telling is, sir, what is the maximum amount, what is the maximum limit of this benefit? Is it can be between minimum amount is 2.5 lakhs and maximum amount is 6 lakhs. The insurance benefit under this scheme shall be an amount between 2.5 to 6 lakhs. The maximum benefit is 6 lakhs. Okay, minimum benefit is 2 lakhs and not below that. Are these points clear, guys? Yes or no? Please go through with the concept first. So guys, are these concepts clear? Yes or no? Okay. Now let's go to the miscellaneous topic. First, I already told you that, see, first we will be discussing about schemes. So these schemes we have successfully completed. Okay. So what are those schemes? Employees Provident Fund scheme, employees pension scheme, employees deposit linked insurance scheme. So 70% of the topic has been completed. Okay. Did you get my point? So now we are going to discuss miscellaneous topics. After completing the miscellaneous topics, we will be going to applicability and non-applicability. Okay. First we will be starting with the concepts, miscellaneous topics. Yes, let's start. Yes or no? So we have discussed about Gratuity Act, no? Same concept, Samma. There is no need to get worried. Okay. So when employer is responsible to give the gratuity, yes or no? Same way, employer is also responsible to pay what employees Provident Fund also. Okay. This is a retirement benefit. Yes or no? So let's read that. So these are the miscellaneous topics. First miscellaneous topic is when there is a dispute between employer and employee. Please listen this. See, in the gratuity, when there is a dispute between employer and employee can go and complain it to someone. Yes or no? Who is that someone? Controlling authority. Here also, when there is a dispute between employer and employee can make an application to some authority, and that authority is called as authorized officer. Authorized officer. Okay. So what are the, about what matters can employee go and make an application to the authorized officer? These 4 matters, Amma. What are these 4 matters? The amount of contribution. Sir, this person is not contributing the amount. So please take care of that. Okay. So that amount of contribution, employee can go and make an application to the authorized officer. Second point, the due date of contribution. Okay, due date of contribution. What is the due date of contribution every month? What is the due date of contribution? 15th of next month. Yes or no? Yes. The administration charges also. Okay, na? And any other charges like interest, penalty, etc. About all these matters, when there is a dispute between employer and employee, then employee can go and make an application to the authorized officer. Shall make an application to the authorized officer. Pakka. In gratuity also, when the employee makes an application to the controlling authority will pass an order. Yes or no? Same way here also. Here authorized officer will also pass an order to the employer. Are employer? What is the reason behind that?
What is the reason behind that? You have to contribute. No. Why are you not contributing your amount? Okay. You have to pay. No. Why are you not paying that amount? Yes or no? So the authorized officer shall pass an order to the employer. Shall pass an order to the employer. Pakka? Okay. Then if employer has sufficient reasons, evidences. Okay, please put this in your mind. Evidences. If employer has evidences, sir, this is the point. Because of this reason, I am not paying. Okay, if the employer has proper evidences with him, or if the employer, this authorized officer, what this authorized officer sent, no, okay, if there is any error in that, if there is any error, sir, it's not my mistake, it's only your mistake, and it's a mistake of the employee. Please note this point, Your Honor. That is, if the employer can make proper evidences, by showing proper evidences and prove that it is a mistake of the authorized officer or it is a mistake of the employee, then this person can ask the authorized officer to review the order. Sir, it's not my mistake, it's your mistake. Please review that order. Okay. Who will ask that? Employer will ask that to the authorized officer. Then what happens is, this authorized officer will review that application. Okay. After reviewing, what happens? After reviewing, what happens is, if there is a mistake, and that mistake is the employee's mistake and not the employer's mistake. Okay. So what this person do is he will prepare a new order. Okay, he will change his order and he will issue a new order, and what he makes is he will tell that employee, don't do overactions. Whatever the employer says is absolutely right. Evidences have been provided by the employer. Please sit silent. Okay, that is what authorized officer does. He will issue a new order. Pakka. If the authorized officer, after these evidences have been sent by the employer also, didn't change his attitude, didn't change his response, okay, he's again telling don't do overactions, you have to give that amount to the employee. That is what authorized officer says. Then what happens is, employer, can he do anything? I gave you the evidences also, you're not changing your mindset. Sir, how can I prove myself to you? Then if that happens, what is the adequate response is, come on, let's see this. The employer can make an application to the higher authorities. Can appeal to the higher authorities. Who will make an appeal to the higher authorities? This employer will make an appeal to the higher authorities. Pakka. This higher authorities, here also, in Gratuity Act also, see, when the controlling authority, when the order passed by the controlling authority, then when employer is giving a proper response to the controlling authority, but still controlling authority has not changed his decision, then what happens? This employer will make an appeal to the, yes or no, appellate tribunal. Yes or no, he will make an application, right? He will appeal. Whatever the appeal is made, that is final. Yes or no? Here also, this employer will make an appeal to the appellate tribunal. He will also make an appeal to the appellate tribunal. Pakka? Damn sure. So after sending this to the appellate tribunal, what he does is, he will hear both the parties. Come on, employer, you come to my custody, and I'll just inquire. Okay, I'll hear whatever you say, and then this employee, you also tell all your matters, and whatever the evidences you can prove, just show your evidences. Everything, this case will be going on into hearing, and after hearing, what he does is, either the appellate tribunal will confirm or modify the order appealed, or he will refer back to the authorized officer. Authorized officer, what are you, man? Okay, case, please deal the case. Okay, there are some mistakes in that, and your order is also not right, so you have to rectify, or the case, you have to handle the case. That is what who says, may refer the case back to the authority which passed such order. Who is that authority? The authorized officer. Who will send back that case? Who will refer back that case? Appellate. Yes or no? First point. See, when there is a dispute between employer and employee, what happens, Nana? Employee will make an application to the authorized officer. Authorized officer will pass an order, and order, after passing an order, what happens? This person will send a proper evidences. Yes or no? So proper evidences he have to pass, and then why he will pass the evidences and mistakes? Because to review, and after reviewing also this person doesn't change, then what employer can do? He can make a appeal to the appellate tribunal. Appellate tribunal either confirm or modify the case, or may refer case back to the authorized officer. Simple. అర్థమైందా? పొరుదుచో సమజ్ గయే? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. So next point is what this appellate tribunal can do. What this appellate tribunal can do, either modify or refer case back. Yes or no? Okay. Now my question is, guys. Now my question is, sir, this appellate tribunal, he will hear. He will hear the employer's reasoning. Okay. The employer has said that and this and this and that. Okay, everything he is going to listen, and everything. Why? How can he decide that employer perspective is right? How can he decide that employer's perspective is right? By? So, how can he decide that employer is a genuine person? How can he decide? So for that, what the appellate tribunal does is, first of all, you gave that money to that person or not? That is what he says. Okay. First of all, you have paid that amount or not? You are not paying even single penny, and you are telling that I am innocent. I am innocent. Who will believe you? Yes or no? Yes or no? You are not even paying single penny, and you are saying that, sir, there is no need for me to pay. How can you say that? Yes or no? So point is, no appeal shall be made by the employer unless he had deposited 75% of the amount due from him. Okay, unless he had deposited 75% of the amount due from him. First you have to pay 75% at least. Okay, first you have to go and pay to your employee 75%. Then you come and say that you are innocent. I will listen. Till then, don't open your mouth. Sit silent. Pakka? Damn sure? Guys, yes or no? Simple. అర్థమవుతుందా? ఇదే పాయింట్. దిస్ ఇస్ అ పాయింట్. ఓకే, అర్థమవుతుందా? అర్థం కావట్లేదా? నౌ I'll explain you a small point. Before that, let's go to material, amma. Let's go to our material. See, yeah, let's go section 7A. Let's go to section 7A. Pani.
Section 7A. When dispute arises regarding the applicability. Where a dispute arises regarding the applicability of this act to an establishment, the authorized officer for this purpose shall have some powers of civil code. Concerned may take decisions on various points and pass following orders relating to amount due as contribution, due date of contribution, administrative charges, any other charges like interest or penalty.
So, what are when any dispute arises regarding the applicability of this act? Regarding the applicability of this act to the establishment, the authorized officer, this authorized officer will have a power of civil court, guys. Civil court. Okay. So concerned may take the decisions on various points. He will have a power of civil court. So first we will go and ask whom, Nana? Employee will make an application to whom? Authorized officer, and this authorized officer will have same powers as of civil court. What this authorized officer does? First, section 7B.
Section 7B. Review of order under section 7A. A person who become aggrieved because order passed will apply within 45 days of review to the same Provident Fund Commissioner who passed the order under section 7A. Any of the two ground should exist.
So order is passed by the authorized officer, right? After the order is passed, then what employer can do? Employer, if he has any evidences, that to material evidences, material in the sense important. So if at all that employee has that employer has material evidences, or if at all he find any mistakes in the or error in that order, then what he does? He will make he will intimate it to the authorized officer to review that. Sir, authorized officer, there is a small mistake in your order. Please go through with that. Okay. So there are these evidences, and he have to send that to the whom, Nana? Authorized officer. Yeah, let's read that.
Error apparent on face of order.
Yes.
If new material evidences have been found which could not be found earlier, although efforts were made in find them.
Okay. If review's application was whatever he said, no, whatever he gave reviews, no, and that review is accepted. Okay, if reviews application was accepted, okay, what happens if accepted? What happens?
Yes. Then Provident Fund Commissioner will pass a new order.
I already told
No
you, no,
contest.
Provident Fund Commissioner will issue a new order. Who is Provident Fund Commissioner? This is authorized person, amma. Okay, authorized person will issue a new order. If that application is not accepted by the authorized officer, if that application is not accepted by the, if that review is not accepted by the authorized officer, what happens? An appeal can be made. Chatu. An appeal can be made.
Higher authorities. However, this appeal will be against the order and no appeal can be made against rejection of review.
No appeal can be made against the rejection of review. Okay. No, rejecting the review he cannot do. Okay. This can be made only against the order. Against the order which is passed by the by the authorized person. Against that he can do, but not against the review. Pakka? Damn sure. Hey, did you get my point? So I'll give you 2 minutes. Please read this point, Sama. Please read this point first. Okay. So here, okay. Then what? When employer has taken that case, has appealed to the appellate tribunal, what happens? Section number 7D. Okay. EPF appellate tribunal is empowered to hear the appeal against the order passed by the central government or any authority under section 7A or 7B or 7C. Have we discussed about 7C? No. I'll explain, don't worry. Okay. First, when there is again under section 7A or 7B, okay, so whatever we have passed, then EPF appellate tribunal is empowered to hear the appeal against the order which is passed by the central government or any authority under section 7A or 7B or 7C. Then what happens? This appellate tribunal, what he'll do is he'll give a reasonable opportunity for what? I told you that he will give time for hearing. Yes or no? After hearing, what he does is he'll either confirm, modify, or he may refer the case back to the authority. He will either confirm it or he will refer the case back to the authority. Okay, provided no appeal by the employer shall be entertained unless the employer has deposited within 75% of the amount due from him. How much percentage, Nana? 75. What? How much you have to pay? Sir, 2 lakhs I have to pay, or 10 lakhs I have to pay. 75%. After paying 75% only, come and say that you are innocent. Till then, I will not believe. Pakka? Damn sure. Guys, are these points clear? Yes or no? Next, my point is, sir, for example, see here it is given that this, when order is passed by the authorized officer, or what is that? Order is passed by the authorized officer. This employer, what can he do? He can review. He can give his review. Yes or no? This review can be made only within 45 days. Only within 45 days. Now what happens is, within this 45 days, he did not get evidences. Okay, he did not receive proper evidences. What happens if he did not receive proper evidences within 45 days? Or he cannot prove that, there is an error in that order which is passed by the authorized officer. When he is not in a position to prove because he do not have proper evidences, then what can he do? He has only 45 days now. Okay, for example, he received that after 6 months or 1 year. The evidences he received after 6 months or 1 year. Can he again make a review to the authorized officer? Within 45 days he have to give now. But in future he got that material evidences in future. That is, after 1 year he got that material evidences, or after 1.5 years he got that material evidences. Then in that situation, can he ask that authorized officer to review? Can he ask that authorized officer to review? Actually, review have to be made within 45 days now. But after 1 year he got that evidences, material evidences he got to prove. So now he can make an application to the authorized officer or not. He can ask the authorized officer to review or not. In that case, section 7C came into existence. Let's go to section 7C first. Let's go to section 7C. What is section 7C discussing is, come on, let's see. Section 7C. What is section 7C? Determination of escaped amount. If the officer can reopen, which officer? authorized officer can reopen the case and redetermine the EPF within how many years, Nana? 5 years from the date of order passed. Okay, he can reopen the case within 5 years from the date of order passed. Order passed before 1.5 years, no. Even if order passed before 1.5 years also, he can reopen the case. Pakka? That is section 7C. Okay, sir, after reopening also, what is happening is I am not satisfied with the authorized officer's point. So what can I do? I can go and appeal to the higher authority, that is appellate tribunal. So that is the point. Here appellate tribunal, sir, authorized officer will reopen the case after 5 years. I mean within 5 years also. Maximum time is 5 years. Not after 5 years. Please put this in your mind. Not after 5 years, but within the period of 5 years from the date of order. Within 5 years they will open. Sir, appellate tribunal also will open. They will also take up the case. Yes. The tribunal may rectify any mistake apparent from the record within 5 years from the date of its appeal order. Pakka. He can also open. That is the point. Did you get my point, guys? Pakka. Whose decision is final? Appellate tribunal. So the tribunal may, for reasons to be recorded in writing, waive or reduce the amount to be deposited. He can waive off or he can reduce the amount to be deposited. Yes or no? So please go through section 7C and 7D now. Fast. Okay, guys, are these points clear? Simple or hard? Okay. So one provision I want to explain, and after explaining that I will conclude this concept. Okay, so okay, section 17A and 17B, 17A and 17B. Okay, Seri. Okay, tomorrow we'll be discussing the remaining topics. Okay. Okay. Take care. Bye bye. Have a nice day. So guys, in the previous session we discussed about a concept called as Employees Provident Fund. Yes or no? And what is that? Employees Provident Fund. At that time you were not there. Okay. So Employees Provident Fund. Okay, now. So in that Employees Provident Fund, what are the topics which we discussed in the previous session? Employees Provident Fund schemes. Yes or no? Schemes, different types of schemes. What are the 3 different types of schemes which we discussed? Provident Fund scheme, pension scheme and insurance scheme. Provident Fund scheme, pension scheme and insurance scheme. Pakka? Okay. We also discussed about applicability and non-applicability also. Yes or no? Okay. For which establishments this act is mandatorily applicable, and for which establishments this act is voluntarily. If they want, they can follow. If they do not want, they cannot follow. So we discussed that also. Yes or no? For which establishments this is mandatory applicable, for which establishments this is not at all applicable. That concept also we have discussed. Yes or no? And we have also discussed about certain miscellaneous topics. Come on, tell me guys, what are certain miscellaneous topics which we discussed in the previous session? One is when there is a dispute between employer and employee. Then what can an employee do? Employee can go and make an application to the authorized officer about what type of issues. 1, about the amount of contribution. 2, about the due date of contribution. 3, about administrative charges. 4, about any other charges like interest or penalty, if at all he has any doubts regarding those, or if at all the employer and employee, if there are any disputes regarding these concepts, then this person can go and make an application to the authorized officer. Authorized officer, what will he do is, he will pass an order. He will pass an order. To whom he will pass an order? Employer. Are employer? See, we got a complaint from employee. We received a complaint from employee. So is it right or not? So if employer can show that any evidences are there with him, or if employer can prove that, sir, whatever the order which you have sent, in that order there are certain errors. If the employer can prove that, then what he have to do is, he will send a review. He will send to review the order within how many days, 45 days. So this authorized person, after taking that response from the employer, what the authorized officer can do is, he can either issue a new order. Based upon the review. Based upon the review of the order, he will either issue a new order, or what he can do is he can also reject. If at all he rejects, then what employer can do? Employer can make a appeal to the higher authority, and that authority is called as appellate authority. Pakka? That is section 7b. That is section 7b. Pakka? So this authorized officer, to review that order, employer have to make an review of order within how many days, Amma? 45 days. If at all within 45 days he did not get any, evidences. In future he got some evidences. What can he do? Yes, in future also, if at all he got some evidences, then he can make a review of order to whom, Amma? To the authorized officer, provided that period should not exceed 5 years to reopen the case. To reopen the case to the authorized officer, he can make that within how many days? Maximum 5 years to reopen the case. Pakka? That is section 7c. That is section 7c. Now section 7d. See, this appellate tribunal is a higher authority, no? So what can this appellate tribunal do? Either it can confirm the thing what employer has said, or it can modify. Or what can the appellate tribunal do is he can refer the case back to the authorized officer. Officer, okay, there are certain changes. You have to do these changes, and you have to take back the case. Okay, sort it out as soon as possible. To whom it will refer case back? It will refer case back to the authorized officer. Yes or no? Pakka? Damn sure. Arthamainda? Okay. Then, so if at all he want to give a solution. What is the responsibility which employer have to do? The responsibility which employer have to do is nothing but he have to pay at least 75%. See, you did not even pay 75% and you are telling that you are innocent. How am I looking like an idiot or what? Yes or no? He will say the same thing. See, you did not even pay 75% of the amount, and now you are telling that you are innocent. How am I looking like? Okay, first, if at all you want me to think that you are innocent, then at least you have to pay 75%. First you contribute 75% to the employee, then you come and appeal, then I will take your case. Okay, if you have not paid at least 75%, don't bring the case to me. Okay, please sit at home and cry. I cannot do anything. Pakka? That is what, whose response? Appellate tribunal. Amma ardhamainda? Yes or no? So till here we have discussed in the previous session. Yes or no? Till here we have discussed in the previous session. Okay, so now what we are going to discuss is payment of dues. What is that, Amma? Payment of dues. Sir, what is mean by payment of dues? Payment of dues in the sense, see, if employer have to pay provident fund to the employee, yes or no? If the employer is not paying the provident fund to the employee, the same concept as of Gratuity Act. Gratuity Act also, see, if the employer is not paying the gratuity within the specified time, then and he is not interested to pay, then what can this authority do? Controlling authority, what can he do? He will tell that person, another person. Who is that another person? Collector, to collect the amount along with the interest, that 9% compound interest. To recover the amount. So here also the same thing happens. If the employer is not paying provident fund to the employee, then authorized officer can tell someone, okay, to take back the amount, and that person is called as recovery officer. And this recovery officer will recollect the amount by way of selling the property of the establishment. He will come to the establishment, whatever the property are there, no, that property he will take and he will sell. For example, if the employer is responsible to pay 10 lakhs to the employee, then and employer is not paying, then what happens is, employer is not paying, then a recovery officer will come and he'll sell any property in the establishment. He can sell any property in the establishment. That is called as payment of dues. Let's read that concept. Yes or no? First, authorized officer shall issue a certificate of the recovery after the opportunity of being heard to the employer to the recovery officer. Before I am telling it to the recovery officer, first the authorized officer shall have a reasonable, he have to have some assurance that this person he do not have an intention to pay. So if that person is not having intention to pay, and that is that is provided as a proof to whom authorized officer, then what he'll do, he'll go and tell the recovery officer, recovery officer, go and collect the amount. Okay, then recovery officer will come to our organization and he will sell the property, whatever the property is there, okay, for that amount, whatever the amount which employer is liable to pay, for that amount, he will sell that property in the establishment. He has a right to sell the property in the establishment. Or sale of a property of the employer, he also have a power to sell the property of the employer also. Okay, he has that right. Who is that person? A recovery officer. Yes or no? Third point, an employer can go to prison. These are the points. This is called payment of dues. This is called payment of dues. Pakka? Damn sure. Please note this payment of dues concept in your material, notes. Okay, this is most important point. Please note this point in your notes. Authorized officer shall issue a certificate to of recovery. What you have to write here? Authorized officer shall issue. So are these points clear, Amma? Yes or no? Next we are going to discuss about section 17A and section 17B. Please concentrate, guys. Please concentrate. Now I am going to explain one thing. Okay. For example, if there is a person called as Nobita. Okay. There is a person called as Nobita, and see that person, he is working in a factory. And he is eligible for receiving provident fund. Okay, he is eligible for receiving provident fund. Yes or no? So now what is happening is, he is already in an establishment, and from this establishment now he is going to a new establishment. Till now he used to work in an old establishment. For example, this establishment name is X Limited. Now he is going into another company or another factory or another establishment, and that is new establishment. And for example, that company's name is Y Limited. Okay, that factory or that establishment name is Y Limited. So this person who is called as a Nobita, he is converting, or he is shifting from one company to another company, or one establishment to another establishment. Pakka? Yes or no? So, but in this establishment, he is eligible for receiving what, Amma? Provident fund. Gratuity kaadu. Provident fund. Okay na? So, in this establishment, he is eligible for receiving provident fund. Pakka. No, what is happening is, this person is working in an establishment, and that establishment is receiving EPF because of what? Because this establishment is covered under applicability. Okay, so we discussed that some establishments, for that establishments, Employees Provident Fund Act is applicable, mandatory applicable. So this establishment is covered under Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act. Pakka? This establishment is covered under Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act. Are these points clear? Now he is going to a new establishment. And this person is eligible for receiving Employees Provident Fund amount of 10 lakhs. Okay, he is eligible for receiving how much, Amma? Employees Provident Fund of rupees 10 lakhs. Now he is shifting from one company to another company. No, from one establishment to another establishment. No. So come on, tell me, if this establishment is covered under this act, which is that act? Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act. So for example, this new establishment is also covered under Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act. What are the adequate remedies? If it is covered, then what can we do? If it is covered, then what can we do? We can we can withdraw the whole amount or not? We can withdraw the whole amount or not? Yes or no? Come on, response. Okay, give me your response. See, please respond, Amma. Give me your valid response. Okay, point number 1. If he is covered under Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act, he has two options. What are those options? Is one thing, either he can withdraw the whole amount. And leave that organization, and he can shift and go into the new establishment. Yes or no? Or he can tell that old establishment to do one thing. Arey Babji, there is a new establishment, and that new establishment is also covered under Employees Provident Fund. Okay, do one thing. You transfer You transfer the fund. What is that fund? Provident fund amount to new establishment. So, come on, tell me what happens is this 10 lakhs is transferred from old establishment to new establishment. Can the employee do so? Yes. Can the employee do so? Because this new establishment is covered under Provident Fund Act, no? So, this establishment is also covered under Provident Fund Act. Old establishment also is also covered under Provident Fund Act. So, no problem. Do one day. From here, you have to transfer the amount to here. Pakka. Guys, Ardhamainda, yes or no? So that is the point. Either when the new establishment is covered under the Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act, then employee can do two things. One, he can either withdraw the whole amount. How much amount is that? How much amount is that? 10 lakhs he can withdraw. Or that 10 lakhs he can tell that company to transfer to the new company. Pakka? Yes or no? Yes. Sir, what will happen if the old establishment, if the new establishment is not covered under this act? If not covered under this act, what can the new establishment do? What can it do? It cannot do anything. Then what can old establishment do? Old establishment, sir, I do not have an option to transfer the fund to the new establishment. So I'll do one thing, sir. What is that, sir? I'll do one thing. Total amount of Provident Fund, I'll give it to you. Okay, you do whatever you want to do, you do. I don't know. Okay, it's not under my obligation. I'll give my obligation is only one thing. That is, I will give the whole amount to you. So you have to withdraw. That is what the old establishment will say. Okay, so when the new establishment is not covered under this act, when the new establishment is not covered under this act, what can old establishment do is, old establishment will say, sir, we will give the whole amount because new establishment is not covered under this act. So we cannot transfer. So what we'll do, you withdraw the whole amount. Okay, that is what we can do. If at all the new establishment is also covered under Provident Fund Act, what will happen? It will transfer or it will, that is up to your discretion. That is a point, Amma. That is a point. Yes or no? So let's read that concept. Okay, let's read that concept. See, section 17A. Section 17A. Employee transfer of accounts from one employer to we are transferring from one employer to another employer, from one establishment to another establishment. Then what happens? Employee can either withdraw his provident fund. What is that? Employee can either withdraw his provident fund from the old establishment, or he may get it transferred to the new establishment. Either he can do one thing. What is that? Withdraw, or he can make it transfer to the new establishment. When can this be possible? If the new establishment is for that new establishment also Provident Fund Act is applicable. If that Provident Fund is not applicable to the new establishment, if the Provident Fund is not applicable to the new establishment, then what can the employer do? Old establishment employer, he can do one thing. He can say that, employee, you have only one option, that is go and withdraw the whole amount. Pakka? That is section 17A. Section 17A. Are these points clear? Damn sure. Then what about section 17B? Please listen. What about section 17B? See, till now what I discussed is old establishment, it can transfer the fund or it can make the employee to withdraw the fund. Yes or no? So once the amount is wholly transferred from old establishment to new establishment, will they have any liability? So their liability is completed. Yes or no? Their responsibility is completed. Yes or no? Pakka. Till what time their responsibility continues? Till the amount is transferred to the new establishment, or till that employee is taking or withdrawing the whole amount. Till that day, their responsibility will be on that amount. Once they transfer the amount to the new establishment, their responsibility continues. No, the new establishment, it will continue their responsibility. Okay, na? Yes or no? To provide a provident fund, to contribute provident fund, whose responsibility will start? New establishment's responsibility will start only from which day? From the date on which this is transferred to the new establishment. So till the okay, I'll explain. From here to here. It is from here to here. Whose responsibility is that? Old establishment's responsibility. Okay. Once it is transferred, whose responsibility is that? New establishment's responsibility. Yes or no, guys? మీకు అర్థమైందా? So let's read that. See, it's here. See, transfer of accounts, section 17A, transfer of accounts. If employees provident fund is applicable, yes, then it can transfer or withdraw. If employees provident fund is not applicable, withdraw the whole amount. Then what about section 17B, liability of the employers? Liability of the employers. Old establishment liability will be there till the provident fund is transfer, till the date of transfer. Once from the date of transfer, who will be responsible for that? New establishment will be responsible. See, the provident fund liability after the date of transfer. After the date of transfer, who will take care of that responsibility? New establishment. Simple or harder? Simple. See, let's read that. Section 17B, liability of the employers when transfer of establishment. Whose liability? One old establishment liability will be borne by the old establishment employer provided till the date of transfer. Till the date of transfer. Pakka. And after the date of transfer. It shall be borne by which establishment, Amma? New establishment. New employer. That too personally. I already told you this is a preferable liability. Yes or no? Gratuity and provident fund is a preferable liability. I already discussed about this when we were discussing which concept, Amma? Gratuity Act. Yes or no? Samajh gaye? Pakka? Ade point. End point. What is that? Gratuity and provident fund is a preferable liability. Yes or no? That is a point. Pakka. Now what happens? Till the date of transfer, who will be liable? Yes, that too, he will be liable personally. Sir, liable personally means enna. What is mean by liable personally? So, he have to settle that amount even by selling his own property. వాడి సొంత ప్రాపర్టీని అమ్మైనా సరే వాడు ఏం చేయాలి? he have to settle the amount. Okay, who? Employer and employee? Employer. Okay, if at all he has to pay 10 lakhs. Okay, but his establishment doesn't have amount. We don't know, but he have to settle that amount. I don't know, sir, our establishment doesn't have amount. I don't know that. You have settled that amount or not? That is a point. So how can I settle, sir? I don't know. You either sell your personal property or not. I don't know. Okay, sell your personal property. But even by selling your personal property also, you have to do one thing. What is that? Settle the amount. Okay, so this amount is, the employer will be personally liable. And by the new employer only up to the value of business assets. New employer, he will not be personally liable, guys. Okay, but he will be liable after the date of transfer. He will be personally liable after the date of transfer. Okay, old establishment will be liable personally till the date of transfer. At that time, new establishment will not be personally liable, but only to the extent of business assets. Okay, if at all it could not pay, no, then personal property, there is no need for them to sell the personal property and settle the amount, but only it can settle the amount by selling the business assets. That's it, guys. Are these points clear? Yes or no? So that is section 17B. Are these points clear? Yes or no? Please go through with the concept fast. I'll give you 1 minute. So guys, section number 10. Let's go to section number 10 and section number 11. Okay, section number 10 and section number 11. The most intelligent person, Nobita. So guys, point number 1. See, when employer, suppose for example employer is there, okay, and employee is also working. Employer is working and employee is also working. Okay, sorry, employee is giving work, employer is giving work, and employee is working under an employer. Okay, so what is happening is, this person have to provide provident fund. Yes or no? This person have to provide provident fund. And I already told you just now that if an employer is telling that sir, we cannot provide provident fund because we are insolvent. We do not have even one single penny to give you the provident fund. Sir, we do have losses and we are incurring heavy losses from since 3 to 4 years, and now you are coming and asking provident fund. We cannot give. If at all employer says like that, if at all employer says that like that, is it right or not? Is it right or not? I already told you, when employer is not in a position to pay, he is personally liable. Yes or no? So you cannot say that word. You cannot say that, sir, I am insolvent, I do not have amount, so that's why I cannot give you. You cannot say that, because that provident fund is a preferential liability. It is a preferential liability. Sir, what does mean by preferential liability? I will explain. Please listen, guys. Once the establishment, if at all it becomes insolvent, once the establishment, if at all if it becomes insolvent, insolvency in the sense, not even money, not even a single money penny is there with the establishment. Yes or no? So what happens is, they have to settle the liability of outsiders. Yes or no? Outside liabilities they have to settle. So these are the debt holders. They are coming to the employer and they are asking their debt to repay the debt. See, come on, tell me, employer have to pay the provident fund first or the outside liability first? See, the most important liability is provident fund, because it is preferential liability. After you are settling that provident fund, then you can go and settle outside liabilities, no problem. Okay, because provident fund is a preferential liability. Yes or no? So in the gratuity concept also, I already told you what is that gratuity. Gratuity is also a preferential liability. Yes or no? Yes or no? So first, when the employer becomes insolvent, at that situation, what are the preferential liabilities which he have to pay? Provident fund and gratuity. Sir, in this two, provident fund and gratuity, both have to be paid. Which amount have to be paid first? Based upon the situation. Based upon situation, employer will pay, but provided these two are preferential liabilities. These two are preferential liabilities. Funny? Yes or no? Funny, yes or no? Pakka? Guys, next. See, this is a point where an employer becomes insolvent. Now what I want to say is, if employee becomes insolvent, what will be the position? That is, for example, if employee doesn't have amount, sir, I do not have amount to repay my loans, or I do not have amount, sir, but I need amount right now, it is very tight, please provide me the provident fund. Can employee ask like that? Then what Provident Fund Act is telling is, okay, employee, if at all you are becoming insolvent, no problem. Okay, but due to your insolvency, employer should not give Provident Fund. You are insolvent, that we know, but your insolvency should not be the reason for payment of Provident Fund. Okay, once you're transferring from this establishment to that establishment, then we'll provide. Or when you're becoming you're retiring from the organization, then we'll give. But in between you're coming and telling, sir, I want money because I'm insolvent, please provide me the provident fund. No, we cannot do like that. If at all you want, we will provide advance. If at all you want to withdraw that amount before 1 year, up to 75% we will provide, no problem. But whenever you want money, whenever you are thinking that you are insolvent, then you are coming and asking, that is not right. Did you get my point, guys? So let's read that point. Let's read those points, section 10 and 11. Even if the employee becomes insolvent, when the employee becomes insolvent, his provident fund money cannot be attached. That is, it cannot be paid to the liability holder. Sir, I am insolvent and some person has given a loan for me, please provide that amount. No, you cannot do like that. Who am I to give that person? Okay, so once you withdraw that amount, then you can go and settle that amount, no problem. However, once if it is withdrawn by the employee, then it can be attached. Pakka? Once it is withdrawn, then we will. If at all you are not withdrawing, then how can I pay? Did you get my point? Just based upon your insolvency, I cannot pay. Second point, if the employer becomes insolvent, first he must pay the what? Provident fund dues before making any payment to any other liability holder. First he have to pay provident fund due amount. Pakka? Okay, because it is a preferential liability. Guys, are these points clear? Last section is section number 12, amma. And after this we will be discussing penalties. Just please concentrate 2 minutes. Just listen. Okay. So what is section number 12 discussing is, see, we discussed about insurance scheme. Yes or no? Insurance scheme. Is that insurance scheme employee's contribution or employer's contribution? maximum 1% of employer's contribution. When we discussed about pension scheme also, pension scheme, is it employer's contribution or the employee's contribution? Employer's contribution. But provident fund, employee's contribution was there. From employer's contribution, some percentage he deducted and he paid the remaining amount. Yes or no? That is the point. No employer can reduce the wages for what? Insurance scheme. So, sir, you have deducted the employee's contribution for provident fund, no? Insurance also you have to deduct, or no? For insurance scheme you cannot deduct. For pension scheme also you cannot deduct. Yes or no? That is the section number 12. No employer in relation to an establishment to which any scheme or the insurance scheme applies shall, by reason only of his liability for the payment of any contribution to the fund or any charges or any scheme of the insurance scheme, can reduce whether directly or indirectly. He cannot reduce directly or indirectly from the wages of the employee. He cannot reduce the wages of the employee. What? For insurance scheme or pension scheme. Guys, are these points clear? Yes or no? Purinducha. Last point is penalties. Amma. After discussing about the penalties, we will be discussing about pension fund, and after that pension fund, we will be discussing about certain definitions, but not today. Okay, in the next session. But today's session we will be discussing about penalties. Please listen. Just a small penalties. Okay, na? Please listen. First, section 14 subsection 1. 14 subsection 1. See, employer have to pay provident fund to the employee. Yes or no? Employer have to pay provident fund to the employee. So if employer is giving any false statement, then what happens? See, it is a cost to the employer. So it is a cost to the employer, and what is he doing? And he is giving, so it is a cost to the employer. So instead of 10 lakhs, he is wanted to provide how much? 5 lakhs. So he is showing 5 lakhs amount only. Is it right? He is showing false statement. In that case, he will be liable for a imprisonment up to 1 year and a fine up to 5,000. See, it is and here, not or. And that means both will be liable upon him. Okay. Second point. Section 14 subsection 1a. If the employer defaults in complying with the section 6. What is section 6? Provident fund. Section 6. What is section 6? Provident fund. So provident fund, if the employer is what? Defaulting in complying any of the provisions of provident fund or inspection charges or administration charges, in that case he shall be liable for an imprisonment from 1 year to 3 years or with a fine of 10,000. Pakka? Fine of 10,000. And yes or no? Fine up to 10,000, imprisonment from 1 year to 3 years. Sir, other than these two reasons, if at all employer has done anything mistake, okay, then in that case he shall be liable for a minimum imprisonment of 3 months and fine up to 5,000. Are these points clear? Yes or no? Pakka? Damn sure. Phanendra Bhupati. Yes or no? Next point. See, what is section 14 subsection 1b discussing is, if the employer who contravenes or makes any default in complying section 6c. What is section 6c? Insurance. Okay na? Section 6c. If at all he is complying and he is complying, if at all he is in a default in complying section 6c, then he shall be liable for an imprisonment from 6 months to 1 year and fine up to 5,000. Pakka? Damn sure. Any doubts? Next. Section 14 subsection 2. Till now we discussed section 14 subsection 1. 1a. Now it is section 14 subsection 2 and 1b also we have discussed. Yes or no? 1b also we have discussed. Now we are going to section 14 subsection 2. What is section 14 subsection 2 discussing about is, see, any person who contravenes or does not comply any of the provisions of these schemes, provident fund scheme or pension scheme or insurance scheme, if at all he is not complying means following, okay, he is contravening, that is, he is doing something against to these schemes. So in that situation, up to 4,000 imprisonment or with both, imprisonment up to 1 year, fine up to 4,000 or both. Pakka? Both may apply. Okay, but here and, that means this and this. Okay, both will apply. Here, both may apply. Okay, na? Yes or no? Next one is section 14 subsection 3 amma. Section 14 subsection 3. What is section 14 subsection 3? If no other penalty is provided, if no other penalty, if at all penalty is not provided, then in that case, any other situations, okay, but it is not under these things, then what happens is minimum 1 month to 6 months, fine 5,000. Pakka and or and please go through with the concepts. Please go through with the concepts. I'll give you 1 minute fast. With this, we'll conclude the session. We'll discuss the remaining topics in the next session, Amma. Okay, na? Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye. So guys, in our previous session, we have successfully completed many of the concepts of Provident Fund. Yes or no? So come on, tell me guys. What were the topics which we discussed till now in Provident Fund? In Employees Provident Fund, what were the topics which we discussed till now? What is that? Okay, different types of schemes. Okay, schemes. What are the different types of schemes? Provident Fund scheme, pension fund scheme, then insurance, deposit linked insurance schemes. Yes or no? Deposit linked insurance scheme. So Provident Fund schemes, are there any doubts in Provident Fund schemes? No. And pension fund scheme also there is no doubt, because Provident Fund scheme employer will be providing will be contributing certain percentage of funds. Yes or no? How much? Around 10 or 12%. Yes or no? He will be contributing, and employee also will be contributing, and both the contribution will be deposited in an account called as Employees Provident Fund. Okay, yes or no? And some establishments employer have to pay maximum 10% only. Those establishments we have discussed. Okay, what are those establishments? Sick industries, brick industries, car industries, Gorgam industries, then building industries, then jute industries, and establishment whose paid up share capital is equal to accumulated losses. Yes or no? So in those establishments, employer have to maximum pay 10%. Okay. So, and out of this 10% or 12%, certain amount will be diverted to pension fund. So how much percentage will be diverted? 8.33% will be diverted. And who will be eligible for receiving the pension fund? Whose age has who has completed 10 years of service, and who has completed whose age is more than 58 years. Even if certain times, okay, his age is more than 50 also, he can receive what? Pension. Yes or no? Provided, how will he receive? 3% in a diminishing rate for every year. Okay, we have discussed or not? And we have also discussed the employees deposit linked insurance scheme. What is employees deposit linked insurance scheme, Amma? Deposit linked insurance scheme. So what is the percentage? How much from between what range he will be getting the amount? Between 1 point, 2 point, 0.25%. Between what amount? That is not percentage. Between what range? Last point చూడండి. 2.5 lakhs to 6 lakhs. He is eligible for receiving how much? Maximum 6 lakhs, but minimum 2.5 lakhs. Okay, percentage, how much the employer have to contribute here? 1%, maximum 1%, maximum 1%. Are these points clear? Yes or no? Pakka, damn sure. Now, and in Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act, we have also discussed applicability and non-applicability. Yes or no? We have not discussed. We have discussed certain miscellaneous provisions. What are the miscellaneous provisions which we have discussed? Is section 7A, section 7B, section 7C, and section 7D. Yes or no? Are there any requirement for me to revise it once again? So I'll revise. Please listen. When there is a dispute between employer and employee, then employee can go and make an application to the authorized officer. To whom he can go and make an application? Authorized officer. Then this authorized officer will ask the employer the reason. Okay, the reason for not paying. So what will be the reason? Either it may be the amount of contribution. Okay, there may be a dispute due to the amount of contribution, or what is the next point? Due date of contribution, or yes, administrative expenses, or interest, or penalties, or Any other cases? In majorly these 4 cases, employee can go and make an application to the authorized officer. Then authorized officer will issue an order. And if the employer has material evidences with him and employer is genuine, then what employer will do? Employer will make an reply, okay, to review the order within 45 days. Sir, there is a small mistakes in your order, or mistakes in the sense error in the order placed before the employer. And second one is if there are any material evidences, then employer can do what? Employer can send to the authorized officer to review the order. Okay, if that authorized officer is satisfied, then he can do what? He can issue a new order. If he is not satisfied, then what employer can do? Employer can make an appeal to the higher authorities. Who is that higher authorities, guys? Appellate tribunal. Yes or no? So this is section 7A. This is section 7B. Okay, so section 7C. What is that section 7C? Yes, employer can make can tell the authorized officer to review. But provided if he has not received any material evidences that at that point of time within 45 days, then he can ask to reopen the case within 5 years. Pakka? Yes or no? That is section 7C. We have discussed or not? గుర్తొస్తున్నాయా? అప్పుడెప్పుడో చెప్పుకున్నామా? పూర్వజన్మలో మిత్రబింద, రణధీర్ బిల్లా, మగధీర, ఆ టైంలో చెప్పుకున్నామా నాన్న? ఆ టైంలో పుట్టుంటావు కదా నువ్వు? అర్థమవుతుందా గైస్? ఎప్పుడు చెప్పుకున్నామమ్మా? జస్ట్ లాస్ట్ వీక్ ఓన్లీ నో వీ హ్యావ్ డిస్కస్డ్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ ప్రావిడెంట్ ఫండ్ 1 month అంట. So that so guys, now let's go to the next section. What is that section? Section 7D. What is section 7D, amma? Yes, appellate tribunal. Appellate tribunal. See, when employer is making an application to the appellate tribunal, when employer is making an appeal to the appellate tribunal, then at that point appellate tribunal can do 2 things. What are those 2 things? First, you are appealing to me. If at all you want me to take up the case, you have to do one thing. What is that? You have to pay at least 75% of the amount. Okay, you are not paying 75%, at least 75%, and telling that you are genuine. How can I believe? So what will appellate tribunal do? He will tell that person to first pay 75%. Then only you can come and file a case. Okay, you can appeal to me. Till then you can appeal, you cannot appeal. So the second point is after taking up the case, what will appellate tribunal do? Either he will confirm or he will modify. Okay, or modify the case. Yes or no? Or he will what? To whom he will tell? To the authorized officer. He will issue the order. He will tell that authorized officer to take up the case back. Okay, to take up the case back. So that is a point, guys. Are these points clear till now? This is section 7D, and we have also discussed section 10 and 11 also. Section 10 and 11 also we have discussed, and section 17A and 17B also we have discussed. Yes or no? What is section 17A and 17B? If the employee is transferring from one establishment, old establishment to new establishment, then if this new establishment is covered under Provident Fund Act, okay, then employee can do 2 things. What is that? Either he can withdraw the full amount, or he can ask that old establishment to transfer to the new establishment. Yes or no? If that new establishment is not covered under EPF Act, then what is the only thing which we have? Yes, we can withdraw. Okay, na? We can withdraw. That is section 17A. Okay, what is section 17B? What is section 17B, amma? 17B. What is section 17B? 17B is nothing but, okay, old establishment will be liable till the date of transfer, and new establishment will be liable from the date of transfer. So that is section 17B. Okay, pakka. So section 17A, is transfer of from one establishment to another establishment. If I am transferring from one establishment to another establishment, what will be my provident fund amount? What is the procedure for receiving the provident fund amount? Nothing. If a new establishment is covered by Employees Provident Fund Act, I'll transfer or withdraw. If the new establishment is not covered, then I'll do? I will withdraw the whole amount. So the old establishment will be liable up to the date of transfer. New establishments will be liable from the date of transfer. That is section 17B. Okay. So till the date of transfer, who will be personally liable? Old establishment. Yes or no? New establishment will be personally liable from the date of transfer. Simple. Yes or no? Because it is a preferential liability. Provident fund is a preferential liability. Pakka? Guys, are these points clear? Now we are going to discuss the concept called as applicability. To which establishments this provident fund is applicable? Okay. In the Factories Act also we have discussed applicability and non-applicability concept. Yes or no? For which establishments Factories Act is applicable? Okay. So for which establishments Factories Act is applicable? Simple. What is that? Factory. It have to be a factory. To be a factory, what have to be there? Minimum, okay, workers have to be there. Yes or no? So workers, for calculating the workers, we will also have to look at one thing. What is that? Power. Yes or no? So with the aid of power, without the aid of power. With the aid of power. If it is with the aid of power, 10 or more workers are employed on any day of a preceding 12 months. If it is not with the help of power, then 20 or more workers. Yes or no? So there have to be a premises, there have to be workers, and those workers also have to be working. With the help of power, 10 or more workers have to be working. Without the help of power, 20 or more, provided there have to be another major thing, that is manufacturing process. So every establishment to be called as a factory. First, this is the main concept. Yes or no? So for these establishments, Factories Act is applicable. And there are certain establishments where Factories Act is not applicable. What are those? Mines, then railway running sheds, then eating places and restaurants is not applicable. Then fourth point, mobile units of armed forces. For those establishments, this Factories Act is not applicable. Yes or no? Pakka. So guys, please understand my concept. That is, in every industrial laws, there will be a concept of applicability and non-applicability. For which establishments this act is applicable, and for which establishments this act is not applicable. For every industrial laws, that is Factories Act, EPF Act, and Gratuity Act, okay, ESI Act. For everything we will be discussing applicability and non-applicability concept. Okay na? See, we have discussed gratuity also, no? There also we discussed applicability concept. For which establishments Gratuity Act is applicable? For which establishments Gratuity Act is applicable, amma? Oil fields, plantations, ports, mines, railway companies, and factories also. Yes or no? And certain other establishments in which 20 or more, 10 or more workers are worked on any day of a preceding 12 months, and any other establishments which is notified by the central government. Yes or no? Pakka, damn sure. So the same way, Provident Fund also have an applicability and non-applicability concept. Okay, let's discuss. We have discussed, we haven't discussed. We have discussed, we haven't discussed. Okay, now we are going to Provident Fund applicability and non-applicability concept. Okay, na? Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act. For whom, for which establishment this Provident Fund Act is applicable, and for which establishment this Provident Fund Act is not applicable. Let's start. So first we will be discussing applicability. First we will be discussing about the applicability concept. Okay. First applicability, there are two types of applicability concepts. One which is mandatory. Okay. One which is voluntary. That is mandatory in the sense, if your establishment is covered or not covered, I don't know. Okay. But if it comes under this list, you should definitely provide a Provident Fund. Sir, that Provident Fund is expense for me, no? It is expense for employer, no? I don't know, guys. Even if it is expense for you or not, I don't know. but for you establishments it is mandatory applicable. Okay, that is a mandatory concept. There will be certain establishments, even if for them it is not mandatory for them to follow, it is not mandatory for them to follow, but still out of their own discretion, మన భాషలో చెప్పాలంటే సరదా. Okay, so out of their own discretion, if they want to follow, they can follow. Yes or no? That is voluntary. One is mandatory, another one is voluntary. So mandatory in the sense, which establishments are mandatory to follow this Provident Fund Act, and which establishments there is no requirement to follow, but still they are interested to make this Provident Fund applicable to their establishments. Okay na? First we will discuss about voluntary. So we discussed that Provident Fund 8% to 10% to 12% will be transferred to a Provident Fund account, and this will be utilized at the age of retirement. We discuss everything. So there may be certain establishments, even if for them this is not applicable for them, but still majority of the employees are satisfied and they want this Provident Fund to be applicable to their establishments, or the employer itself, they feel that this Provident Fund is nice, no? Okay, if it is applicable for our establishments also, it will be benefit for our employees, no? So like that, if they feel like that, then what can they do is they will make an application, or they will take a permission from some person. Did you get my point? From some authority. Did you get my point, guys? Okay, what will they do? First, if there is not a mandatory requirement for them to follow, but still if they want to follow, they have to do one thing. They have to get permission from some authority. If they get some permission from their authority, then what happens? This Provident Fund Act will be applicable for them also. That is voluntary, not mandatory. Please put this in your mind. This is voluntary concept, but not a mandatory concept. Pakka? For those establishments, this Provident Fund Act is mandatory. Voluntary applicable? Voluntary applicable. Okay. For the benefit of the employees only, no? So they will, if they feel like that, out of their discretion, they can go and ask the permission. Okay, after taking permission, they can make their establishments also to follow this Provident Fund Act. Pakka? Next point. Sir, for which establishment this Provident Fund Act is mandatorily applicable? Okay, for which establishment this Provident Fund Act is mandatory applicable? See guys, point number one, for provided not all the factories, but only those factories or industries which comes under schedule, which comes under a specific schedule. Did you get my point? Which comes under a specific schedule. Those factories only will be, mandatory. They have to follow this Provident Fund Act. Okay, Pakka, this is mandatory. Sir, we are not covered under that schedule. If you are not covered under that schedule, no problem. You can voluntarily make applicable to your establishment. But if you are covered under that schedule, no, you have to I have to mandatorily provide a Provident Fund to my employees. I have to contribute my Provident Fund to my employees. Yes or no? That is a point. First one. Let's start that concept, guys. Yes. Let's go to that concept first. So let's go to the applicability concept first. Applicability concept. What is that applicability? First one. Let's go to mandatory provisions. Let's go to mandatory provisions. Factory. First one is what? Factory. And that too, it is specified in Schedule 1. So in Schedule 1, there are lots of industries. In that list, what and all industries are listed in that schedule. Okay, out of only for those factories, for those industries only, this act is mandatory applicable. Okay, for which schedule, only those industries or those factories which are specified in Schedule 1, that too having a minimum 20 workers employed on any day of a preceding 12 months. Pakka? In an accounting year, in a previous accounting year, what happens? on any day 20 minimum workers are being worked, then in that case this factory, and that to which factory, which is listed in, which is specified in schedule 1, for those factories this act is mandatorily applicable. Sir, it is additional expense, I cannot pay. If at all you say like that also, there is no chance. You have to mandatorily pay provident fund. Amma ardhamavutunda? Purunducha? Yes or no? So let's read that point. First we have to get to know what is meant by a factory. For every act, there are certain different definitions. Okay, there are certain different definitions. See, in Gratuity Act we have discussed about employees definition in a different perspective. Yes or no? But whereas in a Factories Act we have discussed that employee perspective in a different manner. Okay, whereas in gratuity, employee means apprentice doesn't come under employee. Yes or no definition. But in Factories Act, apprentice also will come under employee. Yes or no? Because based upon that act. Yes or no? Same here also. Definitions may differ because lawmakers' interpretation differs. Okay, so there, according to that point and according to that perspective, employee means he has given a different definition, and in factories he has given a different definition. Here also, factory means there is a different definition. Okay, in a Factories Act there is a different definition. Yes or no? Yes or no? What is the definition of factory in a Factories Act? Establishment which is consisting of manufacturing process with the aid of power 20 or more, without the aid of power 20 or more. So here the same definition is given. No, let's go to the definition. Let's go to the definition of factory. When we go to the definition of a factory, so last page of Provident Fund, see here, section 2 clause G. Please go through with the point. Here there have to be a premises. There have to be a premises or not? Yes, there have to be a premises. In the Factories Act also we have discussed about the definition of factory. Yes or no? There factory means a premises have to be there. Yes. Point number 2, including the prenex thereof in any part of which manufacturing process. So in our previous session in our Factories Act also we have discussed that there have to be a manufacturing process, there have to be a premises. If these two things are there, can you call it as a factory? There is another point. Workers have to be there. Please interlink the concept, Amma. Okay, please interlink the concepts. Workers have to be there. Yes or no? Workers there, how many? 20 or more or 10 or more? Yes or no? But here, to call it as a factory, manufacturing process have to be there and premises have to be there, with or without the aid of power, I don't know. Whether it may be with the power or without the aid of power, nothing, no problem. With the aid of power, without the aid of power, I don't know. With or without the aid of power, minimum 20 workers have to be employed. That is a point. Let's see that. See, now let's come to the applicability concept. With the aid of power, without the aid of power. If it is with the aid of power or without the aid of power, it doesn't matter. Whatever it may be, minimum how many workers have to be working there? 20 workers. But in Factories Act, with the aid of power, 10 or more workers have to be working. Minimum. Without the aid of power, 20 or more. But here, with the aid of power, without the aid of power, it is irrespective. Okay. If it is with the aid of power or without the aid of power, minimum how many people have to be working there? 20. So the definition is completely, entirely different or not? Yes or no? So because of the interpretation of the lawmaker. Okay, in that scenario, that is the apt definition. But in this scenario, the interpretation of the definition is entirely changing. Yes or no, funny? Babji, are you getting these points? Yes or no? A subject mande? Na. Okay. So next point, Amma. So factory, that to which factory, Amma? Schedule, which is specified in schedule 1. Point number 2, minimum how many workers have to be working there? 20 workers on any day of a accounting year. Akka? Okay. Sir, factory means with the aid of power or without the aid of power? With the aid of power or without the aid of power. Minimum how many people have to be working there? 20. Minimum how many people have to be working there? 20. Pakka? Damn sure. Now, next point. Sir, our establishment is not a factory. And that too, it is not listed in schedule 1 it is not listed in schedule 1. So come on, tell me, sir, is there any mandatory provisions? Is there any mandatory provisions? Okay, your establishment is not a factory, that too, which is specified in schedule 1. That too, okay, that there is no problem in that. If at all you are not specified there also, but if your establishment is notified by the central government, if your establishment is notified by the central government, then what have to be there? And your establishment consists of minimum 20 workers. Here also, minimum 20 workers. Sir, our establishment consists of 20 workers. For example, DMart. For example, Reliance Mart. Okay, na? 20 workers are employed or not? Yes. Supermarkets are there. 20 workers are employed. Yes. Yes or no? Bajaj Electronics. 20 workers are being employed. Yes. Shopping malls. 20 workers are being employed. Yes. If that establishment consists of more than 20 workers, and provided what is happening there, central government is notifying that establishment. Are Babu, till now you are not you are not listed in that factory schedule 1, but still on your establishments, okay, you have to pay provident fund. If at all central government notifies like that, central government notifies like that, and our establishment has minimum how many workers, Amma? 20 workers. In that case, this establishments also, it is mandatory for them to follow. It is mandatory for them to pay the provident fund. Okay, na? Any doubts? First one, factories which are specified in schedule 1. Okay, minimum 20 workers. Okay, point number 2, any other establishment but provided central government has sent a notification. Central government has notified that establishment. Okay, and those establishments have minimum how many workers, Amma? 20 workers. In that case, they also have to a shall or may na. Mandatory means shall. Okay, they also have to mandatorily pay the provident fund to their employees. Pakka? Damn sure. Okay, third point, sir, our establishment is notified by the central government. Okay, but we do not have 20 workers, we have less than 20 workers, so we will escape from paying provident fund. Yes or no? There might be a chances, no? So central government notified that certain establishments have to pay provident fund to their employees if 20 workers are being employed. Now, in our establishment, there are no 20 workers. There are less than 20 workers. In that case, is it mandatory for us to provide provident fund? In that case, lawmakers has given another clarification. Say, if at all your establishment has less than 20 workers also, if at all your establishment has less than 20 workers also, and central government has approval has been given, central government approval has been given, and 2 months prior notice is there. 2 months prior notice, central government approval is there, and 2 months prior notice is there. If in this case, if it is in this case, okay, if at all your establishment consists of less than 20 workers also, what you have to do? You have to mandatorily pay. See, for example, some establishments, what they will do is, intentionally they will reduce from 20 to 5 workers or 10 workers, they may reduce because central government has notified, no. But what lawmaker said is, okay, if central government notified, you may reduce your number of employees from 20 to below. Okay, so what happens is, if central government has given a notice, 2 months prior notice, and there is a central government approval, and approval plus 2 months prior notice, if that is there, okay, if that is there, and then afterwards you are reducing your workers, something is fishy happening, no? You are intentionally doing, no? So that is the reason what lawmakers have given is, okay, if there is a 2 months prior notice and central government approval is there, in that case, even if your workers are less than 20 also, your establishment is mandatory, have to provide provident fund. Pakka? That is a point. Any other establishments less than 20 workers, but provided it has central government approval plus 2 months prior notice. 2 months prior notice. In that case, those establishments are also mandatorily responsible to provide provident fund. Next point. Sir, not less than 2 months prior notice is given by the central government to such establishments. I just told no. 2 months prior notice, not less than minimum 2 months prior notice. If it is there, then what happens? Even if your workers are less than 20 also, you have to pay provident fund. Pakka? Okay na? So come on, tell me guys, come on, tell me. which establishments have to mandatorily provide. So for based upon the applicability concept, mandatorily, voluntarily. Mandatorily, which establishments have to mandatorily provide provident fund? Factories Act, that too, which is specified in Schedule 1. Yes or no? So, and these factories, minimum how many workers have to be working there? 20 workers. Second, any other establishment which is notified by central government in that case, and that establishment consists more than 20 workers, that establishments also mandatorily have to provide a provident fund. Sir, our establishment, other establishment, this is notified by central government, but less than, it consists of less than 20 workers. In that case, central government approval have to be there prior 2 months notice. 2 months notice if it is there, then also they have to mandatorily provide a provident fund. Pakka? Damn sure. Simpla. Purindacha. Next point. Sir, which establishments have to voluntarily provide provident fund? Have to voluntarily provide. See, I already told you, voluntarily in the sense intentionally. If they want their establishments to be covered under provident fund, then what happens? Employer and majority of the employees, they will go and make an application. They will go and take a permission from whom? Central and officer. I just told no. An authority. That authority is Central Provident Fund Commissioner. That authority is whom, Mama? Central Provident Fund Commissioner. From that Central Provident Fund Commissioner, if they have taken, permission, then they also can what? They also can provide a provident fund. See, the Central Provident Fund Commissioner by notification apply the provisions of this act. Employer or majority of the employees have agreed that the provisions of this act should be made applicable. Sir, the provisions of this act, make these provisions be applicable on us. Okay na? Pakka. So if they are intentionally asking, no problem. That is your sarda. Okay, ask on sarda. Okay, sarda means what? Fun. If it is your fun, who can restrict? Yes or no? Okay na? Have agreed that the provisions of this act should be made applicable to their establishments. Okay na? Yes or no? So there is another point. Once this act is applicable, it will continue to be applicable even if the number of workers are reduced from 20 or below. Pakka? Okay, please go through with the concept number fast. Applicability. Simple or hard? Simple. Fast. So now let's go to the non-applicability concept number. For which establishments Provident Fund Act is not applicable? For which establishments Provident Fund is not applicable? Let's go to page number 65. There you can find non-applicability. So just listen guys. Just listen. See, for which establishments Provident Fund Act is not applicable? See, if my establishment is a newly formed establishment, okay na, recently I have started that establishment, okay, if my establishment is a newly formed establishment, in my establishment there is not even, we do not have proper funds with us, yes or no? We will be having proper funds with us, huh? Tell me guys, we will be having proper funds with us, huh? No, we will not be having proper funds with us. And how can I contribute additionally provident fund? Is that concept correct? Amma chappanamma. Is that concept correct? No, right? Because it is an additional expense, right? It is an additional expense for the establishment. It is an additional expense for the establishment. So, when my establishment is a newly formed establishment, and in that establishment there are no proper funds with us. And when there is no proper funds with us, what is the reason for us to give additional expense? It is an additional expense and additional burden for us. Yes or no? To contribute around 10 to 12%. So it is an additional burden, and for that reason what happens is, okay, when your new establishment, sir, new establishment in the sense 1 year or 2 years, that is which has not even completed 3 years, in that case you do one thing. Okay, for you new establishments, this provident fund, there is no need for you to pay the provident fund to your employees. Okay na? So that was given by the lawmakers. Okay na? What did they say? Point number 1. Okay, what is act saying is, okay, if at all your establishment is a newly formed in the sense just now born, no, at least 3 years, it has not even completed 3 years, in that case what happens is, for those establishments Provident Fund Act is not applicable. Pakka? Damn sure? Okay. So yes sir, our establishment is not newly formed establishment, but this establishment is controlled by the government. Okay, this establishment is controlled by the government, and what we are doing is we are getting a similar benefits. Our establishment is a government establishment and we are getting a similar benefits. If at all we are getting a similar benefits, same like Provident Fund, what is the reason for you to follow again Employees Provident Fund Act? There also you are getting similar benefits or more than this benefits. And when you are getting more than this benefits, what is the reason for you to follow this? Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? Pakka, damn sure, you are getting a similar benefits. When you are getting similar benefits, what is the reason for you to again follow this Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act? Okay, na? So when our establishment is a government establishment, and in our establishment, our employees are getting a similar benefits. Our employees are getting similar benefits, same as Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act. What are the benefits which are provided, like Provident Fund and pension and these benefits, insurance? So they are getting the same similar benefits. In that case, already are getting that benefits, no? Similar benefits, no? No need. This Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act is not applicable. Pakka? Yes or no? Did you get my point, guys? So that is a point. So government establishment where employees are entitled to get similar benefits, for those establishments also Provident Fund Act is not applicable. Pakka? Provident Fund Act is not applicable. Simply to give you a small clarification, after completing CMA foundation, you will be eligible for CMA Inter. Okay, na? Or there is another way to come to CMA Inter. What is that? CAT. Okay, after completing CAT, you can write CMA Inter. Okay, or after completing CMA foundation, you can come and write CMA Inter. You have completed CAT. Again, you will be completing a foundation. Huh? Similar benefit, no. You have completed similar benefit, no. Again, why you will start with foundation? Okay, there is no need for you to start with foundation, but rather you will directly go to CMA Inter. That is a point. When you are getting similar benefit, why there is need for you to again follow Employees Provident Fund? No need. Okay, that act or that provisions you are following, follow that. So there is no need for you guys to follow this Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act. That is a point. Are these points clear? Next point is cooperative societies. What is that, Amma? Cooperative societies. Sir, what are cooperative societies? You already know what are cooperative societies. Okay, na? So societies and under kada. Cooperative societies meeku detail vastundi. Okay, so cooperative societies also a business. Okay, so in that cooperative societies, I already told you, actually if our factory, and that too it is listed and it is specified in schedule 1. If it is specified in schedule 1 and number of workers have to be more than 20, in that case what happens? It is with or without the aid of power, we don't know. With the aid of power or without the aid of power, it have to minimum have how many workers worked in that establishment? 20. In that case, for those establishments, this Provident Fund is mandatory applicable. Come on, tell me. Cooperative societies, and it has workers, and it has also machines, and without the help of machines, there are 50 workers. Sir, it is more than 20, no? It is more than 20, no? Yes, it is more than 20. But now, how many workers are being worked there? More than 20, but less than 50. Okay, so less than 50. So more than 20, no? So can you make that cooperative society is also applicable? Ruko zara, sawal karo. What is that? It is without the aid of power. If it is without the aid of power, less than 50 workers are being worked. For those establishments also, Provident Fund Act is not applicable. Sir, if it is with the aid of power, no problem. What is given here? Without the aid of power, that too minimum how many workers? 50 workers are being worked. For that cooperative societies, this Provident Fund Act is not applicable. Pakka. Damn sure. Samajh gaye? Purnjacha. Okay. So let's read that points. First one, we discussed about newly formed establishments. No, please mention here, please write here, newly formed establishments which has not even completed 3 years. Raina, pen ekkadundana neeku? Pen edi? Ekkada rayali? Ekkada? Akkada kaadu, ekkada. Newly formed establishments which had not even completed 3 years. So for those establishments also, this act is applicable. It is not applicable. It's not at all applicable. Okay? అర్థమైందమ్మా తర్వాత cooperative societies. We discussed about cooperative societies, right? So for cooperative societies, employing how much? Less than 50 persons. Employing how many? Less than 50 persons and working without the aid of power. Working without the aid of power. అర్థమైందా చిరంజీవి? Working without the aid of power. If it is with the aid of power, applicable. If it is not with the aid of power, then what happens? And then that to employ how many amma? Less than 50. For those establishments, for those cooperative societies, this act is not at all applicable. Okay, and we have also discussed government establishments. Yes or no? Government establishments. To any other establishments which are under central government control or state government control and whose employees are entitled to a benefit of contributory provident fund or old age pension. So similar benefits, right? So those establishments are getting similar benefits. Pension is there, contributory provident fund is there in accordance with any scheme or rule formed by the central government or state government governing such benefits. In such a case, for these establishments also, Provident Fund Act is not applicable, because for those government establishments, what is happening there? Similar benefits like contributory provident fund is being provided and old age pension is also there. Then what is the reason for us to make this act applicable? Our benefits are also same pension. Our benefits are also same provident fund. Then what is the reason behind that? No similar benefits. So in that case, for these establishments also, no need of applying provident fund. And next point, to any other establishment set up under central or provincial or state act, same government establishments, and whose employees are being entitled for the benefits of contributory provident fund and old age pension, for them also, and getting the same benefits, right, under the control of central government or state government, that also means government establishments only, or are set up under central or provincial or state act, then also they come under government establishments only. For those establishments, what have to be there? Provident fund is applicable or not applicable when similar benefits are being framed. Pakka? So for these establishments also, Provident Fund Act is not at all applicable. Are these points clear? I'll give you 1 minute. Please go through. So ikkada daaka so let's go to the next concept, amma. So what are the concepts we discussed? Penalties we have completed. So now we are going to the next last points, amma, miscellaneous points. Okay, but from the examination perspective, they might be asking from these concepts. Okay, MCQs. Okay, please let's go to this appropriate government and authorized officer. See, in the previous session we have discussed about authorized officer. Yes or no? When we are discussing about section 7A. See here, this person is authorized officer, no? So who is this authorized officer? There might be a question arising in your brains, yes or no? So this authorized officer is none other than he is a central provident fund commissioner. So when there is a dispute between employer and employee can go in and make an application with whom, amma? Either central provident fund commissioner or additional central provident fund commissioner or deputy provident fund commissioner or regional provident fund commissioner, okay, or such any other officer authorized by the central government. Okay na? Yes or no? So these are authorized officers. Samajh gaye? These are the authorized officer. Who are called as authorized officer? If there is any dispute between employer and employee, then employee can go and make an application with either this person. Who is that? Central Provident Fund Commissioner or Additional Provident Fund Commissioner or Deputy Provident Fund Commissioner or Regional Provident Fund Commissioner, because any of these persons are called as authorized officers only. Okay na? So that is this section 2 clause AA. Okay. So what is that discussing about? Authorized officer. Okay. Yeah. Yes or no? Next. Who is called as an employer? Guys, in a Factories Act, who is called as an employer? Occupier is called as employer. Okay. And see, this Provident Fund is applicable on first factories. Yes or no? It is applicable on factories. That too, it is applicable on those factories which are specified in Schedule 1. Yes or no? So simply speaking, it is applicable on factories. So for factories, who is the employer? Occupier will be the employer. Yes or no? So now, who is the employer in the factory? If our establishment is a factory, then who is the employer? Occupier will be called as an employer, or owner will be called as an employer, or agent of the occupier. Sometimes employer may go to out of India, yes or no, go to any other places out of India, or outstation he may go to any other place other than our factory's situation, okay, where our factory is situated. So what happens is he might not come around 3 to 4 months. In that case, he will put some authority. He will put some authority to take care of establishments. So who will be controlling at that point? His agent. So when the occupier is not there in the factory, who will be called as an employer? In that case, agent of the owner or a occupier. That person will be called as an occupier. समझ गए? Yes or no? Sometimes the occupier's legal representative, if the occupier is dead, or if the occupier is disabled, in that situation, who will be responsible? Who will be called as an occupier? Legal representative or a manager of a factory. These 4 persons will be called as occupiers employers when our establishment is a factory. Sir, if our establishment is other than a factory, so second point is other establishments, yes or no? Other establishments which are notified by central government, yes or no? So if our establishment is not a factory, in that case, what happens? The person who has ultimate control over the affairs of the establishment, or if that ultimate controlled person who is there, who entrusts any other person, okay, that person also will be called as occupier, or employer. Okay, na? So where the said affairs are entrusted to a manager or a managing director or a managing agent or a manager or managing director or a managing agent. When this employer is entrusted, he will be putting the hopes upon some other person, no? He will be giving some responsibilities upon some other person, no? He will entrust some other person, no? That entrusted person might be a manager or a managing director or a managing agent. Whoever he may entrust upon, that person also can be called as an employer. Pakka? Simply speaking, the person who has ultimate control over the affairs of a business is called as employer. Okay, if our establishment is a factory, who will be having ultimate affairs? Occupier. Yes or no? So come on. Here we'll go to the definition of occupier. Who is called as an occupier? The person who has ultimate control over the affairs of a factory. Okay. If our establishment is other than factory, then also the person who has ultimate control over the affairs, that person is called as employer. Simply speaking, the person who has ultimate affairs of the business, that person will be called as a employer. Pakka? Damn sure. In a factory's case, who will be called as an employer? Occupier or owner or agent of the occupier or owner or a managing director or a legal representative of the occupier. If our establishment is not a factory, then any other person who has ultimate control. Pakka? Damn sure. Okay, next we will be discussing another definition called as appropriate government. Appropriate government. What is called as an appropriate government? For example, APSRTC. For example, APSRTC. What is the appropriate government for that? State government. Because who is controlling it? State government. Yes or no? For example, IRCTC. Railway. Who will be taking care of that? Central government. Akka. So for railway establishments, who is the appropriate government? Appropriate government is central government. Appropriate government for railway is central government. For APSRTC or TSRTC, who is the appropriate government? State government. Pakka? That is a point. Appropriate government in relation to an establishment belonging to under the control of central government. So under the control of central government, which establishments are there? Railway companies, ports, Vizag, Kakinada. Ports, mines and oil field, controlled industries, even these all comes under central government control. So who is the appropriate government for these establishments? Central government is the appropriate government. Okay, then what about any other establishments which are under state government? So for those establishments, which is the appropriate government? State government. In relation to an establishment having department or branches, one or more state So any other things which have branches more than one or more state, for them appropriate government is central government. But only one state, then for them appropriate government is state government. In relation to other establishment, the appropriate government is state government. These are the definitions, Amma. These are the definitions. Any doubts? Pakka. So we discussed about employer, we discussed about appropriate government, we discussed about occupier, then we discussed about authorized officer. Now we will be discussing about employee. We will be discussing about employee. Let's start. We will be discussing about employee. Start karte hain. So employee, see, in factory sector we have discussed who is called as a worker. Worker working for service, worker working of service. Okay, so now here also who is called as an employee? Who is called as an employee? Guys, please put this in your mind. In Gratuity Act, apprentice cannot be taken as employee. Yes or no? Cannot be considered as employee. But in Factories Act, apprentice also can be treated as a worker. Yes or no? He can also be treated as a worker. Here also, in Employees Provident Fund also, apprentice also can be treated as a worker, but provided who is not engaged under Apprentice Act 1961. Okay, who is not engaged under Apprentice Act 1961. That person also can be included in the definition of employee. Sir, in Factories Act, workers working for, workers working off. Okay, for service. That person, is he an employee? Is he a worker? For service. Off service or for service? So whatever you say, I will definitely do. Okay, that person is contractual based, no, but here employee means those who will be working for contract also, those also can be treated as a employee. Please understand the concept. Please understand the difference. There workers working for contract, those people, you cannot include them to be a worker. Here under contractual basis also some people will be working, no, those also can be called as employee. See, employed by or through a contractor in or in connection with the work of the establishment, those also will be considered under employees only. Those also will be coming under, because these people are employed for wages in any kind of work, either manual or otherwise, in or in connection with the work of the establishment, whether directly or indirectly, whether direct through the employer or indirectly through the employer. Either it may be directly, sir, whatever you say, I'll work. Either directly, or there may be a mediator. Whatever it may be. I am working for that only, no. So that concept will be coming under definition of employee. Please distinguish the differences between one act and another act definition. There, apprentice doesn't come under the definition of employee in Gratuity Act. But in Provident Fund, apprentice will be coming under definition of employee. In Factories Act, apprentice will be coming under the definition of employee. Yes or no? In Factories Act, workers working for contract basis, they will be not considered as an employee as a worker. But here in a Provident Fund, even if contractual basis also, directly or indirectly also can be treated as a employee. Samajh gaye? Yes or no? Please difference adhan cheskondamma. Okay, are these points clear? Pakka, damn sure. See here, basic wages. We'll complete basic wages and we'll conclude the session, amma. Last point is basic wages. Just listen, please. Basic wages in the sense whatever the employer is providing to his employee. Sir, what is that? If the employer is paying whatever the amount which is received from the employer to his employee, that is called as basic wages. So what is given in the definition is all the emoluments which are earned by the employee, whatever the employee is receiving from the employer, everything will be called as a basic wage, it seems. But here lawmaker has given a detailed understanding. Everything received by the employer can be treated as basic wages, but there are certain things which cannot be included. What are those? Cash value of any consideration. If the employer is providing, for example, car services or car, salaries ఉంటుంది కదమ్మా మీకు అండ్ DT there will be a concept called as salaries, motor car facility, okay, perquisites, allowances, basic wages. So you'll understand at that point of time. There is no need to get worried. Then you can understand this, okay. So point is, when the employer is providing a car, okay, this is cash value of any consideration, cash value of any consideration he is providing, right? He is providing car facility, he is purchasing and he is giving it to the employee. Sir, that also will come under salary or wages? No, that also will come under salary or wages? No. Sir, DNS allowance will come under salary or wages? No. House rent allowance will come under salary or wages? No. Bonus will come under salary or wages? No. Commission will come under salary or wages? No. If employer is giving any gift, that also will come under wages? No. What are there? Nothing. Simply speaking, he is giving a clarification that the DNS allowance is not there, house rent allowance is not there, bonus is not there, commission is not there, gifts also will not be considered as a. So what will be remaining? Basic. Advaina. So what he is giving the interpretation as, whatever the amount which is received by the employer, everything will be called as a basic wages, but provided these will not come under basic. So simply speaking, other than these things, the amount which is received by the employer, that is called as basic. Okay, that is called as basic. While on duty, on leave with wages, or leave on holidays or with wages, in accordance with the terms and conditions of the employment contract, whatever he is getting, no, whatever he is being paid from the employer, no, that will be coming under what? Basic wages. Pakka, guys, are there any doubts? Contribution also, contribution means as a contribution payable in respect of a member under a scheme, or a contribution payable in respect of an employee to whom the insurance scheme applies. Contribution means, simply speaking, employer is giving that contribution, right? So whatever he is giving, okay, whatever he is giving from his out of his own pocket, that is contribution. Whatever employee is giving, that is also his contribution. See, whatever the employee is giving, that is the contribution, and whatever the member, who is that member? Employer. Whatever he is giving, that is also a contribution, simply speaking. Okay, now, so with this, are there any concepts remaining here? No. Every concept in the Provident Fund Act has been successfully completed except the pension fund,
which is called as a pension fund. This is not important from the exam perspective, but we need to have detailed understanding about this, right? So that is a reason. Now, yes, I told you in the previous session that central government, what it does is it appoints a person. It appoints a committee called as executive committee, right? In this executive committee, everyone will be discussing and everything will be okay. And this executive committee will assist whom? It will assist central board. Okay, so central board will administer Provident Fund. This is what we discussed about Provident Fund administration. Okay. So who will administer the Provident Fund amount? Provident Fund everything is central board. Okay. Then who will who will assist the central board? It is executive committee, and this executive committee is appointed by central government. That is what we discussed about the hierarchy. Now what about the pension fund? So pension fund also, is it administered by the central board or any other board? Okay. It is also administered by central board, my dear students. This pension fund is also administered by the central board. Okay. So sir, can you tell me how this central board administers everything? Okay. How can this central board administer the pension fund? Point number one, see, there are many type of employees, and these employees and there are many types of employers, and some employers, they will not be willing to pay also. Okay, so the administration, everything have to be maintained in a proper manner. Okay, so that is the reason we have to understand what are the this pension scheme, and what are the matters which the central board administers in the pension scheme. That is what we will be discussing. So this pension scheme may provide for all or any of the matters in schedule 2. These are the schedule 2. Okay, this schedule 2 is all this pension scheme, everything will be administered by the central board. So what are the matters which are listed in the schedule 2? Come on guys, let's discuss point by point. So who are the employees, and what are the classes of employees who are eligible to receive pension? So to whom the pension scheme is applicable. So what are the employees, who are the employees, and what are the class of employees, what are their class? Okay, so how are they classified? Okay, so the second point is and how, I mean, what portion of employers contribution will be taken from the provident fund, okay, to the pension fund? What amount of provident fund, how much amount of provident fund will be contributed from the provident fund to the pension fund? That portion will be administered here. Okay, so it be administered by the central board. Okay, right. So it also will be given in the schedule 2. Point number 3, what is the minimum qualifying service? I told you, right? Pension, to receive pension, he have to complete at least 10 years of service, and his age have to be 58 years, right? So what is the minimum qualifying service for being eligible to receive pension, and the manner in which the employees are granted the benefits of the past service also? So even the past service also, easy getting the pension properly or not? What is the minimum qualifying service? Okay, will the past service also will be added or not? Okay, in the past establishment he is doing service, right? Though, so will that service will be added or not? That is what this schedule 2 consists of. Okay, point number 3 also we discussed. Point number 4, what is point number 4? The regulation of the manner in which the period of service for which no contribution is received. Okay, so what is the period of service which contribution is not received? And if at all contribution is not received, okay, by the employer didn't contribute, okay, for that service, employee's interest, is employer's interest secured? Is employee's interest, the amount which have to be received by the employee, is that amount protected or not? Okay, protected or not? For the, if at all the employer doesn't pay the contribution, to see the employee's interest, the amount which have to be received by the employee, so is that amount protected or not if employer doesn't contribute? Okay, so these types of things have to be administered. So all these things. Okay, the next point, every form, registers and records have to be maintained in respect of employees. Okay, so in respect of employees, then the form in which the employees had furnished particulars about himself. So in order to register everything, these also employees also have give their particulars, their details, and their family members details, everything they also have to be provided, right? They also have to provide. That is also we discussed. Okay, that also have to be taken into consideration. Okay, next point, the manner in which the accounts of pension fund shall be kept and investment of the monies belonging to the pension fund to be made subject to such pattern of investment as may be determined by the central government. All the accounts of pension fund shall be kept and investment of the money belonging to the pension fund, is it maintained properly or not? It also have to be taken care. So the scale of pension and the pension benefits also. Okay, pension benefits also. Pension is a benefit for the employees, right? So the scale of pension and pensionary benefits and the conditions relating to the grant of such benefits to the employees. So what scale of pension is, or what amount of benefit will the employee get? That everything have to be maintained. And some exempted establishments, they also have to pay contribution, right? Okay, towards pension scheme. And if at all those establishments, did they submit their return or not? Did they submit their return or not? And what are the expenses? What are the expenses which are incurred, which are being incurred for the central board for maintaining this pension scheme, for administering this? All the expenses. What are the expenses, and how did we meet all the expenses, and all the expenses are properly given or properly maintained or not? Are there reasonably reasonable expense, or we did extra expense, or everything have to be met from the income of the pension fund? Okay, all the expenses have to be made from the income of a pension fund. Then the mode of disbursement. How did we pay the pension? And what are the arrangements we took to disburse the pension? All the things are given in schedule 2, and these things are being administered by the central board. Come on, quickly tell me around 7 points. Point number 1, who are the employees and what are the, who are the employees who are eligible for taking pension. Point number 2, and what is the employer's contribution towards those employees. Point number 3, and what is the minimum qualifying service we have to see. Point number 4, if at all the employee doesn't contribute, if at all the employer doesn't contribute, what is the period of service he did not contribute? And if at all the employer doesn't contribute, are there any protection for the employee's interest? That is also have to be administered. Point number 6, all the details of the employees have to be given, and the details of the family members have to be given, are properly given or not. That is, all the particulars have been given or not. That is a thing which the central board have to administer. Then what? All proper forms and proper registers and proper records are maintained or not for employees, and the scale of pension and scale of pensionary benefits have been maintained or not, and properly we have disbursed all the pension amount for the people, for the employees. Yeah, the disbursement disbursement made properly or not. Everything we have to. Everything will be given in a schedule 2, and these things have to be administered by the central board. Quick, please read this. Just have a small reading, that's enough. From the exam perspective, this is not much important. Just have a small reading, because we need to have our understanding of what are the things which central board administers. Okay, please read, please go through that.
Okay guys, now we are going to start a concept called as ethics amma. Okay, ethics, guys, please listen. In this ethics concept, okay, in our examination perspective, question number 7A and question number 7B will be asked from a concept called as ethics only. Question number 7A and question number 7B, that is from descriptive concept, from descriptive perspective. 14 marks will be asked from the concept called as ethics. Okay, 14 marks. Then what about MCQs? I'm a guarantee one MCQ will be asked. Okay, when there is a chance, they will be asking 2 MCQs also. Okay, so on an average, ethics consists of 16 marks weightage. How many marks, guys? 16 marks weightage. Okay, now how many marks? 16 marks. Okay. From the examination perspective or CMA intermediate syllabus perspective, ethics concept is divided into 4 parts. Ethics concept is divided into 4 parts. First part is based upon ethics concept, just ethics concept. Okay, now second one is professional ethics. Third one is business ethics. Fourth one is emotional intelligence. What is that? Emotional intelligence. So what are the 4 parts? First one is based upon ethics. Second one is professional ethics. Third one is business ethics. Fourth one is emotional intelligence. Okay, our entire ethics concepts are divided into 4 parts. What is that? Ethics concepts, ethics related concepts, professional ethics related concepts, business ethics related concepts, then emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, please give a higher, there may be a chance, okay, of asking emotional intelligence concept. Okay, we will give a highest priority for emotional intelligence. First, we will be starting with emotional intelligence now. Okay, emotional intelligence now. Okay, are you okay? Let's start the concept. Okay, sir, what is mean by an emotional intelligence? What is mean by an emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is nothing but, whatever we are learning from, ethics also, we will be learning from business perspective and also profession perspective. Yes or no? Advainda, we will be learning from which perspective, amma? Business perspective and professional perspective also. Okay, come on, tell me, then what is the reason for us to learn about emotional intelligence? What is the reason for us to learn about emotional intelligence? How to convey our message? Then, Srinivas, what is mean by emotional intelligence? Abhi, Shambabu, to control our emotions. Okay. Kumpatla. Huh? Viresh. Huh? 100%? 100% emotion. I didn't get that. Ability to understand. చెప్పమ్మా యోజిత బిగిసిపోయావు చెప్పర్లేదు. వాట్ ఈస్ మీన్ బై ఎమోషనల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్? పాప ఆమెను అడుగుతారేమో అని అట్టు చూస్తుంది. సో గైస్ డోంట్ వరీ. సి ఫస్ట్ గైస్ first we'll be discussing about emotional intelligence. Okay na? Please listen this concept. What is meant by an emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence, see, when we are working in a business, okay, we will be tackling with many people, yes or no? Day to day activities, many people will be coming with us, well, many people will be doing transactions with us, yes or no? So in that situation, people with emotional intelligence only will be given a higher priority. What type of people? People with an emotional intelligence only will be given a higher or utmost priority. Come on, tell me, sir, why are people giving utmost priority to people who have an ability called as emotional intelligence only? Why are these people given highest priority? Why are these people given highest priority? Because they know how to manage their emotions by looking at the other person's emotion. This person's emotions can be controlled, yes or no? Okay, that is called as emotional intelligence. Okay, if people see what happened yesterday, Srinivas, I got angry, yes or no? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Did I do anything? Did I do anything? No. What have I done? क्या किया मैं? Did I scold? Did I scold? No. What did I do? What did I do? See, guys, please listen. What's happening here is I did not give abusive language, but what I did is I conveyed my emotion, okay, based upon his emotion. Okay, na? So I got to know about his position. So what did I do? I controlled my emotion. Yes or no? Yes or no? See, if guys, please listen. If people, we are in a society, right? We get anger, we get angry issues also. In that situation, what happens is, by looking at other people's emotion, I have to control myself. Yes or no? Saroja, vaddu. Vadamma, Saraja, andada leda? Yes or no? So what will that person do? He will be controlling his Saroja. Saroja, vaddu. Yes or no? Why he will be controlling? Why he will be controlling, amma? Emotion? He will be controlling her emotion. He will be controlling her emotion because he already has experienced. Yes or no? So guys, please listen. Emotional intelligence, in the sense, when we are interacting with many people in the society and in our business also, we face with many problems, many situations. In that situations, how are we facing that problem? Either in a positive manner or in a negative manner. Now, a person called as Prashant is sleeping. Okay, na? So what should my response be? I can throw anything in my hand. I can throw this mic also. Did I throw? No. Kaiku emotional intelligence bolte. क्या बोलते? Yeah. Start a class. It didn't. Not even 7 minutes have finished. That person is sleeping, and my emotion. What should my emotion be? Yes or no? What should my emotion be? I should scold him. I should scold him? No. But rather, what should I do? I should control my emotion. That is called as emotional intelligence. Based upon my expression, you have controlled your emotion. Yes or no? That is called as emotional intelligence. Based upon my serious look, you have controlled. Yes or no? Are babu, based upon that other person's emotion, we have to control our emotion. If that person is crying, if I go and say, cry Raja, cry, no problem, cry. If at all I say like that, what would be her situation? She will cry. She will cry more than before. Yes or no? Advainda? Yes or no? समझ गए? Hey Babu, समझ गए? Okay. Now what happens is emotional intelligence is based upon the other situation, based upon the other's emotion. I am controlling my emotion. That concept is called as emotional intelligence. Come on, tell me, what are the advantages of emotional intelligence, Nana? What are the advantages of emotional intelligence? See, if at all I am looking at the other person's emotion and I am controlling my emotion, okay, in a positive manner, what can I do? What would be the effect? Relationship will be strong. Yes or no? I can hold my relationship. See, if those people are shouting, if at all I shout, what would happen? Relationship is going to spoil. If the employer is scolding, if I'm also saying that, నువ్వు అరిస్తే అరుపులే, నేను అరిస్తే మెరుపులే, అక్కడ ఉంటుంది ఇంకా జాబ్ ఉంటుందా? No. So the point is emotional intelligence. With this emotional intelligence, people's relationship can be strong, can be managed. Relationship can be managed. So that is the reason what happens is when there is a proper relationship, either of the other side or this side have to control their emotions. Either of the situation, either of that other person. Okay, once sometimes this person have to control or convince, or sometimes that person have to convince. Okay, na? Did you get my point? So that is called as emotional intelligence. Most of the boys have emotional intelligence, I guess. Srinivasu, లేదా emotional intelligence ఉందా? ఎప్పుడు వాడావు? బోల్సాలు వాడావా? ఎవరి దగ్గర వాడావు? నా దగ్గరే వాడావా? ఏం వాడావు? పొద్దున వాడా? So guys, please listen amma. Come on, let's read that concept. What is meant by emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is a situation where we can control our emotions based upon the emotions of other people. Yes or no? Okay, the ability, it is an ability to control our emotions based upon the emotions of other people. So what are the effects of emotional intelligence? What are the effects of emotional intelligence, Amma? Come on, let's go to the ethics concept. What are the effects of emotional intelligence? Yes. See, come on. What are the effects of emotional intelligence? With this emotional intelligence, people with an IQ or EQ, people with the IQ will be acceptable, or people with EQ will be acceptable. EQ in the sense emotional quotient, which is none other than emotional intelligence only, amma. Okay, see, if you are working in a corporate sector, okay, you are working in a corporate company, you will be facing many pressures, as I told you earlier. Okay, na? So what corporate companies your qualification is just a entrance ticket for that company. That's it. To sustain in that company, they will not look at your qualifications, but rather they will look at your skill. They will look at your skill, the way you are dealing with the situation, the way you are dealing with the people. In that hard situation also, how you are dealing your emotion, how you are dealing with that people, that they will consider all these things. Okay, na? So it is not the people who has IQ will sustain in the situation in our day-to-day life, but it is those people who are with EQ. They will be acceptable by the society and also by the corporate sector and anywhere. Yes or no? So Relangi Maya, we should be acting like Relangi Maya, I think. Okay, na? Relangi Maya ikkada evaru unnaru? Kumpatla. Kumpatla is a Relangi Maya. Yojitana? Oh, Pedda Relangi Maya. So guys, yeah. So as we know, it is not the smartest people who are most successful, but the most fulfilled in life, intellectual ability or your intelligence quotient isn't enough on its own to achieve success in life. To achieve success in life, smartest people, sir, I have IQ level 100%, array, no use. Okay, if you do not know where to act and what to act and how to deal the situation, that is of no use. Yes or no? Sometimes we get pity by looking at those people. Papam, they will be having many ability, they will be having many qualifications, but no sense of performing, their skills. Okay, in that situation, what happens, Amma? What situation can be dealt at what time? If they do not know, yes or no, how to deal with the other people's emotions, if they do not know, then what is the use of qualifications? Yes or no? So that is the point. Yes, your IQ can help to get into the college, as I told you just now. Your qualification, okay, your IQ is only for the getting into the college or getting into the job. But it is your EQ which will help to manage your stress, emotions and get into the final exams. Class lo చెప్తాడు ప్రతి ఒక్కడు చెప్తాడు ఎగ్జామ్లో కొట్టేవాడే టాపర్ అవుతాడు అవునా కదా దట్ కాన్సెప్ట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ఎమోషనల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ ఇన్ జులై మూవీ ఎస్ ఆర్ నో yes so sir what are the emotional intelligence effects come on I told you just now your performance at school and at work will be high emotional intelligence can help you to navigate the social complexities of work life lead motivate others and excel your career if you have emotional intelligence you can be in a position to lead other people okay na you can be in a position to lead other people yes or no. So guys, who is a leader? Who is a leader? As I told you earlier, who is a better leader? Who is a good leader? Tarvat nauta. Who is a good leader? Huh? Good leader in the sense, the person, please listen Amma, the person who stands before everyone or who stands behind everyone. Okay, before you take that situation, I already faced that situation. Okay, I already faced the situation. No need to get worried, Abhi. Okay, please open your eyes. Okay, na. So before you are going with that situation, I also faced that situation. But rather, what happens? Yeah. So I have to show them a route map. Okay, leader have to show them a route map. No problem. We can go in this way. No problem. No need to get worried. Okay. When can I motivate them? When I have faced that problem. When I have gone through that problem. Yes or no? Leader is the one who motivates others. Okay na? Leader is the one who motivates others. See, for example, a better leader. Well, let's go to the movie called as Bahubali only. What will he do? See, there are two people who are planning to become a leader. Yes or no? Bahubali 1. One is Rana, another one is Prabhas, Bahubali. So what happens is when this kingdom is going to be, in a disaster situation, they are going with the disaster situation. At that moment, he will motivate. At that situation, he will motivate. But what will Rana do? Yeah, yes, he will be going in his own way without motivating others. He will be going like a Virudu, Shurudu, okay, to kill that person. But rather, what did Bahubali do? He will motivate. The leader is a person who motivates others, okay, because he has gone through with that situation. Okay, na? So, when you have emotional intelligence, there, what Bahubali did is, he used his emotional intelligence. One cannot go and kill Kalikeya. So what should I do? I have to motivate my people. I have to make them to fight here. Then I can go and fight with the Kalikeya. Yes or no? That is what Bahubali did. Okay. So that concept. Your performance at school or work. Vignesh. Your performance. Chadu oksara point. Your performance at school or work. High emotional intelligence can help you to navigate social complexities of workplace, lead, motivate others, excel in your career. In fact, many companies now rate emotional intelligence as most important technical ability, as I told you just now. Okay, now your physical health, when you have emotional intelligence, your physical health will be fine. Because when you, you will not have any mental stress. Okay, some people where they will be, arey, that person, I have to show him who am I am. Definitely I have to show him. If you keep on thinking like that, your ability will be going down. Yes or no? Instead of that, you try to excel your career. Yes or no? So if that person is scolding and you're also scolding, what is the use? Yeah, what is the use? Excel your career. Show him that your abilities. Yes or no? That you are capable of doing. By that way, the person who scolded you now, he may appreciate later. Yes or no? Yes. Your physical health, you are able to manage your emotions, then stress increases. That may lead to serious health problems. Next point. Next point in Nana. Your mental health. When you're emotionally and mentally strong, your physical health will be okay. At the same time, your mental health also will be fine. At last, your relationship will be cool and soft. Yes or no? Your relationship will be cool and soft. Okay, guys, are these points clear? So, by understanding your emotions and how to control them, you are able to express how you feel and understand how others are feeling. Yes or no? I can able to understand only because emotional intelligence. Only because of emotional intelligence. Pakka? Guys, are these points clear? So, if I have emotional intelligence, what are the 4 attributes of having emotional intelligence? What are the 4 attributes of having emotional intelligence? I told you just now, guys. First, what are the 4 attributes? First one, I can control myself. Yes or no? First, self-management. Then what? Self-awareness. Then what? Social awareness. Last thing is what? Relationship management. Relationship can be managed or not. When can relationship be managed? Point number 1, here we can be able to manage our emotions in healthy ways. If that person is shouting at me, I can also shout. But the reason why I am silent is for what? For maintaining that relationship. Yes or no? Shambabu? Okay. Decision making. Relationship management. Okay, point number 1. What is that, Amma? Point number 1. First, self-management, control, no problem. That person is shouting, okay. First, our relationship have to be in a cool manner. Okay, yes or no? So, no problem, dude. Chill, Saroja, Uddu. Okay, at that time we have to use Venki Asanal. Okay. So that is a point. Here we can be able to manage our emotions in a healthy way, take initiatives, adapt to changing circumstances. In what way I can change? If I raise my voice, he will also raise his voice. End of the day, what will be the situation? Relationship will be damaged. Yes or no? Okay, na? Relationship will be damaged. Self-awareness. What is the second point, Amma? Self-awareness. Recognizing our emotions and how they act, our thoughts and behavior. Knowing our strengths and weakness. What are our strengths? By taking our strengths, okay, I have to divert his mind. What are the alternatives which I have? Then I can think like that. Then what, Amma? Social awareness. How here we can able to understand others' emotions. Okay, na? Others' emotions and take the decision based upon that. First, I will be thinking about myself. Okay, I will be thinking about my awareness. Then I will be thinking about that other person's emotions. After that, what happens? Relationship will be managed. Simple. So this concept is called as emotional intelligence concept. Are these points clear? So guys, we have successfully completed emotional intelligence concepts. In this emotional intelligence, we have discussed about meaning of emotional intelligence. Yes or no? Then 4 attributes of emotional intelligence. Yes or no? 4 effects of emotional intelligence. Yes or no? Why is emotional? EQ is greater than IQ. Yes or no? So these four concepts we have discussed. Are these points clear? Yes. In our discussion. So the concept of emotional intelligence we have discussed or not? Yes. Then what we have discussed? Four attributes of emotional intelligence also we have discussed. Four attributes of emotional intelligence also we discussed. Yes. Pakka? Amma ardhamautunaya? Samajh gaye? Okay. I'll give you 2 minutes. Come on, please read that concept, Amma. Emotional intelligence concept, fast. So guys, next concept is based upon ethics, Amma. Okay, next concept is based upon ethics. Purely based upon ethics. Okay, Amma. Now, we will be discussing about ethics. Okay, ethics concept. See, in the previous attempt, they asked this question, Amma, what is the relationship between ethics and law? Okay, see, what is the reason for us to read this ethics in our syllabus? Yes or no? What is the reason for giving us this concept called as ethics in our syllabus? As we already know that what is meant by law, Nana? What is meant by law? Law is nothing but the solution for a problem. Yes or no? When already a problem is being faced in that society, okay na? When already there is a problem in a society, then what comes into existence? Law. Yes or no? So to reduce that problem, law comes into existence. Okay na? So when will this problem come? When people doesn't have ethics. Simple concept. When people doesn't have ethics, when people do not think they do not have any idea about what is right and what is wrong, so they'll try to do the thing which is called as wrong. Then what happens? There will be a problem, and for that problem law will come into existence. Simple. Okay na? When every person has ethics, then what happens? There is no need for us to follow law. Yes or no? When we have ethics in our mind, ethics are nothing but it is an individual character of what to do and what not to do. Okay, what is right and what is wrong, what is right and what is wrong. So it is an individual character. It is an individual character telling what is right and what is wrong. Are these points clear? Yes or no? What is right and what is wrong. So when people, they know what is right, but what did they do? They chose to do wrong things. Then comes a problem in a society. For reducing that problem, law comes into existence. Simple. Law comes into existence. If every person follow ethics, there is no need for us to follow law. Simple concept. Okay na? Simple concept. So every person has ethics? No. That's why we are following law. Okay na? So law is something which decides about internal behavior and internal character. But ethics is something which discusses and decides about internal character. But a law, if you are not following your ethics, okay, then we will make you to follow the ethics. Advainda Srinivas. That is called as law. That is called as law. Samajh gaye, Yojita? So now, what is called as law and what is called as ethics? We got to know of the meaning. Now we will be discussing about the difference between ethics and law. What is our syllabus? What is our subject called as business law and ethics, right? So we will be discussing about law provisions. We will also be discussing about ethics provisions. So we have discussed about law provisions. Yes or no? Yeah, now we are going to discuss about ethics. Ethics means what? Before a problem is going to be, introduced into the society, if you are not following something, okay, some behavior, okay, what is right and what is wrong, then comes into existence law. Advainda? Pakka? Yes. Now we will be discussing about difference or relationship between law and ethics. This was a question which was being asked in December 2024. That is our previous attempt, Amma. Okay, general concept. What is the difference between law and ethics? What is the difference between law and ethics? Simple concepts. Law, what is mean by law? Law, it makes every person to follow, but ethics, only single person. Okay, yes or no? Power of choice is within us. Power of choice is within us. For law, is there any choice? For law, is there any choice? No. Everyone have to follow. Yes or no? Everyone have to follow or not? But what about ethics? From one person to another person it may vary. Yes or no? From one person to another person it may vary. So for me, ethics is different. Okay, my concept of ethics is different. For example, see, there are two people, Amma. One is a son of gangster. Another one is a son of policeman. For a son of policeman, his father is great. Yes or no? His father is a hero. Then what about the son of gangster? He will also be thinking the same way. Yes or no? His father is a hero. Okay, my father, he is a hero, superstar. Okay. So that is a point. See, both will be doing the same things. For example, gangster also is doing good things only. Gangster also is doing good things only. In movies we will be finding that. Okay, his name is gangster, he will be doing good things only. Okay na? He is ethical person only. But the way of doing that may be in a different manner. But he is an ethical person only. Okay na? What about law? What law says? If you are police or gangster, whatever it may be, those things you should not do. So while laws apply uniform to all, law applies uniform to all, but ethics, it changes from one person to another person. For example, I'll give you an example. Killing a person is a crime. But what happens is, I'm just walking on the road. If someone comes with a knife or sword and he's following me, how many kilometers will I run? Mahanda, I'll run for 100 meters. Yes or no? I'll run for 100 meters or 200 meters. After that, what will happen? Yes or no? If you want to kill Naina. How much can I run? Yes or no? If you want to kill me, no. Tell me the reason and kill. Yes or no? I'll surrender myself. Yes or no? Either I'll do that or I'll try to defend myself. If that person is coming to kill me, I'll try to defend myself. If something happens, if I kill that person, that is also a crime. Yes or no? That is also a crime. But what would be my situation? Sir, I don't know who that person is, but that person came to kill me. So I protected myself. In order to protect myself, I killed. That is a concept. So killing is a crime, but it is differentiating from one thing to another thing. Yes or no? So ethics vary from one person to another person, from one situation to another situation. It may change from the situation to situation, person to person, and they change more frequently than laws. Okay, but law, what is law saying? If you kill, no, you will get this punishment. Sir, I killed, but due to this situation, is there anything? Okay, that is called as ethics. It may change from one person to another person. I already told you, ethics are set of norms which guide our internal compass and judgments. It will be discussing about internal things. Whereas the law, it is enforced by the state. That is state in the sense government, Amma. State and Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, not that state. State in the sense government. Okay, we use a word called as state for government. Okay, so laws refer to the set of codified norms which are enforced by the state. State in the sense government. Government enforces law, but rather ethics, individual norms. I will put something in my mind. This is not right. This is not correct. This is wrong. So that is individual character, individual behavior. In case of a breach of law, the state, in the sense government, is within its right to punish. Ethics are generally not enforceable. If I cross something which is in my mind, I will punish myself. If you eat non-veg, no, take that korada or take some belt, hit you by yourself, 30. Can I do that? With scale, or can I punish myself? it is not enforceable, or my parents will punish me, huh? If I do unethical things, no one will punish. But whereas law, if I do something against law, there are many punishments. There are many punishments. That is the main difference between law and ethics. Ee rendu point lu moodu point raste. If people would have written this 2 or 3 points, that would be sufficient, right? Simple concept. Law ki ethics ki difference enti? What is the difference? It is followed by people at large. Ethics, individual. It is punishable. Ethics are not punishable, not enforceable. Simple. You would get around 4 to 5 marks, right? Simple concept. Just general knowledge. Okay, na? Yes. Now, difference between law and ethics we got to know. Now we are going to discuss about ethics. Just now I told you that what is meant by ethics, Amma? What is meant by ethics? Ethics are something which are deciding an individual character, what is right and what is wrong. Okay, so discuss the importance of ethics. What is that? Discuss the importance of ethics. Come on, where is the, open your material. Yes. What are the importance of ethics? Importance of ethics. See, guys, in our concept material, I have written here, I have given like this. Importance of ethics. If you write the same points of importance of business ethics, that is more than enough. Okay, same points of importance of business ethics, if you write here also, no problem. See, for example, if I am being ethical in a society, what will happen? Come on, tell me. What will happen if I am ethical in a society? I will get a good image. Yes or no? Yes, I will get a good image. Okay. If I am doing a business ethically, what will happen? Good image. Before good image, what will I get? Profits. If people are more satisfied with my business, I'll get more profits. So customer will be satisfied. Customer satisfaction. If customer satisfaction is there, he will go and tell about my business. So my good image, my goodwill will be increased. If my goodwill is increased, I'll get profits. Yes or no? Okay. How I can get profits? By stopping malpractices, by defrauding others. So when there is no possibility in my business, of malpractices, then what happens? People get faith in my business, yes or no? Then they try to invest in my business, yes or no? Simple. Malpractices, stopping malpractices. If I stop malpractices, what people think is, array, that person, Vignan's business, okay, whatever business he's doing, he's an ethical person, ra. Okay, if he's going through with a restaurant, okay, nice food, nice quality. What? Quality, and I will be thinking about quantity also. When I start a business, if I am giving a food, I'm serving a food, and that food is 4 to 5 days stock. Can I give it? Teegana purugulu unnai. Non-veg kada tineni antana? Yes or no? Sir, no problem, sir. That is non-veg, this is non-veg. No problem, sir. Have it, sir. Can I say that? So I have to think about the quality and also quantity. Quality of the product. So for example, if I am giving a dairy products, okay, if I am giving a dairy products, and that dairy products I have sold that dairy products, that expiry date is after the completion of 2 days of expiry date, can I sell that product? Paalu majjiga edda paalu irigipotayi. Avuna kada? Paalu irigipotayi kada. So can I sell that product just for my benefit? Can I do that? If I do that, will people have confidence upon my shop? Simple. They will not have confidence. So ethics is where when you are doing a small business also, when you have ethics, okay, people's confidence will be greater in your business. Okay, people's opinion will be changed, and when you stop malpractices, people will be thinking about your business, and when you are great, where you are giving a good quality and good quantity, then also they will be having a good faith upon you. When people have good faith, when people are satisfied with your business, okay, customer is satisfied, then what happens? Always you will be in a profit position. Yes or no? So when examiner asks importance of ethics also, you can write these points, importance of business ethics. Come on, let's go to the importance of business ethics concept. What are those points? What are those points? Come on. Importance of business ethics. Importance of business ethics. Yes. First, I told you one. I can stop business malpractices. Yes or no? When I have ethics or when I have business ethics, what happens? I can stop a business when business malpractices are not there in our business. When I am stopping those and I am giving good product, quality and quantity, and I am improving the confidence of that customer or that consumer, then what happens? Simply customer or consumer will be satisfied. Customer is a person who pays the amount. Consumer is a person who uses the amount. Both will be satisfied. Okay, both will be satisfied. Once these people are satisfied, I will get a good profits. And once I get a good profits, I will get a good will. Okay, and I will get a good image in the business. Okay, I will get a good image in the business. Once I get a proper ethics, okay, once I conduct a business in an ethical manner, what happens is I can develop good relationship with everyone, my suppliers, my customers, okay, my investors, my employees, with everyone. I can go with a smooth functioning. Once my business is ethical, then my employees, my employees, will they leave me? Will they leave me? No, my employer, Babu, he is an ethical person. They will be thinking that only, no, so that I can protect my employees and the investors also. Their faith I can protect. Okay. So employees, what they'll do? That person, our employer is a good person. He is providing everything. He is providing gratuity. He is providing everything. Ethical person. Yes or no? He is providing salaries. He is providing bonus. Everything is a good manner. Hansika, get up, amma. Next one, amma. Okay. Next one, amma. Next one. What is the next one, amma? Safety from legal perspectives. Safety from legal perspectives. Sarle, safety from legal perspectives in the sense, see, for example, company is following all the requirements of Factories Act or Gratuity Act or everything, legal perspectives, officers will come to our organization or what? You have studied about industrial laws, yes or no? When will these officers come to our organization? Controlling authority or authorized officer, when will they come to our organization? Or an inspector, when will they come? When company is not following ethical manner, yes or no? When industry is not following ethical. So what happens when an organization is in ethical manner? It is safe from all the legal perspectives. Okay, come on, tell me 5 points. Amma. Come on, tell me, Nana, what are the 5 points? What are the importance of ethics? With me, you also try to write. First point, I can stop malpractices. Second point, okay, yes, I can improve quality and quantity. Okay, by that I can improve consumer can be satisfied. Then goodwill will be increased, profit can be increased, public image will be increased. Then what? Smooth functioning. What is that? Smooth functioning. Okay, what can I do? I can have a good relationships. Next what? Yes, I can protect my employees. And investors as well. Yes or no? Simple points, amma. Simple points. Yes or no? Pakka?
Damn sure. So these are the advantages or importance of ethics. At the same time, when they ask advantages of business ethics also, you can write the same points, Amma. You can write the same points. What are those points? What are those points? Stop malpractices, consumer satisfaction, good public image. So guys, what you have to do is, see, I have given these points, yes or no? How you will write is, you will be giving this as a subheading, Amma. Just you will be giving this as a subheading, protecting employees and shareholders. Okay, after giving this as a subheading, try to write a small extension of this point. Okay, when business is maintaining ethics, okay, shareholders will be protected, employees will be protected. Simple extension of that point, that's it. Okay, when business is maintaining ethics, okay, employees, among the employees and among the suppliers, everything, there will be a smooth functioning. Simple, just elaborating that, giving this as a subheading and writing your whatever you think in your mind. Okay, you can write that point. Such an easy concept, ethics. You can interpret your own words. Okay, law in the sense provisions. This is not provisions, right? You can use your own words, right? So you can use your own words, but provided put this as your side headings. Mention these as a side headings and try to write words, your own words. Okay, na? Under that point. Okay, na? So here, so come on. What is that concept which we discussed? Yes, importance of ethics we have discussed. Yes or no? Importance of ethics we have discussed. So advantages of business ethics also the same points. Then see here, what happened is, he twisted the question, Amma. Why a good understanding of business ethics is important? Simple. Importance of business ethics. Same points if you write here also, that would be sufficient. Yes or no? Yes or no? Simple. Simple concepts. See, that is why what I did is, when they ask about advantages of business ethics, or when they ask about importance of business ethics, or when they ask about need for business ethics, what and all they ask, or when they ask about importance of ethics also, write these points. That is more than enough. Okay na? Samajh gaye? Okay na? Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes. Please be quick. Read these concepts as soon as possible. Fast. Okay, Amma, let's go to the next concept. That is types of ethics. What is that, guys? Types of ethics. So you already know the 3 types of ethics. Yes or no? What are the 3 types of ethics? Meta ethics, normative ethics, applied ethics. Yes or no? What is meta ethics? Meta ethics is judgmental. Okay na? Meta ethics is judgmental. So directly they will be passing a judgment. Okay na? So this fellow is this. So they will be scolding directly. They will be passing their judgments easily without discussing about the history of that case. Okay na? Without having a proper understanding. Okay, they will be passing judgment. That type of ethics are called as meta ethics. Okay, that type of ethics are called as meta ethics. Then what about normative ethics? Normative ethics discusses about a concept. Okay, you are giving judgment, no problem. But before giving judgment, it will be having a proper analysis. When we take proper analysis and pass a judgment, that is called as normative ethics. That is called as normative ethics. As I just gave a small example just now. What is that example? Point number 1. See what happened. There is a person who wanted to kill me. Okay. So what I did, I defended myself. So that person died. So what happened there? So they will be using meta ethics. When they use the meta ethics, what they will say, that this person is a murderer. Yes or no? Because he killed that person. So this is called as meta ethics. Whereas normative in the sense, what is the reason for this person to kill that person? Okay, the reason behind giving that judgment is called as normative ethics. Okay now, that reason behind that judgment is called as normative ethics. Third type of the ethics are called as applied ethics. Third types of ethics are called as applied ethics. Applied ethics in the sense, it discusses about the controversial topics. Okay, it is giving a judgment, but based upon concepts called as controversial topics such as capital punishments, animal rights, etc.
Okay, so these are the concepts of, these are the three types of ethics. So when they ask about write short notes of types of ethics, first you will be writing the ethics concept. Okay, ethics are what is meant by ethics and everything. Then you will be writing these three types of ethics. Simple. Okay na? Yes or no? Yes. Now let's go to the next concept, Amma. So till now we have discussed the concepts called as concepts which are related to ethics. Concepts which are related to ethics. Now we are going to discuss the concepts which are related to business ethics. Most important concepts which are related to business ethics. Come on, tell me what are meant by a business ethics. What is meant by a business ethics? What is meant by business ethics? Come on, tell me. See, we are just now, till now what I said is ethics. Ethics is an individual character and individual behavior. When that ethics are giving to a business, are followed by a business, that a business environment, the entire business environment, when that entire environment is following up ethics, that concept is called as business ethics. That concept is called as business ethics. Now we will be discussing about nature and relevance of business ethics. We already have discussed about advantages of business ethics. Yes or no? Yes or no? Come on, we will be discussing about business ethics concepts. Business ethics concept. What is meant by a business ethic? What is meant by a business ethics? Business ethics are nothing but it is an art or science of maintaining a harmonious relationship with the society, its various groups and institutions, as well as recognizing what is that? Right and wrong of a business conduct. If you and me, okay, we know what is right and wrong, and we are thinking and we are taking a decision what is right and wrong, that is called as ethics. Okay, when we are analyzing what is right and wrong, that is ethics. When business as a whole, when it is thinking what is right and wrong, and based upon that they are following their principles, and that is called as business ethics. Simple. Ardhamainda? Samajh gaye? That is called as business ethics. Okay, so what is the nature of business ethics? What is the nature of business ethics? Nature of business ethics, come on. Nature and relevance of business ethics. Yes, nature and relevance of business ethics. Important concept, Amma. Please listen. All the concepts which are related to business ethics are important only. Okay na? First we will be discussing about nature and relevance of business ethics. Okay na? What is the nature and relevance of business ethics? Point number 1, obeying the law. Obeying the law. Sir, what is mean by law? Just now I discussed about what is mean by law. Come on, tell me what is mean by law. Huh? What is that? See, I am starting a business. While I'm starting a business, I have to think about environment also. Yes or no? I have to think about my employees also. Yes or no? I'll tell that, sir, I'll not follow Factories Act. I'll not follow Gratuity Act. I'll not follow EPF Act. Why I have to follow? I'll not follow. If at all you say like that, is it valid? No, you are a business person and you are telling that, sir, if I don't want to follow that law, because those are regulations, I just don't want to give gratuity, I just don't want to give employees profit. Who said? You are a business, your environment is a business. So based upon your business, many people are dependent upon your business. So you have to give some benefits to your employees. Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? You have to give benefits to your employees. So that is the reason when you start a business, you have to think about the legal perspectives also. You have to think about legal perspectives also. What to do, what not to do according to the law. So what happens? Obeying the law. Obeying the law is a code of ethics subject to that seems as if you shouldn't need to state it. However, finding out that employees have broken the law either during or after work can affect the company's brand. If employees are also not working according to the law, then what happens? Entire brand also will get affected. Yes or no? If one person is doing against law, then what will outside people do? What will outside people think? Arey, those employees are like that. Some so and so company, okay, so and so company's employee, he did this much fraud, it seems. They will be thinking like that only, no? Or they will be discussing about by mentioning name. Who knows the name? but brand name they will be knowing. Yes or no? So they will use the word called as brand, and that brand's name they will be used, and they will be mentioning that person's name. Advainda. So that is a point. If your employees also are not obeying, then it may affect a business as a whole. Okay, so it must be, what is the nature of business? Every person who are following the, who are acting with the company or a business, they have to follow, they have to obey law. Pakka? Sir, I am a manager. Manager also you have to follow. Sir, I am an employee. Employee also you have to follow. Pakka? Next point. Promoting green business practices. Promoting green business practices. As I told you earlier, that because of our business, it may be pollute many of the surroundings. Yes or no? Water may be polluted. Air may be polluted. Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? So this pollution is because of what? Business. When the wastage of this business is going to the water, then water may be polluted, and the people who is near to that water, they may be affected. Yes or no? If this one business is that industry, it is because of that industry there is a lot of smoke. Okay, it is a cause, or it is a root cause of a smoke. Yes or no? Pollution. So air is going to be contaminated. Then what happens? People may get affected. Yes or no? So what happens? They have to take proper measure to control that pollution. So in that case, another value addition is what? We have to think about green practices, green business practices. That is to promote greenery, because oxygen, if we do not have greenery, or if we do not have plants near us, we get serious breathing issues. That is the reason people live in the society, live in the cities, they get affected, mostly they get affected as on breathing problems only, lung infections, asthmas and all, because of not getting a proper air, because inhaling contaminated air only. So what business have to do? It have to promote green business practices. It is business ethics. Just business ethics. Next point is what? Caring and consideration policies. So thinking about customers and their requirements. If I am in their position, how would I think? So that is a point. Caring and consideration. That is the reason when you put an order in Zomato or Swiggy or anything, what will they give it? If there is a small delay in that, what will they do? They will give a small notification, sorry for the delay. Yes or no? So what they are doing? They are grabbing your concern. Okay, that we are concerned, no problem, don't worry sir, please 2 minutes or 5 minutes, they will be coming. Okay, they will be giving their care. Yes or no? So caring and consideration policies. Consumer often feel that businesses are just in it for the money and quick sale. They are inundated with the sales pitches all day long. As a part of its code of ethics, your company could establish that employees conduct businesses in caring and considerate manner. Okay, as I told you earlier. Okay, we have to be caring. We have to think about customer and as per their requirements. Yes or no? Okay, next one is confidentiality and privacy policies. These are the business issues, these are the nature of a business ethics. Okay, this is the nature and relevance of business ethics. When there is a question like this, what are the 4 points? Nature and relevance of a business ethics. Come on, tell me. What is that? Yes, obeying the law. Promoting what? Promoting green business practices. Then what? Caring and consideration and confidentiality. Confidentiality means maintaining secrecy. Maintaining secrecy. So confidentiality policies. Okay. So secrecy. See, we are in a business. We are doing business. So there have to be a proper confidentiality. So we have to maintain proper confidentiality. So these have to be practiced. These are the ethics. These are ethics. These are the nature of a business ethics. Are these points clear, guys? Yes or no? Come on, tell me. Okay, now next point is, sir, what are the areas in business ethics? What are the areas in business ethics? Come on, let's go to that point. What are the areas in business ethics? Before going to the areas, first I will be discussing most important concept in the business ethics, that is types of business ethics. What is that? Types of business ethics. Most important concept, Amma. See, I told you just now, till now we discussed that business ethics, first business is responsible, yes or no? Because society gave them a permission to live, yes or no? Society gave them a permission to sustain, society gave them a permission to live, society gave them a permission to earn profits, yes or no? Then it is a responsibility of a company or a business to think about the society. To think about the society. So first, it is the responsibility of a business to think about the society and community, about environmental issues. To think about the society about their environmental issues. It is their responsibility. Swachh Bharat are there, no? Swachh Bharat and everything. So environmental responsibility is upon business. Next point, fairness. Fairness in the sense, fair and handsome, huh? Fair and lovely. Fairness in the sense, what is meant by fairness? True. Okay. That means clearly speaking, openness, transparent. Openness. So whatever business is doing, so it have to be true and fair. Okay, investors are investing in our business, yes or no? So what should company do, or what should business do? It have to show them, sir, your money we are utilizing for this purpose. Everything have to be true and fair. So for that, it applies some standards for all the employees regardless of their work, and business have to be in a trustworthy. Okay, na? Business have to be trustworthy. When you are trustworthy, only people believe you. If people doesn't believe you, people doesn't believe your products, will someone come and invest in your business? No. Will someone purchase your products? No. So that is a point. Business have to be trustworthy, and business have to give respect. For example, if I start a business, restaurant, and I keep some person called as Basa as a receptionist, then what happens? Just an example, Amma. Just an example. So customer comes and asks, or as some example, just a server or something. Then what happens? If customer comes and Basa says, "Kya chahiye? Kaun hai re tu? Kidhar jate?" If he asks like that, will that customer come again? If he is waiting, customer is keep on waiting. Arey ruko bhai, sabal karo. Halima. So that is a point. Okay, guys, are these points clear? So if they do not show respect, will you go to that restaurant once again? No. So business, every time they have to show some respect, not some much. Okay. So come on, tell me, what are the types of business ethics? Respect. Point number 2, trustworthy. Point number 3, fair and handsome. Fairness. Next, environmental responsibility and community. Environmental responsibility and community. And last 3 things are, what is that? Loyalty. What is that? Loyalty. See, my employee is working under me. So I am responsible for my worker or my employee, and that person is also responsible for me. Yes or no? So I should be loyal to my employee, and he should also be loyal to me. That is a business. That is business. He should not cheat me, and I should also not cheat him. So that depends upon the personal responsibility, Amma. That depends upon personal responsibility. Samajh gaye? So people working in a Prashant, people working in a factory, or people working in a business, okay, employees, they will be working. They need to have some personal responsibility. Arey, Babu, my employer is giving salary. I should do some work. Simply coming to the organization, sitting and drinking coffee and going to home and eating lunch, there is no use, right? So I have to do some work. Yes or no? So that is my personal responsibility.
Personal responsibility. Next one is corporate responsibility. What is that corporate responsibility? Business people have to think about their employees, their customers, their suppliers, their investors, everything. Each and every responsibility is upon the business. So come on, tell me, what are the types of business ethics? One is respect. Second one is personal responsibility of the employees. Then corporate responsibility. Yes or no? What is that? Corporate responsibility of the business. Okay, next one, trustworthiness, loyalty, fairness, environmental responsibility as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you write these subheadings and you write some or the other words, okay, samajh gaye, that is enough, more than enough. 7 marks. 7 marks, Amba. Simply you can score 7 marks. See here they have asked about the types of business ethics. How many times they asked about this concept? Types of business ethics. Where is that? Kinds of business ethics. Okay, kinds of business ethics. Okay, how many times did they ask? 1, 2. Advainda, guys? Advainda. So now we are going into the next concept. What is that next concept? What is that? Areas of business ethics, right? Yes, let's go to that point. 1 minute. Areas of business ethics. What are the areas of business ethics? So till now what I told, that only, Amma. Corporate responsibility and social responsibility. Okay, business, for business, society is giving, what is society giving? Reason for existence. So what business have to do? They have to show their responsibility. Okay, that is called as corporate social responsibility. So for a business, society is giving society is giving the license to survive. So business also have to provide some courtesy towards the society. So what business have to do is, it is their social responsibility, corporate social responsibility. A company or a business also have to think what are the benefits of a society also. Second point, industrial espionage. Industrial espionage means, see, one business should not share the secrets of that business to another business. Yes or no? Act of finding our secret information about the other organization. No. So we are not like that. We want to develop, but how we will develop? Not by taking the information, secrets of other organization, but what we'll do, how we'll develop? In a positive manner. That is business ethics areas. Next one is fiduciary responsibility to stakeholders. Investors, you already asked, yes or no? Stakeholders in the sense, the person who invested in our business, okay, or the persons who are employees in our business, all the persons who are directly or indirectly interlinked with the company or the business, all those people are called as stakeholders only. So investors who have invested in our business, company is responsible. Yes or no? Yes. Employees who came to that business, company is responsible or organization is responsible. Suppliers also, organization is responsible. Debt holders, organization is responsible. So this is what? This is the areas of business ethics. Last one is ethical behavior and corporate social responsibility can bring a social or significant benefits to the business. Are these points clear, guys? So these are the areas of business ethics. Pakka? Damn sure? Okay. So I'll give you 1 minute. Please go through the concept. 1 minute, fast. 1 minute. Okay, guys. Next concept we are going to discuss about ethical behavior in business. Simple. What is that, guys? Ethical behavior in business. So improving ethical behavior in business. See, come on, tell me, how can our ethical behavior be influenced in the business? How can our ethical behavior be influenced in the business? Yes. See, when we have individual moral standards, if someone comes and demotivate us also, if someone comes and influence us to do bad things also, will we be influenced?
So improving ethical behavior in business, improving ethical behavior in business. So what do you have to do is, we need to have a what? We need to have individual moral standards. Individual moral standards. If we do have individual moral standards in the business, okay, then what happens? Then what happens? Or if I am okay, if I am ethical, what happens? You also try to be ethical. Okay, na? So by that way, if I change, if I be the change, then you all will be changed. Yes or no? First we have to start it from the individual standards. Okay, if there is an opportunity to engage in misconduct also, if I have ethical standards, I have moral standards, then what happens, Amma? Then what happens in business? What happens in business? I can reduce what? I can reduce that, that opportunities of misconduct. Yes or no? Yes or no? So what I have to do is, as a businessman, I have to think one thing, that I have to choose those people who have individual moral standards. So that what happens? I can do one thing, I can reduce the misconduct as much as possible. I can reduce the misconduct as much as possible. There may be some managers or co-workers, they influence people. Arre, we should not do that things. Okay, na? By placing some managers and co-workers who influence the people to work ethically. By doing these things, I can improve my ethical behavior in business. Okay, na? First, I have to be the change. Okay, then what I have to do? I have to set some managers or co-workers, okay, who can influence other people to do in a ethical manner. Okay, and I have to reduce the chances of misconduct as much as possible. By these ways, I can improve ethical behavior in business. I can improve ethical behavior in business. Ardhamainda? Next point. Professional code of ethics are formalized rules and standards that describe what a company expects from its employees. What a company expects from its employees. Everything. A code of conduct, professional code of conduct have to be maintained. Sir, we need these types of employees. We need these type of employees. So if you are this category only, please come. So those are the professional code of conduct. And code of ethics, policies. Code of ethics and policies. If you want me, after you are completing your CMA and you are coming to me and asking, sir, are there any references? Can you provide any references? Can I provide? First, what I'll see? I will see your professional conduct. Based upon that, I will refer. Okay. If you do not have professional conduct, can I refer, Amma? First, to whom they will kick? Me only. Why? Arey, who is that person who you referred, Ra? Srinivas. Srinivas, what type of a guy is, Ra? Arey, yes or no? Next point. Code of ethics, policies on ethics training programs, advanced ethical behavior, because they prescribe what activities are acceptable and what activities. I have to give training sessions. Okay, and if you are working under my employment, okay, do one thing. You have to work like this, you have to work like that. I have to motivate and I have to influence, I have to give proper training to my workers. When I do that things only, my ethical behavior in business can be improved. Are these points clear? Yes or no, guys? Pakka? Okay. Sir, if there are no rewards and there are no punishments, then also people will try to do unethical practices. Yes or no? So what I will do is, okay, if that person is ethical, if that person is okay, I will reward him. If that person has done any unethical things, then I will punish him. If in the business, if I have all these things, then what can I do? What will happen? I can improve the ethical behavior in my business. Either I can do this, if I at all I cannot do, my ethical behavior in business can be damaged. Okay? Okay, na? Yes or no? Guys, are these points clear? So what topic did we discuss? Improving the ethical behavior in business. Improving the ethical behavior in business. Pakka? Damn sure? Okay. Last point, value chain. Value chain, Amma. We will discuss about value chain. Value chain means from the beginning till the end. from the beginning, while taking the raw materials till we manufacture and we produce and we sell it, whatever the functioning happens, no, in every situation, what is the value which we increased in the in this all chain, from purchasing the raw materials till selling the goods, this heavy chain is there, no? Okay, and each stage, where did we increase our value? That concept is called as value chain. Okay, that concept is called as value chain, and there are new themes and challenges in the value chain. Let's discuss about that value chain now. Let's go to the value chain. Yes, value chain. What is that? It is a visualization of a complete business as a sequence of activities, where to start and where to end. From starting to beginning, where is our value added? So that concept is called as value chain, and it discusses about 4 concepts. What are those? Customer focus. Now only I discussed. Okay, for customer focused, when I concentrate upon customer, then I can get a good profits. Yes or no? When I am getting a good profits based upon 4 things, amma. Okay, those are called as key success factors. There are 4 key success factors. Those are, so you are getting profits. How can you get the profits? By following 4 key success factors. One is you have to increase your quality. We have discussed, in the business ethics only, advantages. Yes or no? 1, by increasing your quality. 2, by reducing your cost. 3, by reducing your time. 4, by doing any innovations, by technical advancements, or creatively you are doing something new. Okay, so that things are matter. So these are the 4 key success factors. You are getting profit, customer is satisfied. Okay, for that you have to do 4 things. What are those? You are getting profit. Okay, for 1 year you are getting profit, 2 years you will be getting profits. That is sufficient? No, right? You have to go in a long run. So for that, every time you have to think about your quality. You are giving high quality, yes, and high quality with low cost, okay, low cost, and with a reasonable time, and with the proper innovations, by thinking new. That is called as continuous improvement. In our concept, it is called as, in our CMA language, it is called as Kaizen costing. It will be discussed in the CMA final level. Kaizen costing. What is mean by Kaizen costing? Innovations. Thinking new. So innovations. Okay, na? Thinking new. In order to sustain in a market, we have to think new. Okay, na? Okay. Last one is value chain and supply chain analysis. Value chain and supply chain. We already know in strategic management, Porter's 5 forces model. Yes or no, guys? Porter 5 forces model. What is that? Bargaining power of a supplier, bargaining power of a customer, and new entrants. Okay, threat of a new entrants, then existing rivalry. Yes or no? And what is that? Yes. So these are the concepts, Amma. These are the concepts. What is that? Value chain as a strategic framework analysis of competitive advantage was promoted by Porter. Management accountants, that is you, have to be familiar with the framework and provide information to implement the framework by strategic planners. You have to be in that position. Who are you? You are a management accountant. Guys, are these points clear? So value chain analysis. Okay, each and every situation, each and every point of chain, where are you increasing your value of the product? Okay, now where, at what point of time you are increasing your value? And for that there are 4 points. What are those? First one, customer have to be satisfied. For customer satisfaction, we will get profit. How to get profit? By following 4 key success factors. What are those? Cost to be reduced, time to be reduced, quality to be increased, innovations have to be increased. Next one is continuous improvement, that is new innovations. Last one is value chain analysis and supply chain analysis. Are these points clear? Pakka? Guys, are these points clear? Nijanga cheppanడి నాన్న. Are these points clear? Yes or no? So we have discussed all these concepts, emotional nature of business ethics, then simple concept, unethical practices in the top level management. Why people fall in unethical practices? Why people fall in unethical practices? I'll give you 1 minute. You can write that point, Amma. First, please listen. See why people fall in unethical practices. What is the main reason? Because of lack of knowledge, leak of knowledge, leak of what to say. Why people fall in unethical practices? Why people fall in unethical practices? Because greed of something, right? Because greed of something. Okay, sir, they are greed of something. Okay, they are practicing unethical practices. Who are they? They are executives of a corporate level. Corporate level, there may be a chance for them to do what? To do what? To do unethical practices. Okay, so what happened is in a previous attempt, they asked, come on, tell me some of the unethical practices. Yes, you said that the main reason is what? Greed of money. The main reason is what? Greed of money only. Okay, how will that unethical practices would be? Can you give some examples? Yes, there are some examples like what? Corruption is an example of what? Unethical practice. Second one, greed of profit. I just told you now. Yes or no? Greed of profit, greed of turnover is an example of what? Unethical practices. Tarvata, leak of professionalism, leak of knowledge, external pressure. Sometimes because of external pressure also people will, executive level corporate people, what they do is they fall into unethical practices. Next one, ego and dominance of a top level management, ignoring the right thing. Sometimes because of ego and dominance also, what happens? They follow unethical practices. Okay, na? Sometimes accommodating a group, maybe employees, vendors or customers. All these things are common unethical practices by the corporate level executives. Okay, na? So that is a point, it is given here. You want to write these points? You can write these points. I'll give you 2 minutes. Come on, quick. There may be a chance of asking this also, right? So what are the concepts which we discussed till now? Maximum all the concepts which we discussed. Okay. Common ethical, unethical practices also. So maximum every concept which we have discussed in this session, Amma. Okay. There are 2 minute concepts. No problem. We will be discussing in the next session. With this, we'll conclude the session. Okay, guys. So there are certain concepts which were left behind. So see, I already told you in ethics it is divided into 4 parts. Yes or no? What are those 4 parts, Amma? Emotional intelligence. What is the concept of ethics? Then professional ethics, business ethics. Okay, about business ethics we have discussed all the concepts. Yes or no? About ethics also we have discussed. Yes or no? About emotional intelligence also we have discussed. Yes or no? We are going to discuss a concept about professional ethics. What are those? About professional ethics. Before going to professional ethics, I want to give a small explanation about ethics. Okay, na? I want to give a small explanation about ethics. So guys, I already told you what is the difference between law and ethics, Amma. What is the difference between law and ethics? What is the difference between law and ethics? So, law is proactive or reactive? Proactive or reactive? So yeah, if there is no ethics in a society, then law comes into existence. Yes or no? If there is no ethics in the society, then comes into existence what, Amma? Law. Yes or no? Pakka? Yes or no? So first, if that person has ethics, will there be corruption? If that person has ethics, will there be corruption? No. So the point is,
here they have asked in in June 2019 they have asked this question. Please go through that question, Amma. Please go through that question. Ethics is the first line of defense. Ethics is the first line of defense against corruption. Against corruption. Okay, na? Ethics is the first line of defense against corruption, while law is the law enforcement is remedial and reactive. So come on, tell me, law is reactive, ethics is reactive. Law is reactive, ethics is reactive. So what is mean by law actually? Actually what we discussed about law? Law, law comes into existence when there is no ethics in the society. Yes or no? Yes or no? See, if an individual person, he does not have ethics, then he will act against the public policy. Then in that situation, what happens? Law will come into existence and it will set right everything. Okay, by giving punishments, by giving rules, by giving regulations, it will try to stop. Yes or no? Only law comes into existence when there is no proper ethics. Okay, na? So come on, tell me, law is reactive, ethics is reactive. Law is reactive. Law is reactive. When we do not follow ethics, okay, as a subsequent thing, what comes into existence? Law. Yes or no? Law comes into existence. Please read that point, guys. Again, please read that point. Ethics is a first line of defense against corruption. Before a person is going to do his any corruption, okay, so what ethics will tell? Nora, that is not right. Individual character, no. What ethics says? No, it is not right. Yes or no? But what happens if that person doesn't follow ethics, okay, but he'll try to do that corruption, then what happens? Law will come into force. Okay, you do not have ethics, that's why we are coming. Okay, we are coming and we are making you to set right. Okay, so that is a point. So come on, tell me, is this statement right or not? Come on, tell me, is this statement right or not? Obviously it is right, because law comes only when person doesn't follow ethics. Okay, na? Ethics discusses about the individual behavior and individual character. Okay, if people doesn't follow ethics, then what happens? Law says that, that person did not follow ethics, that's why we are giving this punishment, and if you do these things, you will also face the same punishments. Okay, na? So that you will not do that you will not do that same mistake again. Yes or no? So it is a reactive. It is reactive. Law is reactive. So this statement which is given, is it right or not? It is absolutely correct. It is absolutely correct. Yes or no? Simple. Yes or no? Just a basic general knowledge, amma. Law is reactive, ethics is reactive. Law is reactive. Okay, when that person has committed that corruption, then comes into existence what? Law. Now, next point. However, both fail to achieve the desired aim in the Indian setup. Okay, so do you agree? So if ethics are telling about individual character also, law is also, day by day new laws are coming. Okay, new regulations are being enforced, but still people are changing. People are again doing mistakes. Yes or no? So can that reduce corruption? Did that reduce corruption? Did that reduce corruption? Did that reduce corruption? No. But it did not reduce, it did not reduce the corruption to the zero level. But law, what is law doing? It is trying to reduce to the maximum extent by giving some, by rules and regulations and punishments and penalties and fines. So like that, law is trying to reduce those. What are those? What? It is trying to reduce those corruptions. Yes or no? So there are certain unethical practices. There are following are some of the factors which have contributed to prevalence of corruption in India. So in India, because of these four things, even ethics are there also, law is also there, but because of these four things, we cannot reduce what? Corruption. So what are those four things? One is cultural ethos. One is Cultural ethos. Second one is institutional failures. Third one is poor enforcement of law. Fourth one is erosion of values in politicians. There are no values in politicians. There are no values in entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs and political lobbying. Because of these four characteristics, what is happening, even if there are ethics, even if there are laws, okay, not LOSS, LAWS, okay, even if there are law in the Indian society also, Indian culture also, but what is happening because of these, corruptions, okay, in the Indian culture, okay, this ethics and law, it cannot, it is not happening for them to reduce this corruptions. So what are those four factors, Amma? One is cultural ethos. One is cultural ethos. Second one is institutional failures. Sir, what is meant by cultural ethos? People try to earn more and more profits. Yes or no? Because of that greed in profits, what happens? He will try to cheat someone. Yes or no? Corruption happens. Yes. So putting a premium on materialism, profiteering, power playing, casual attitude for ethical values. Simple. This is a simple matter. No problem. That's a small matter. No problem. So thinking this way, this ethics, ethics and law also, it could not reduce corruptions in India. Second one is institutional failures. What are those institutional failures? Procedural formalities in inbuilt obstacles, bureaucratic and red tape. Because of, I'll give you an example. Please write an example. What is meant by bureaucratic and red tapeism? Please write. Please write. Bureaucracy. Bureaucracy means the formalities, bureaucracy. Bureaucracy means the formalities or the system of organization where laws, LAWS, laws or regulatory bodies, where laws or regulatory authorities or bodies are implemented by civil servants. Are implemented by civil servants. Are implemented by civil servants. Sorry. Second point, red tapeism. This one. Red tapeism means okay, useless or time waste systems or rules of time waste ఏం చెప్పాను, rules of system ఏం చెప్పాను, what did I say? So what did I say? Time waste or useless system of rules which are framed by the government. Okay, so what happens because of these procedural formalities and time waste and useless formalities, what happens, that is also creating what? Corruptions. Next one, poor enforcement of law, delay in justice.
Delay in justice. Okay. Delay in justice. Okay. Poor enforcement of law. So because of these things, what is happening? What is happening in the society? Corruptions are being happen, and because of these corruptions, what is happening? What is useless? Ethics is going to be useless, and law is also. People are thinking that it is not creating anything. Okay, na? So that is a point. See, what did they ask in the question? Ethics is the first line of defense against corruption, while law enforcement is remedial and reactive. Yes, it is the same point. However, both fail to achieve the desired aim in the Indian setup. Yes, because of the four characteristics, four factors of corruption. Yes or no? Four factors are leading to corruption. Because of those four factors only, even if ethics are there, law also are there. Because of these four factors, what is happening in ethics also and law also, they are becoming useless. Okay, na? In India. Yes or no? What are those four factors? Come on, tell me. Come on, tell me. Yes, what is that first one? Cultural ethos, erosion of values in politicians, poor enforcement of law, and institutional failures. Because of these four things: institutional failures, second one cultural ethos, poor enforcement of law, fourth one erosion of values in politicians. Yes or no? So that is a point. So based upon ethics, we have discussed everything, Amma. Now we are going to the next topic, that is about professional ethics. Professional ethics. So who is called as a professional accountant? You and I, everyone, every person, okay, is called as a professional accountant. Yes or no? Professional accountant. So professional accountant, just calling to be a professional accountant, you are called to be, see, you are going to be a professional accountant. Yes or no? You are an aspirant of CMA. Yes or no? So you are a professional accountant. So what happens is, you need to have certain standards. You need to have certain standards. Okay, na? So there are 13 standards which are framed by the institute. There are 13 standards which are framed by the institute to follow. Okay, na? There are 13 standards which are framed by the institute to follow, and there are certain roles of the professional accountant also. There are certain roles to follow by the professional accountant. So come on, tell me, what are the roles which professional accountant should follow? Point number one, his role is to problem solve, to solve the problem. To solve the problem. Yes or no? To solve the problem. So come on, let's go to that point. Let's go to the point. Where is that? Ethics, Amma. Let's go to the ethics concept. Okay. First problem, first thing, first role of a professional accountant is to solve the problem. So first, sir, to solve the problem, what he have to do? He have to do these things. What is that? See, he have to provide information useful in evaluating alternatives. Different alternatives he have to present to the manager, or he have to present to the board of directors. Sir, these are the alternatives which I can give. So based upon these alternatives, you choose. From my perspective, I can choose this option. Okay, this person who is called as a professional accountant, he have to do what? He have to solve the problem. He have to solve the problem and provide different alternatives. Okay, na? Second thing what he have to do is, he have to do one thing that is called as score keeping. Score keeping. Sir, what is meant by score keeping? Example of score keeping is standard costing. Okay, the concept of score keeping is also called as standard costing as per your costing subject. Okay. So sir, what is meant by score keeping? Actually, what is a standard costing? What you will do? It is a technique. Sir, what type of a technique it is? So what you have budgeted, what you assumed, whatever you assumed, did they realized or not? So whatever you assumed, you have assumed that you will produce 10,000 units, but in real 10,000 units have produced or not? So that is the analysis. So sir, if we did not produce, what is the difference? So you have budgeted around 10,000 kgs. You have budgeted around 10,000 kgs, but in actual you got only 8,000 kgs. What is the difference? The 2,000 kgs. Why did it happen?
Why did it happen? So it is your responsibility. It is your responsibility. So it is a role of a professional accountant. Point number 1, what is the role of a professional accountant? To solve the problem. To solve the problem. Second, scorekeeping. What is meant by scorekeeping? Okay, scorekeeping records the results of various actions of a managers and helps in assessing whether the results expected means what? Budgeted, have been realized or not. In actual, they have realized or not. We have budgeted 10,000 kgs, but actually those 10,000 kgs we have realized or not. So analyzing that is called as scorekeeping. Okay, na? Problem solving, scorekeeping. Third one, attention directing. So if there are any urgent situations, I have to go and tell it to my topmost manager, sir, to the board of directors, sir, okay, if you do not take this right decision now, okay, our company is going to close in future, in a near future. So take adequate decision. Okay, so when there is a problem, when he finds any problem, he have to go and tell it to the top officials. Come on, see. To seek the attention of the company's top officials or various departments and divisions to important issues for the urgent action. Okay, sir, this if you do not take this action now, okay, your company is going to Assam only. That is what I have to tell. Okay, so what are these three things? Role of a professional accountant: scorekeeping, attention directing, problem solving. What is meant by problem solving? Here he will be providing various alternatives. What is meant by attention directing? Based upon the different situations, that too hardships, there may be a chance of facing hardships. So this person have to go and intimate it to the top officials or various departments of the company. And what is meant by scorekeeping? Whatever the difference happened between the actuals and the budgeted, that he have to record, yes or no. So that is the role of a professional accountant. Pakka. Role of a professional accountant. That is SAP. What is that? SAP. Role of a professional accountant. Pakka. So this professional accountants, ICMAI has given some standards for this professional accountant. And what are those standards? There are around 13 standards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, there are 13 standards which are provided by ICMAI. Okay, so they might be asking this question like this also. Mission statement of ICMAI. Both concepts are the same. If they ask as a mission statement or the standards of ICMAI, both question means the same concept. Okay, so ICMAI will be providing certain certain standards to our CMA, so to our professional accountants, management accountants, and if you do not follow those standards, okay, it is against your professional ethics. Okay, na? So what are those standards? Point number 1, every time a CMA has to maintain what? He have to maintain all time independence. See, independency is of two types. Independence is of two types. 1 is independency by thought, 2 is independency by appearance. Okay, na? See, if I want to provide a valuable independent decision, so how I can give? If he is my relative, I can give a proper decision, independent decision? No. Yes or no? So first, for giving an independent decision, what I have to do is I have to be independent. Em ardhavutunara babu? Deepak? Ardhavutunaya? Okay. So guys, are these points clear? First I have to be independent. Independence by thoughts and independence by actions. Okay, both the things I have to be independent. I have to maintain independence. Second point, sir, at the beginning of the joining of beginning of that client's business. So what I am doing is I am starting my work. Okay, before knowing my independence, I started the work, and after that what happens is I got to know that person is my relative, that company is my relative's company. Okay, in future I got to know, but at the beginning I did not know. Are babu, while starting your you're dealing with that company only, you have to know that whether he is your relative or not. If he is relative, don't at all go with that company. Okay, so be independence. So for to save your independence, you should not go with your relatives company, or you should not deal with whom, with any of the because your independence is getting damaged. Yes or no? Your independence is getting damaged, so you have to be safe. Sir, while beginning I don't know. You have to check whether he is your relative or not. Whether he is relative or not, you have to check at the beginning only. See, come on. Not to express an opinion on a cost or financial reports or statements without first assessing his relationship with the client. Before I go and give my opinion, first I have to check whether those are my relatives or not. First, I have to maintain independence. Second, what I have to do? Before I want to give an independent opinion, I have to check whether those are my relatives or not. Pakka, I have to check the relation status. Sir, you have a business relationship with that company. If you have that business relationship also, you cannot give a proper report. Decision. Can you give your decision? No. Third point, you should always maintain confidentiality. What is that, Amma? You should always maintain confidentiality. Confidentiality in the sense you have to maintain secrecy, because people will be coming and giving their details, their secret information to you. Okay, and now you should if without maintaining that secrecy, you are telling to other people, that company belongs to this, no, so they did this many mistakes. Okay, maximum meek jappali. So you will not at all maintain confidentiality, no. So for qualified professional accountant, first thing what they have to have, maintaining confidentiality. What is that? Confidentiality. Yes or no? Okay, next point. What is that next point, Amma? CMA should always maintain the standards which are provided by ICMAI. He should always maintain what? He should always maintain his reputation. Okay, from time to time ICMA will be giving some standards, Amma. So CMA have to maintain all those standards. Okay na? Pakka? Advainda? Because he have to maintain level, maintain reputation. Okay na? Sir, can he take commission as a broker? CMA should not act as a broker, nana. See, come on, let's read here. See, a CMA is not a broker to work for commission. To work for commission. Chinna commission kakrut padadamma, please. Okay, so your reputation will be damaged. Your reputation will be damaged. Babu. Yes or no? Your reputation will be damaged. Pakka? So come on, tell me, CMA should work for commissioner, should not work for commissioner, should not at all work for commission. CMA should always maintain reputation. CMA should what? Should maintain confidentiality. CMA should maintain independency of thoughts, independency of actions. CMA should before giving or expressing his opinion, he have to maintain what? Yes, he have to check his status with the client. Pakka? 5 points. Finished? Yes or no? Pakka? Next point. What is that next point? Sir, CMA is there, no? Yes, he is there. Okay. Sir, he knows only cost audit. He knows only cost audit. But what happened is, he doesn't know stock audit. He doesn't know stock audit. So, what he knows, what he is expertised, in what he has expertise knowledge? Cost audit he has expertise knowledge, but stock audit he doesn't have expertise knowledge. So a client came to a CMA and asked, sir, can you do a stock audit for us? Then what the CMA have to say is, ayya niko dandam bhaiya. Okay, I don't know stock audit, I only know what? Cost audit. So if you are taking some work, okay, which you doesn't know, can you do that? Can you do that? Sir, CMA should maintain reputation only, no? That's why I said, everything I know. Attitude bolte, sir. I told that everything I know. Then what happens? You only face the problems. You only face the problems. See, I already told you, you undertake only such work as he is competent to perform. Whatever he knows, whatever he can perform, that only he have to work and not more than that. Okay, na? Okay. Now CMA can do what? He can do cost audit. Okay. client is coming and asking, sir, please perform financial audit also. Are financial audit is CS work, not CMS. But I said, I'll do. Chill macha, no problem. I have to maintain standards, no, I'll do. I have to maintain reputation, no, I'll do. But what is competent? Cost audit, not financial audit. Chupchak, baito. So first, before undertaking a work, what he have to do? What he have to do? He have to choose such work only which he can perform and not do overactions. Not do overactions. That is a point which I want to tell. Okay na? Pakka? Okay. Amma, see, if there is a previous CMA, okay, which has given his report, and now we are newly appointed as a CMA for that company. There is a company called as X Limited, and in that company there is already a CMA, and that CMA has provided his report. This year I came to that company. Which company? X Limited, as a cost auditor. Now what can I do? If I want to review the report of that previous auditor, that previous CMA, can I do that? Can I do that? Please, you have to do one thing. Please respect your course. Okay? Please respect your profession. Sir, how should I give respect? First, you have to take the permission of that person. Okay, na? Yes or no? He gave his valuable report, no? If you want to review his report, you can review only by taking that permission of that person. Not without his permission, you cannot even touch his report also. See, come on, let's read that. Review the work of another member except the knowledge of that. Okay, I can review only with what? With the prior permission of that member. With the prior permission of that member. Okay, na? So what is the next one is, and what is the next standard which is given is, you have to always maintain good faith. You have to always perform good faith and courtesy while doing your work. Pakka? Okay, na? Any doubts? Damn sure? Okay. Now I am doing a cost audit. Okay. I have taken a work. They have allotted me, no problem. Okay. They have appointed me as a professional accountant. Everything is okay. Now what happened is, see, I want to review. I want to ask. I got some doubts, so I want to ask accountant. So what I am doing is, I want to go to the accountant and ask. Then what management is telling, sir, you are not given permission to go and ask the accountant. Arey Babu, I am getting doubts. No sir, we will not give permission. So come on, tell me, can I do my work properly? So if I get doubts, I have to get proper permission. Yes or no? Okay. So my scope and objectives while beginning of the contract only, I have to mention. Okay na? Okay na? Scope and objectives have to be, mentioned, and that about that scope and objectives, a clear understanding have to be there. A clear understanding have to be there. Come on, tell me. There are 10 points which we discussed till now. Point number 1, a CMA should have independency of thoughts and independency of actions. Before giving a proper opinion, he have to know the relationship with the client, whether it is business relationship or not. Okay. Third point, he should always maintain confidentiality. He should always maintain the reputation which is provided by the institute. So he should always follow the standards which are given by the institute. Yes or no? Okay. So if that CMA wants to check the work of, if that CMA want to review the check of other member, can he do so? Yes, he can do so, provided only a prior permission of that member. Seventh point, sir, before entering into that job, he should have a proper understanding about his scope and objectives. Pakka? Yes or no? Before taking that job, he should also know that work which he is competent. Okay. Without knowing that, he can take or he cannot take He cannot take. Point number 9, can a CMA act as a broker? No, he should not work for commission. He should maintain always reputation. Are these points clear, guys? Yes or no? Are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure? Advainda? He should always maintain good faith and courtesy. He should always maintain good faith and courtesy. Next, there are 2 points, Amma. If you know these 2 points, okay, there are 3 points. If we read those 3 points, we can conclude. First, why we will appoint a CMA? Because he will disclose all the material facts. Yes or no? So if he does not disclose all the material facts, can we appoint that person as a CMA? No. So what happens is, he have to disclose all the material facts. Material in the sense important facts which are being prepared, by before preparing of cost and financial reports. What he have to do? Amma? He have to maintain what? Yes, he have to disclose all the material facts. Okay, sir, I'm getting doubt here. So something is fishy there. Okay, so this is a point, that is a point. So he have to disclose all the material facts. For disclosing only, we are appointing that person. Okay, now next point is, sir, that CMA have to get some amount from fees from the client. Okay, he have to get fees from the client, but the client is not in India. He went outside India. So he is not in India, but I want my fees, and due to my urgency, can I go to the accountant and ask that money? Can I go and ask that money? Arey, your client, I did some audit to your client. I have prepared a report. Your client has to give your employer have to give money. So accountant, please give me money. Can a professional accountant go and ask that accountant without the permission of the client? No. See here. So where is that? Yes. Not to hold, receive, bargain or acquire any fee or remuneration or benefit without the employer's or client's consent. Without the employer or client's consent. Can he take or he cannot take? He cannot take. Inform his or her employer or the client of any business connections or interest with the client. So whatever he has in business interest with the client, he have to disclose. Guys, come on, tell me. There are 13 points, Amma. Point number 1, he should always maintain independency. Point number 2, before he is entering with, before giving any information, before expressing an opinion, what he have to do? He have to check his relationship with the client. Point number 3, he have to disclose all the material facts while preparing the financial or cost reports. Point number 4, he have to maintain confidentiality. Point number 5, he have to maintain reputation. Point number 6, he should act for commissioner. He should not work for commissioner. He should not work for commission. He should always maintain reputation which are provided by the standards of the audit. Yes or no? By the ICMA. Whatever the standards which are provided by the ICMA, all the ICMA standards he have to maintain. Point number 8, he has to act in good faith and courtesy. Okay, so if at all he want to review the work of another member, can he do so? Yes, only after taking a prior consent of that member. Point number 10. Okay, before entering into that work, okay, he should know the scope and objectives of his work. Okay, so before entering into that work, he should also know one thing. What is that? Whether he is competent to perform or not. Okay, na? And sir, while entering into the firm, he should inform to the employer the relationship between him and to that client. Pakka? Yes or no? Sir, what about remuneration? While taking remuneration, he have to take the permission of the client. He have to intimate it to the client. Okay, after intimating it to the client only, he can take remuneration. Without intimation, he cannot take the remuneration. Pakka? So these are the 13 standards which are provided by the ICMA. They may ask like this also. Mission statement of ICMA. Then you can write this points. Okay, Pakka? Damn sure. So please go through these points. I'll give you 2 minutes. Come on, quick, fast. So this is the acronym for this question, Amma. 13 standards of ICMA. Yes or no? Or what? Mission statement of ICMA. What is that acronym? CMA has to maintain independence, confidentiality, and review and check records. Records in the sense are reputation and remuneration,
Okay, have to maintain proper reputation. Remuneration, while taking remuneration, he have to take a permission of that previous member. Then E in the sense express an opinion with while expressing an opinion, first he have to assess his relationship. Then for C, confidentiality he have to maintain. He have to express, he have to state all the business connections and courtesy and good faith, and he should not act for commission. Okay, that is C here. See how many C's are there? 1, 2, 3 and 4 C's are here. Okay, 4 C's are there. And for this O, what is that? Scope and objectives. Okay, before taking that client's business, he have to see his scope and objectives. Before taking that project, he have to see his scope and objectives. And next, what is that? D means disclose all the material facts. Last one, S, he have to maintain all the standards which are provided by ICMAI. These are the acronym for what, Amma? For what? Mission statement of ICMAI. Okay, so come on, tell me. CMA has to maintain and check records. What do you have to maintain? Independency, confidentiality and reputation. Okay, and he have to check records. R in the sense remuneration and reputation. Okay, R in the sense here it is review. Okay, and E means express an opinion. Before expressing an opinion, he have to first assess his relationship. C means confidentiality he have to maintain. Courtesy and good faith he have to maintain. Then what? He should not work for commission as a broker. Okay. Then what? All the business connections what he have to disclose. D in the sense disclose all the material facts, and S means standards of ICMAI. This is the acronym for this answer. Okay, so then in the next page you have next answer, that is 7 principles of public life. When I am working in a public as a public officer, I have to maintain 7 principles, Amma. So this was given by Lord Nolan. So what he said is, yes, you have to maintain 7 principles. What are those 7 principles? Every person who is in a public office, okay, so he have to maintain 7. What are those? First one, objectivity, selflessness, honesty, openness, confidentiality, integrity, accountability. Okay na? Yes or no? So these are the points. What are those, guys? Come on, tell me. What are those? Objectivity, integrity, openness, ఇక్కడ ఉంది కదమ్మా, selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty and leadership. So what is the acronym for it? To become IAS. IAS is also a public office, yes or no? Yes. So to become IAS, I need to have what? Objectivity, openness, honesty and leadership. So I in the sense integrity, A in the sense accountability, S in the sense selflessness. Pakka? So this is the acronym for 7 principles of public life. Please go through with the concept. With this we have successfully completed ethics. Okay.